Neville Goddard. The Creative Use of Imagination is the name of a 1952 book on Wikipedia where you look at and find Neville Goddard, which it is, and it happens to be this book here, which is shy 2 chapters that exist in this by Margaret Ruth Broom, The Power of Unlimited Imagination, Margaret Ruth. And this is 2 chapters shy, so what I'm going to do is include the 2 chapters from this book as we go across those. Let's see. They are a collection of San Francisco lectures that Margaret obviously transcribed and then put into a book. 1952, I'm assuming, is when it came out. So we'll title it The Power of Unlimited Imagination. Again, go to Wikipedia. You'll see it as The Creative Use of Imagination. Opening quote, "Imagination is more important than knowledge, for knowledge is limited to all we know and understand, while imagination embraces the entire world and all there ever will be to know and understand." All there will ever be to know and understand. Albert Einstein. Preface. This book, as all things, came into being because of a thought acted upon. This is by Margaret, by the way. Neville left us October 1, 1972, and since that time I have invested many hours transcribing the hundreds of tapes I have of his lectures. Neville explained that the arc of life contained and could be understood on 3 levels: the literal, psychological, and spiritual. The lectures that are available deal mainly with the spiritual. However, because those who are now hearing his words on tapes and reading his lectures did not hear him speak on the second or psychological level, I realized the need to provide that psychological plane as a foundation for the higher. I realized the need to provide that psychological plane as a foundation for the higher spiritual level. And so the thought was planted in my mind, what if there were some lectures that taught this principle on a practical level? Wouldn't it be wonderful if such a series could be found and made available for those who would desire it? And then one day I received a letter from a lovely lady in San Francisco who said she was moving into a retirement home and wanted to send me some notes she had from Neville's lecture series in San Francisco in 1952. These notes constitute this book. Hence, the reason it's on Wikipedia as 1952 publication is it's actually from fast forward past his passing, which was in 72, I believe. All right. I had a thought. Wouldn't it be wonderful if and acted upon it by feeling the thrill of a thought's completion? I have never met the lady or heard from her since receiving the notes, but I have proved once again that imagination fulfills itself. The living proof is in your hands. Now let me tell you a bit about me. Born and raised in a small town in Kansas, I moved to California in 1942 as a good Protestant. But I had a hunger that no organized religion could fill, so I drifted from one belief to another, seeking yet not finding what I was searching for, possibly because I did not know what it was. Then one day I heard a man called Neville, and I knew that although the outer me did not understand his words, the inner me was singing the Alleluia chorus, for I had found the cause of all life. That my very thought mixed with feeling was an imaginal act that created the facts in my world. I remember the first night I lay in my bed and dared to claim, I am God. Afraid that the ceiling would crash down on me, I quickly covered my head just in case. And when nothing happened, I gathered more courage and set out to prove for myself that imagination could create reality. I did not believe it could, and I wanted to prove Neville wrong. If anything in all of this, if you are upset about what these words are saying in any of these videos of Neville's lectures, any of it, just try and prove it wrong. It's the best thing you could do. That was back in 1964, and I haven't succeeded yet. Not all of my imaginal acts have come to fruition, but I now know that the fault does not lie in the teaching, but in my belief in myself. And as I have grown in my belief and trust and faith in what I have imagined, I have gained confidence in my own wonderful human imagination. Several years ago, I put together a group of lectures of Neville's and called the book Immortal Man. At the time, I was afraid to change his words, even though I felt I could make the message clearer if I did. Shortly after its publication, I turned to self one night and asked, is it all right to change the words as long as I do not change that meaning or the meaning? I know that if truth were told so that it could be understood, it would be believed. I know your words are true, Neville, but I think I can make them clearer. I fell asleep questioning myself, and in the night I had this dream. I am on my way to work. As I enter the building, I see directly before me a beautiful restaurant whose tables are filled with diners enjoying their meals. Neville is standing next to a fireplace speaking to a group nearby. Thrilled to find him there, I am eager to show him the book of his lectures I had just published and question him regarding the change of words. But as I turn to take the case I am carrying into my office, get the book in return, he glances up, it catches my eye. Instantly changing my mind, I turn and go directly into the restaurant to join him. But when I arrive, I discover that he has vanished, leaving the ladies to tell me that he is gone and will never return again. Heartsick, I return to the lobby with its hard tile floor. Suddenly, the case I had been carrying fell from its handle. The moment it hit the floor, the case opened, my book fell out and lay open at its center seam. As I looked down in horror, I saw that I had been carrying a briefcase that contained a tape recorder that had turned on due to the fall, and Neville's voice was ringing out loud and clear. Embarrassed, I stooped down to turn off the volume, only to discover that all the knobs had fallen off the machine and there was no way for me to turn them off. As I tried to push the case over to the far wall in order to pick it up, I awoke with those words ringing in my ears. I am in you as you. I am in you as you. From that moment on, my fears have vanished, and since that time, I have gained confidence in my writing. These are Neville's words, Neville's thoughts, yet we are so closely woven in the tapestry of thought that the words are now mine. The lectures you will read are Neville's words, yet they may not be the exact words he spoke back in 1952. The material I had to work with were notes someone had taken in shorthand, transcribed, and duplicated. I have taken the notes and elaborated on them. The words are true, hopefully understandable enough so you can test them and discover for yourself that when the truth is applied, it is made alive by a spiritual experience. Always bear in mind that when Neville speaks of man, he is speaking of generic man, woman, in parentheses. Man is the external world, the natural man, while imagination is the internal world. Man is the external world, the natural man, while imagination is the internal world, the man of spirit. God, imagination, became the natural man that the man of nature would become God, who is spirit. Always think of yourself as two beings, one who sees through the organs of sense and the other who sees through the mind of imagination. And always remember God's name as he revealed it to Moses. I am. That is who I am. And by this name I shall be known throughout all generations. I am that I am. I, the Trinity, in unthinkable origin, am God the Father. And I, in creative expression, am the Son. For imagination is born of consciousness. Therefore, I, in universal interpretation, in infinite immanence, in eternal procession, am God, the Holy Spirit. Margaret Ruth Broom. And if you've seen pictures of Neville, you don't have to look very far. She's that gal that's with him smiling, and it looks like it's in the latter time of his life. And she's has like a raised hairdo. That's Margaret Ruth Broom, I believe. If I'm wrong, correct me, please. Okay, moving on. The power of unlimited imagination. Chapter 1, Your Infinite Worth. The purpose of these talks is to bring about a psychological change in you, the individual. Humanity, understood psychologically, is an infinite series of levels of awareness, and you, individually, are what you are according to where you are in the series. Consciousness is the only reality, and where you are conscious of being psychologically determines the circumstances of your life. The ancients knew this great truth, but our modern teachers have yet to discover it. There's only one substance in the world. Our scientists call it energy, while Scripture defines it as consciousness. We are told that the universe was caused by water, but if this is true, then it could not evolve into anything but water. But if the basic substance is energy or consciousness, it can be made to manifest itself as iron, steel, and wood, to name but a few. Let's name some others: gold, silver, bronze, lead, anything. Man, seeing a variety of forms, thinks of numberless substances, but what is seen is only a change in the arrangement of the same basic substance, consciousness. You got to really dig where this is taking off with and from. You got to dig the path we're going on right here. Ephesians tell us that all things, when admitted, are made manifest by light. All things, when admitted, are made manifest by light. The word light recorded here means awareness, consciousness. The state the individual admits into his consciousness is the cause of one man being rich and another poor. That's the individual. The poor man admits to being in the state of poverty by saying, I am poor. Just as the rich man admits wealth by saying, I am rich. Anything you, an individual, claim yourself to be it good, bad, or indifferent, right or wrong, that's in parentheses, must be made manifest in your world, for by claiming the state you've consented to its life. Anything you, an individual, claim yourself to be must be made manifest in your world, for by claiming the state you have consented to its life. There's only one cause, and that is consciousness. Your consciousness is the center from which your world mirrors and echoes the state you presently occupy. Now, a state can be defined as all that you believe and consent to as being true. So if you want your world to change, you must determine what you want to accept and consent to as true before you can change it. To arrive at a certain definition of self, you must begin by uncritically observing your automatic reaction to an event, for your reaction defines your state. And you can, without getting out of your chair, rebuild your world by changing your level or state of being. Without getting out of your chair, you can rebuild your world by changing your level of being. This is all about being. What are you being? This is done by observing yourself uncritically as you react to life uncritically. If you do not like the circumstances of your life, acknowledge the cause. That is you. Sometimes not easy to deal with that. Be willing to admit that the circumstances are only objectifying what you are conscious of. Then change your consciousness and your world will change. Sounds very simple. If you react to that which is being objectified, you bind yourself to a certain level of awareness. But if you refuse to react, the thread is broken. Watch your reactions. Stop being conscious of something unlovely, for every unlovely thought causes you to walk in psychological mud. Now, that one sentence could shut down a large percentage of what's coming across your YouTube feed called news. It could shut down the entire news agency if only a small percentage of the population were aware of this sentence. Stop being conscious of something unlovely, For every unlovely thought causes you to walk in psychological mud. Only think on lovely things. Is that difficult? How hard is it? If you have all this in front of you, all this junk happening, and you're reacting emotionally to it, you're in the depths of what you're reacting to. You're so deep, you can't even see that you're in it. You have to stop, go in your closet, shut the door, turn off your senses, back off, only think on lovely things. If you see a negative over here, stop and think on lovely things. It is up to you to take that conscious control and make the conscious effort and change. Get out of the psychological mud. Change your thinking. Change your life. There's many books. There's wonderful books with that title, as a matter of fact. Rather, identify yourself with beauty, with love, which is the Christ in you, and you will ascend the infinite level of your own being and change circumstances of your life. You will change the circumstances of your life. Your state of awareness, like a magnet, attracts life. Steel, in its demagnetized state, is a whirling mass of electrons. But when the electrons are faced in one direction, the steel is magnetized. You do not add to the steel to make it magnetic or take anything away to demagnetize it. This same principle is true for you. You can change your world by rearranging your thoughts and having them travel in one direction. And that is toward fulfilling your desire. Remember, all that is, I am God who sent you and me here. We are in self-concepts. We have self-concepts with which we are imagining inside of. If you say I am poor, that's your self-concept. If you say I am rich, that's your self-concept. If you say I am married, that's your self-concept. It doesn't matter what's on your outside of your current surroundings. What you claim and state as your I am becomes your next concept. Period. You can change your world by rearranging your thoughts like a magnet, like magnetized steel. Everything's in one direction, so therefore the magnet. Rearranging your thoughts and having them travel only in one direction. And that is toward the fulfillment of your desire. If you have a desire and you're putting all of your effort and you're ignoring all the crap out here, all this noise, then you're putting your thoughts in this direction. You're becoming like a magnet. You're becoming where the electrons get in one direction and become a magnetic force, a propulsive force at that. Magnets and iron, and if you... I had the luxury of becoming an electrician, and you get to study magnetism, and you get to study what goes on in copper and abundance of free-flowing electrons and all this other stuff. But we are the same thing when you consider electricity travels through us because we have so much water in us. And the percentage is up there. It's like 80% we are made of water. Again, why I drink so much water. But electrical force can come through our body because it's made of a conductive material. Well, that conductive material is under direction of your thoughts. So whatever this is experiencing is because of the direction you put these thoughts. If you want this to be magnetic, then you take your thoughts and you focus them in a direction of your desire, making the subconscious impression. So all these electrons that are inside of your body, because it's made of water almost entirely, are now in a direction because you're aimed with your thoughts without this noise. You shut that off and you get all of your focus in one direction and you make that subconscious impression. It doesn't matter what it is. I am in love, happily married, raising a family. Even though your senses show you that that's not actually happening right now. But if you focus on that desire that's within you, and there's only a special reason it's there, is because it exists. You get all your electrons focused in that direction, you're fulfilling your desire by aiming right at it, by going straight towards it. You make that impression, objectification. Your desires become reality. It sounds simple, but you have to practice it continuously because every little tiny thought is making a change. Every single time you think about your desire is having an impact on whether or not you're going to arrive. Every single tiny thought. Oh, it's not possible. Nope, not true. Oh, it's going to happen to someone else before it happens to me. Nope, not true. But you need to open up a crack here. Oh, I can do this. I think it's possible. You know what? Why not? Why don't I put those on my list? Why don't I put these ideas on the list in my mind that I am going to objectify those? I'm going to get married. I'm going to have my honeymoon in Hawaii. I'm going to come back. We're going to walk across the threshold of our new home. We're going to start having babies and we're going to raise a family. Everything I've ever dreamt of is going to happen. In fact, I've heard you can make a vision board. I've heard if you write it down as a goal, it adds a lot of juice. And if there's any testimonial in the room right now, that would be me. And someday I'll show you the piece of paper. Written goals are very powerful. And if you and your boyfriend, girlfriend, spouse sign your name, I'll make a video about it separately. But writing a goal down is quite impactful. And if you sign your name after it as well, you will not believe the power of it. But we're sticking to the fact that Neville's not saying you have to go get glue and make a vision board. He's not saying you have to go get a pen and paper. He's saying you just have to change here. You only have to change your psychological thoughts to go in a direction towards your desire. That's even less work. Why do I got to cut pictures out of a magazine? You don't have to, or print them off the computer, whatever. You don't have to do any work. The beauty of this material is it's guiding you towards fulfillment without any work involved. There's absolutely almost zero work, except for changing changing the psychological direction of trying to fulfill your desire by aiming towards it. If my desire is to be married, have a family, and live in a new home, then I should be looking at bridal magazines. I should be looking at Better Homes and Gardens. I should be looking at how to plant these flowers with those flowers. I should understand the word perennial. I should be all involved with all of these things that go into making a happy home. What are those things? Those are the direction of my desire because that's what I want to fulfill in my new objective. I want to be happily married. Okay, what does it take to be happily married? Well, first, what do you think of the opposite sex? If it's in fact what you're going after, if you're a female and you want to be married to a man, what is all men are? Have you forgiven them? Remember, forgiven, the word means imagined, lovingly. Have you imagined lovingly for that one out of the millions that you're going to actually marry someday? Have you imagined lovingly for them? Because they actually are the source of the other side of that equation. A happy marriage takes two and doesn't care. This doesn't break down into, it can break down into masculine and feminine. Whatever that relationship is consisting of, it's a masculine and it's a feminine typically. In this case, you're a female and you want to be married to a male and you want to have a happy, loving marriage and be in love and your heart sing the joys of heaven with trumpets. You want to have that experience. You've got to start somewhere. And one of the first places to start is making sure you are forgiving of that other side of the equation. If you're going to be happily married to a man, if you're a woman, all men are obviously loving, caring, and nurturing. All men are loving, caring, and nurturing. I am happily married to my loving, caring, nurturing husband. Doesn't matter how you use that, but you've got to change this programming if you want, in fact, to get to that subjective impression and objectify that reality for yourself. You got to start somewhere and start impressing what you want into your subconscious. You can't have a belief that all men are whatever. I don't even want to think of negative words, but you might have some. If you answer this, all men are, and you're answering in the negative in any way, shape, or form, then you're already in a place where you haven't forgiven them. There's a lot of wonderful scripture that has to do with trespassing. You know, our Father who art in heaven, forgive those who trespass against us as we forgive them. As we forgive them means to imagine lovingly. All men are loving, caring, and nurturing. If you're a male and you want to be married to a female, all women are loving, caring, and nurturing. What does that really mean? Man equals manifestation. Well, we're just forgiving our manifestation. Everything is you pushed out. The whole world out here is you pushed out. Woman, women, man, manifestation. It's all you pushed out. All you're forgiving is that part of the illusion that you're going to deeply engage with. You're only ever becoming in love with you because you is pushed out. Everything is you pushed out. So in this self-love concept, it really always it's aiming back at you constantly. So if you're in love with your spouse, it's because you're in love with you. And it's when you can admit love, loving, caring, nurturing. All men are loving, caring, nurturing. You've got to be okay looking in the mirror, get out of the shower, you get in the mirror. I love you, your name. I love you, your name. I love you, your name. It's okay to be married. It's okay to be in love. All men are, all women are. I love you. Okay, so you're building up the focus of maintaining the desire and arriving at the actual target. You're going to make that impression by doing what I'm telling you. You'll make the impression. You'll make it much faster. But this is not that difficult. This isn't books, and this isn't having to read and go to colleges for decades and get degrees. This is simple. With what I'm saying right here, it's if you just do it, you will arrive at the subconscious impression and you'll be objectified in your reality very quick. These few little tiny things right here will get you there very, very fast. Sometimes there might be blocks. Well, that's a whole other subject for another day. But if you're coming up against some kind of blocks, you've got guilt, you got shame, you got these other things, these other psychological turmoils. They have to do with time. They have to do with memory. These things have to be worked through for you to get to your desire. And if this desire is in fact a place you're going to arrive to get there, you're going to have to work through those blocks one way or another. I suggest working through it in the best, quickest way possible that I have found is the Neville material. But I'm not a doctor. I'm not telling you that any advice that you should seek. If you're going to seek a doctor, etc., psychology, psychiatrist. But the point is, get through the blocks. If you have blocks, find a way to get through those blocks. They're the only thing holding you back. I have had many, and I'll make a video on that. But the point is, they must be targeted first for you to arrive at your objection. Okay? Let's move on. Watch your reactions to life. For any change in the arrangement of your mind can be detected by self-observation, will cause a change in your outer world. It is important to learn to be passive to that which is unlovely and acceptable to you. Remember, we're talking about reaction. Watch your reactions to life. Any change in the arrangement of your mind that can be detected by self-observation will cause a change in your outer world. It's important to learn to be passive to that which is unlovely and unacceptable. Just, I don't even hear it. In that way, you are awakening the dynamic one within. And when you find your inner being, you will discover that the qualities you condemn in others are really, what? I got to show my hand, are really in yourself. Remember, you're pointing out others, there's three pointing back at you. Funny how your body has the truth. Then you will know the secret of forgiveness. For as you forgive yourself, the others are forgiven. I didn't even read ahead. I didn't mean to take the thunder away from Margaret here or Neville, but it is true. Forgiveness is a lot of this is woven in. All things, not just a few, all things are made manifest by the light, and everything manifested is light. That is a very fascinating study, even in the scientific world of universities, etc., and people who study the idea of light. When you get into it, like I have a friend who's very creative, he's an artist, and he does painting and other creative things, and we talk about light and color, and it's mind-blowing. It's mind-blowing how we react to color. And that color is actually a depiction of light. It's a fascinating subject. But back to the subject here. All things are made manifest by the light, and everything manifested is light. The moment you consent to a thought, it is made manifest. The moment you consent to a thought, it is made manifest. If you're consenting to being married and happily in a family with your husband, it's made manifest because you consent. It could not come into being unless you consented to its expression by being aware of it. The universe moves with motiveless necessity as it has no motive of its own. Rather, it moves under the necessity of manifesting the arrangements of the minds of men. This teaching is to awaken you to your light, and the awakening begins by self-observation. Just listen to what your reactions are. Listen to your reacting to your spouse, your boyfriend, girlfriend. How are you reacting? How are you reacting to your kids? How are you reacting to your boss or bosses or coworkers? What are your reactions? If you have a secret affection for living in the mud of self-pity and condemnation, your world will mirror those feelings. But if you will arrange your mind and live in the heavenly feeling of harmony and love, your manifested world will change. Very, very true. Again, no one's coming in to do this for you. You are the only one who can do it for you. If today you would spend 5 minutes in uncritical observation of yourself, you would be surprised to discover how deceitful you are. It's a terrible shock, I know, but every shock of this type will let in the light of awareness. And life is an ever-increasing illumination. What are the Germans have a phrase. It's a saying in German when I first learned it. Too soon old, too late wise. That is a bunch of BS. That saying is a giving up saying because it's admitting defeat. Oh, well, I can't. But it is a funny saying because people could easily buy that. If you bought that saying, throw it away. It's trash. It's funny. It's funny to me because I can see it in some people, and it's you got to shake that out of there because life is an ever increasing illumination. Wisdom comes at the right time. Your mind goes from where your feet were when you were a little kid. Your mind travels up your body, and sooner or later it comes up in here, and conscious awareness arrives here, and there's quite an illumination. As the light comes in, you become more and more conscious of who you really are. There's only one cause for the phenomena of life. Only by observing your own consciousness can you discover the cause of what is happening to you. There is no greater tyrant than the belief in a secondary cause. Try not to sneeze. Let that tyrant go by remembering the one and only substance, the only cause, which is awareness. And immediately change what you are aware of. Awareness. Only by observing your reactions to life can you find yourself. And remember, as long as you react as you do, the same things must confront you. For all that you admit to is made manifest by your consciousness. And everything you manifest is your consciousness. Wow. End of chapter. Wonderful. Your infinite worth. You can definitely tell a different flavor of, you hear Neville in the middle of it, but you can tell a different joining, but that's okay. She meditated and Neville gave her pretty much explicit permission, it seems, implicit of course, but with the dream, I'm an avid dreamer. I love it, lucid dreaming, etc. And yeah, dreams are very powerful. Okay, some post words of the chapter. Stop walking the world in the mud and living in its basement. Stop walking through the world in the mud and living in its basement. Your soul is made up of all that you consent to. Lose your soul on one level and you will find it on a higher level, defined differently. Always examine yourself uncritically. For the moment you become critical, you automatically justify your reactions and associate yourself with the thing observed. Fascinating. Wonderful pieces. And if I'm not mistaken, I think Margaret, she left the party recently at 100 years old. I think in 2023. I think I just saw that recently. Wonderful. I mean, 100, a centenarian. That is such great. That's a great thing. And man, I did not know that she was still around, but that's wonderful. I would love to see any kind of interview of her in her last decade. But yeah, wonderful. Okay, end of chapter. Chapter 1, your infinite worth, the power of unlimited imagination. We'll see you in the next chapter. All right, Neville Goddard via Margaret Broom. The power of unlimited imagination. Chapter 2, take not the name in vain. Your individual state of consciousness is your level of being and attracts all the events you encounter in life. Since your reactions determine what you are, any change in your outer world must be produced by your inner level of being. In the 7th chapter of the book of Mark, we are told, excuse me, hear and understand. There's nothing outside which can defile man, but what comes out of a man's mind is what defiles him. He who has ears, let him hear. Now, thoughts are things. When you identify yourself with a thought, it outpictures itself as an act. If the thought is unlovely, it defiles you. Awaken and select only thoughts that contribute to the birth of your desire. You must constantly observe your dwelling place, for where you are psychologically is what you are. Your mood indicates your state, and you are always externalizing the state upon which you stand. The Upanishads, one of a class of Vedic treatises dealing with broad philosophic problems, states, the soul, imagining itself into a state, takes upon itself the results of that state. Not imagining itself into the state, it is free from its results. Let's repeat the quote. The Upanishads, one of a class of Vedic treatises dealing with broad philosophic problems, states, quote, the soul, imagining itself into a state, takes upon itself the results of that state. Stands to reason. I'll draw that in a second. Not imagining itself into the state, it is free from its results. Your soul is what you consent to. As you feel yourself into the situation of your answered prayer, you have entered a state and your soul has taken upon itself the results of that state. If you do not enter the state, you are free of its lovely results. Accept an idea as true. Identify yourself with it and it will outpicture itself in your world. Oh boy. Is there any of that going on with politics? But if you do not accept a thought and identify yourself with it through feeling, you are free from its results. You must become very selective and learn not to associate yourself with unlovely thoughts. Sounds so simple. In the book of Kings, we are told how those who entered the temple brought something alive with them, such as an ox or bullock. These were used as burnt offerings. These sacrifice offerings are your body of suffering. They are the animals you must offer grievances. They are the animals you must offer called grievances. No matter what the grievance may be, you have no right to carry it around with you, and you cannot ascend in consciousness until all of your grievances are tossed on the altar and sacrificed. Only as you give them up will you find the holy water. In the last chapter, I was talking about guilt and shame and memory and things that might you feel as blocks. This is exactly what he's talking about. her's talking about right here. I'm sure it's Neville. I'm going to refer to it as Neville. I'm very, very appreciative and very thankful that Margaret put this compilation together, because I'm sure she sat in many of his lectures. And isn't it wonderful, the gal that passed on the lecture notes to Margaret, and she was going to be going into a nursing home and thought that the value could be passed on. And I'm sure there's so much surfacing of Neville. It's like the demand just keeps growing, and the surfacing of these lectures, and it's wonderful. It really is. Making a sacrifice of those negatives is what we want to do. We want to give them up. We want to stop that activity. These sacrifice offerings are your body of suffering. They are the animals you must offer, called grievances. No matter what the grievances may be, you have no right to carry it around with you, and you cannot ascend in consciousness until all of your grievances are tossed on the altar and sacrificed. Only as you give them up will you find the holy water. Very, 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 very important point. How many varies was that? I am all that is, God, right here. Self-concept, future self-concept, existing self-concept, many more self-concepts, infinite amount of self-concepts we dwell in and around and ascend to. You are here, single, not married, not in love. You want to be in love. You want to be married. You want to have a family. That's here. You're watching these videos, you're learning the law of assumption, you understand it intellectually, but you don't have a way to transfer the feeling into that subjective state at night. You're going into your state of sats, you're trying to find it, you're trying to grasp that feeling, you're trying to hold on to it, it disappears, and you don't realize that there's these other things. Do I deserve to be married? Do I deserve to be in love? My parents told me I was no good. There's a lot that could be unburied here, and I don't even want to give voice to it. It makes me emotional. You're here. You want to be here. I can feel you. So, understand that they are blocks, and they're simple blocks, but you have grasped a hold of them, and they're emotional. You're holding on to these things emotionally. Hope it doesn't stop me, because this is a very important point. No matter what the grievance may be, you have no right to carry it around with you, and you cannot ascend. You cannot ascend in consciousness. Until all of your grievances are tossed on the altar and sacrificed. Only as you give them up will you find the holy water. Whoever you are that I'm talking to right now, I know I can feel it. So let's get beyond it. Let's move. Let's move psychologically. Let's make the impression. Let's create the union between your conscious and subconscious self. Let's do this one piece at a time. This is possible. When you do it one piece at a time, you keep building that impression. That impression will construct into the actual impression you're after. Every tiny piece matters. Every tiny thought about this matters, whatever the block is. Get through that with whatever work is necessary. And get this objectification, get this kingdom of heaven. It's waiting for you. It's waiting for you as much as you are waiting for it. Even more so. Your permission's already been granted. It's waiting for you. No one else can occupy that state. It is your kingdom of heaven. You will make it through this. I promise. He promises. We are just the promise. The promise came because I and my Father are one. My Father is greater than I. He sent me by becoming me and forgetting who he was in me, that I would wake up and remember where I'm from. I and my Father are one. My Father is greater than I. I am. Do the meditation. Remember, all we're trying to do is wake up and remember who we are so we can use this law of assumption for the betterment of our consciousness. We're always going to be ascending or trying to ascend. It's very, very potent change you can make with this. You can make the most wonderful changes that equal the most wonderful life. There's a lot to behold that if you have a block of some kind, keep at this, because on the other side is the objectification of your happiness, and it is waiting for you. So just keep at it. Now, okay, repeating and then we'll move. No matter what the grievances may be, you have no right to carry it around with you, and you cannot ascend in consciousness until all your grievances are tossed on the altar and sacrificed. Only as you give them up will you find the holy water. Now, this holy water is not the church variety, but the symbol of the 12 aspects of the mind. When your mind is cleared of all of its cobwebs, grievances, the bowl of holy water is placed on the backs of oxen, and your disciplined mind serves you rather than you serving it. The bull symbolizes the mind in its wild state and must be tamed. Washed in holy water and clothed in soft raiment, that's in parentheses, washed in holy water and clothed in soft raiment, R-A-I-M-E-N-T. When you enter the Holy of Holies alone and bathe in its waters, your mind is washed of all mean thoughts and cleansed. Begin now to associate your thoughts only with the good, only with the good. Then that which proceeds out of your mouth, which is your mind, this is only portraying what's your thoughts are loud enough, but once you voice it, well, you've doubled, maybe even more so, of course. Begin now to associate your thoughts only with the good. Then that which proceeds out of your mouth will never defile you. I am is the self-definition of the infinite. Go and tell them that I am has sent me unto you. Go and tell them that I am has sent me unto you. Awareness, I amness, is the only power of the universe. Its power makes you alive. If you say, I am sick, you are. Have you ever wanted to call in sick and then you mustered up enough sick-sounding talk when you got on the phone to call in sick? That is too funny. Now you know why. If you say, I am secure, you are. Feeling yourself into the situation of a given state, you must take upon yourself the results of that state of mind. All things are made alive from a state of mind, and without the state, nothing can be made, as you only resurrect the state from which you are identified. Where you are psychologically is what you are in reality. Therefore, if you catch yourself feeling sorry for yourself, stop it and start feeling happy. There it is. Just stop it. I'm going to put a link in the description to this video of I forget the guy's name again. I remembered after the last time I mentioned this. If you're following through in the videos, you'll remember I mentioned this guy that was a self-professed life coach, and somebody would come to him and he had a low price, and he said they had to pay for it up front and they couldn't get a refund, and it was a very low price. The gal wrote a check or gave him some money, and then all he found out what her problem was. She had a fear of being buried alive. And all he said over and over was, stop it! It is hilarious when you watch the skit. I think it's on maybe something like Saturday Night Live. But anyway, it's this sense of humor that we need to bring up. Because if you catch yourself feeling sorry for yourself, stop it. Just stop it. Just stop it. And start feeling happy. You are in charge of that. If you don't, you will identify yourself with the state of self-pity and outpicture it. Let the weak man say, I am strong. Don't wait until you become strong before saying this. If you feel weak in any sense, affirm, I am strong. And if you persist in that assumption, it will harden into fact. No one should ever take the name of the Lord in vain, for that name is I am. The righteous man, I can't get this off my head. If you feel weak in any sense, affirm I am strong. And if you persist in that assumption, it will harden into fact. Have you ever poured any kind of batter for making a cake into a pan of some kind and put it in the oven? It was liquid when it went in. After so much temperature and so much time, it's solidified. This is all you're doing when you're saying, I am strong. I am married. I am wealthy. I am healthy. All you're taking is this seemingly liquid idea that doesn't seem to have solidity because you don't see it. Doesn't mean it's not true. If the cake is in liquid form, doesn't mean it's not a cake to be. Doesn't mean it's not a cake to be. Your wealth doesn't mean when you say I am wealthy and you don't see it here in your self-concept, in your outer senses, doesn't mean you're not wealthy to be. If you're saying I am in love, happily married and raising a family, and you don't see that in your world, nor do you even have a spouse or a boyfriend, girlfriend, it doesn't mean it's not love and marriage to be. Healthy, wealthy, all of it. It doesn't mean it's not to be. It's the liquid state. It's an idea state, but that is where the reality is. It's the precursor of reality. The three-dimensional self of your objection is the shadow. Remember that. This is the shadow of what you already created when you made the subjective impression. No one should ever take the name of the Lord in vain, for that name is I am. The righteous man is already conscious of being the person he wants to be. He never sins. Remember, righteous. Righteous is someone who knows this path and uses the path, has a desire, makes the impression onto the subjective consciousness, then that desire objectifies into reality. A righteous man is somebody who uses this. You are becoming righteous. Righteous is what you're becoming because all you're doing is using this law. The law is called the law of assumption. And all it is being aware of it and then using it. That's called being righteous. The righteous man is already conscious of being the person he wants to be. He never sins. Remember, sin means missing the mark. Sin means not listening to your desire. If you're not listening to your desire and making that subconscious subjective impression, then you're not going to hit the mark. You're not going to become that objective reality. That means you're ignoring your own desire and you're listening to the world. When you're listening to the world, you're listening to things out here. And you're missing the mark because you're not making the impression into your subconscious. You're letting the world do that for you. And then you follow all their advertising and then you become what they want you to become. That's called sinning. That's called missing the mark. That's called not the path of the righteous. Redefines that, doesn't it? So the righteous man knows his own path, knows his desire and how to get there. He never sins, the righteous man, but runs into the name, for sinning is missing his desired state, and righteousness is hitting it. I will set him on high because he knows my name. End quote. Assume the consciousness of being the one you want to be, and you will be saved from your present state. Your present state is here. Once you assume the consciousness of the one you want to be, you'll make that subjective impression, and you will become conscious and be in reality the one you want to be. That'll be your objectification, and it'll be the reality you see around yourself. Is that wealth? You'll see new cars. You'll see your new house. You'll see a bunch of wonderful things change in your consciousness. Everything out here is your consciousness. Everything's you pushed out. So you'll see everything around you just start upgrading. Everything will start and become upgraded. Pieces of furniture will be replaced. Mattresses will be replaced. Sheeting, tables, lamps, computers, cars, clothing. All of a sudden, everything that falls into your desire because you know the path of righteousness. all of a sudden, all these upgrades just start showing up. All of a sudden, the ideal starts becoming your reality. It literally starts to blossom into the world of the real. Your individual hunger can and will be satisfied when you run righteously into the state desired. This is done through the act of feeling. Have we heard it enough times? Have we heard it enough times? If you watched any Neville or heard any lecture or read any of his books like we're doing now, have you heard it enough times? Do you think there's a reason why it's so repetitive? Do you think there's a reason why it is the actual only mantra of all the mantras of Neville? It really is that one word. If you had to simmer it down to one word, it is basically feel, feeling, the relief, that's a feeling. Feel happy and you are conscious of happiness. Feel married and you are consciously moved into the state of marriage. The thing desired must be felt before you are conscious of possessing it. Learn to say no to unlovely thoughts rather than accepting them with passive indifference. For a soul must imagine itself into the act to taste the fruit of the state acted upon. Remember, consciousness alone is the cause of the fruit you reap and the only explanation for its existence. There is no one to blame but self for all of the things that have happened, are happening, and will happen to you, as they could not come into your world unless you consented to them. And this is a very difficult point. All the things that happen to you are your creation. When my teacher first told me this, we were studying the Seth material. This is 1991. She told me every single experience is your creation, including everything that happened to you as a child. And I was like, wait a minute. You're going to have to break that one down because I can't believe that by a long shot. And as we got into the study of the Seth material, and basically Seth is doing the same thing Neville is, it's telling you that you're the creator of your experience. And why would you have an experience if you weren't to gain something from that experience? And typically most of your teachers are your experiences, whether they be good, bad, or indifferent. And that, we're not even going to simmer down into that. But we know there's a lot of weird, wonderful things that happen in people's lives' experiences. But understand that they are your creation, number one. Very hard pill to swallow, very difficult. Took me a lot of time to get through that one alone. So I don't begrudge you for taking your time to get through that one, but it is a very difficult pill to swallow. Remember, just remember the three fingers pointing back at you. That should give you a guide. But whatever you're experiencing is giving you the lessons to get you sooner or later. Sooner or later, it's going to get you. These experiences, whatever they are, okay? They're going to get you to realize this jump right here. Once you have this total impression on your subjective state, your subjective consciousness, the first time you do this, okay, you're already doing it. But the first time you do this consciously and see the result, and I'm talking about a parking space, I'm talking about a free cup of coffee, I'm talking about the pizza, having someone else buy it for you, all of these things, the first time you see it happen, know that you created it first. Know that since you created that, it's not a far stretch to say you created every single thing up to that day, because you have. The sooner you can admit that and swallow that pill, you'll be racing along. So start now to consent only to lovely thoughts of fulfilled desires prior to their confirmation by your senses, and give up the animal instinct of suffering and bathing yourself in the feelings of hurt and self-pity. Start now to consent only to the lovely thoughts of fulfilled desires prior to their confirmation by your senses, and give up the animal instinct of suffering and bathing yourself in the feelings of hurt and self-pity. I read a book my teacher had called Magus Daskalos, the Magus of Stravolos. It was a Greek healer. Upon reading that book, It was the most profound book I had read. It was approximately 1992-ish. It was the most profound book because upon reading that book, I realized finally I wasn't alone. And if you research and study that book or the study of that subject of that person, the magician of I think that it's interpreted in Greek as to mean the teacher, the healer, the teacher, or something like that. But I realized I wasn't alone because of what he was doing, and I knew that I could do that. And I've also purchased books from my teacher. One was on Paracelsus, the healer, and it was a comb-bound book, green paper, very thick book. And I would read that book, and I would just be just dumbfounded by how he did the healings. By the Magus of Strovolis, how did he do his healings and what his methods, and Paracelsus. And these are fascinating, fascinating books, fascinating subject. But it was in those people that did what they did, and if you look them up, it's profound. It was that where I turned on to the idea inside of me that this wasn't a brutal environment, that there was a possibility that I could do something here. I could just learn this one skill and do it too. Add my name to that list of just doing this thing, of being better or figuring it out, how to heal or how to make someone else better, but by my thought. And so it was those few books right there that really turned it around for me. That because I was definitely not I was not aiming myself for sticking around in this reality very much longer. It just didn't seem to have any definition. So we're going to get into my story later, and I will make a video on it, but it was a couple good books with good teachers in them that I used to turn myself around. They didn't do it to me. I did it with that knowledge, which is what you can do with this knowledge. You can turn it around. The psychological tongue is much like the physical one. If someone annoys you, turn aside and keep the tongue of your mind away from the sore spots of dislike. For your little mental conversations are producers of your future. Very, very true. Remember, if you're sending out a negative, if you're imagining unlovely for someone over here and they don't accept that, that's coming right back here. And what do you think all the people that are going to associate with this self-concept are going to be like? They're going to be like doing the same activity to you that you're doing to others. And you're just going to be stuck in this loop of that negative. Sacrifice your body of suffering by giving it up, and tame your mind. For we are told, blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. Meek, in parentheses, is tame here. Blessed are the meek, tame, for they shall inherit the earth. Clothe yourself with joy and good news, and you will walk into your holy of holies. You will walk into your holy of holies, clothed in your immortal garment of love. There is a rhythm in your world that you cannot hear or see, and your aura is like no one else's. A bloodhound knows. If two odors were alike, no bloodhound could find you. But you are unique, one of a kind, with your own special aura, radiating your level of being. Don't judge auras for the simple reason that you have to see the aura of another through your own, and what you are seeing is only your assumption of the man. Don't judge. Don't judge auras for the simple reason that you have to see the aura of another through your own, and what you are seeing is only your assumption of the man. There is a rhythm in your world that you cannot hear or see, and your aura is like no one else's. A bloodhound knows. Oh boy. What a profound chapter. Take not the name in vain. And I tell you what, Margaret Ruth, and I've read the book before, I've got my Post-its in it, but there's definitely in her writing, in her interpretation, in her guidance with those Neville notes, you can feel, at least I can, there's a definite emotional track happening with it, because it's definitely calling me out. It's calling me to give words to some experiences I've had, and also what I might sense you might be experiencing, because I believe in the spontaneity of being. I believe that the spontaneity of our creaturehood is where value really is. That's the fastest way to find out how you can do what you find fulfilling to yourself. I learned that from the Seth material. Trust the spontaneity of your being, for it knows the truth of you. If you want to know who and what you are, you just simply trust your spontaneity. That is all children are doing. Children go out and play. They're trusting the spontaneity of their being. They do not distrust. They just trust. They never doubt. They just go. That's what I learned in the Seth material, which is very valuable. And I can really sense Margaret's writing, and I can sense her value of Neville the man and Neville the teacher. You could just sense that right in here. And I mentioned those other books that I had read before because I can see where she's coming from, and I can really appreciate it. Okay, post-chapter words. Complacency is a curse. You are given the power of I to think, and everyone is allowed to think for themselves. If you remember back, if you've been following all these videos, when I said early on that one of the most profound things I learned from a musician that published in a magazine, saying that his opinion was everybody should think for themselves, and that stuck in my head as a teenager, and it's never gotten out of there. And there it is right there. And I believe these are her words. You are given the power of the I to think, and everyone is allowed to think for themselves. All things, when admitted to consciousness, are made manifest, be they good, bad, or indifferent. Dare to stand on your own by this teaching, and you will never again feel the need to justify failure. Dare to stand on your own by this teaching, and you will never again feel the need to justify failure. That reminds me of something I learned in some training I had, and I want to go ahead and put that out there. Some things you should never, ever, ever do. 1, never justify. Right? Never explain. And never, ever defend. If you can't tell, that was the sales training that I learned. I learned this in a certain type of sales training, but the idea is dare to stand on your own by this teaching, and you will never again feel the need to justify failure. In the way that I learned it was a sales technique or sales training, but the idea here is in being yourself, in being who and what you are, in taking the daring, in having the courage and taking the dare to think of your own desire and not your mother's, not your father's, not your sister's, not your brother's, not your spouse's, not your kids, but dare to think for yourself, which everybody is okay to do, as she just said there too. It takes some set of courage. And as you try to aim at your own specific desire that is within you, that is totally unique to you, because it's your self-concept you're working with, it's not anybody else's. So as you dare to be bold and imagine what is good for you, you might come up in situations where you're taking actions you're not trying to explain to anybody else, but they see you and they point it out. Somebody might point it out. And this is important. Never, ever, never, ever, ever, never, ever do this. Never justify what you're doing. Just keep your desire in mind. Never justify it. Never explain. All you're doing is, if you find yourself justifying or explaining, you're only doing that to the world. You're trying to tell the world? No, they're not the ones that are going to impress your subjective self, your subconscious. That's your responsibility. So if you find yourself explaining, justifying, or the other never ever do is defend, which is, you can see it's the same thing. If you find yourself ever explaining, justifying, or defending to the world, then you're missing the mark again. You're trying to put up some kind of front. You're trying to say, okay, yeah, I'm doing this because, no, I'm doing this to better not just myself, but you too. No. That's justification. That's nonsense. That's sinning. That's missing the mark here. You want to be aimed at your desire for your fulfillment, because your objective is what your desire is trying to get you to do. It's trying to urge you to take the path of righteousness towards the kingdom of heaven. This is the path of righteousness where you're going to find it. Never explain, justify, or defend. Never explain, justify, or defend. There is no reason. If you do, you're only deflating what your impression is. You're deflating by justifying it to the world, and the world is not where it's at. This is inner work we're talking about. This is in here. Extra. That was no extra charge for that little extra bit right there, all right? All right, that was chapter 2. Oh my gosh, what a great book. Take not the name in vain. I thought this was going to go a different direction. Wonderful, wonderful book. Okay, we'll see you in the next chapter. Neville Goddard, The Creative Use of Imagination, also known as The Power of Unlimited Imagination. Neville via Margaret Ruth Broom. Chapter 3, Desire, my favorite subject. This is the best. If it wasn't for this, what would push you? Why would you do anything? Why would you get out of bed? It's one word. It's one concept. Chapter 3, Desire. As you are, so shall God appear to be you. The priest will see God as the head of all celestial and terrestrial records. To a judge, he is the great judge, forever meting out punishment. To the Hottentot, God is the kind of chief he, himself, would like to be. So you see, men are forever creating God in their image. Isn't that interesting? Men are constantly, forever creating God in their image. God is God from the creation. Truth alone is man's salvation. But the God that now you worship soon shall be your God no more. For the soul in its unfolding, evermore its thoughts remolding, and it learns more truly in its progress, whom to love and how to adore. Through this teaching, you will learn to outgrow your concept of God. For God changes not, only your ideas of Him change. Fascinating piece. It's a very interesting subject, the word God. When you first come into the Neville material, it's like, whoa, wait a minute. I thought I was learning something else that was more atheistic. Do I have to use the word God? Oh no, Jesus too? Oh, here we go. Scripture? Oh boy, more. Through this teaching, you will outgrow your concept of God, for God changes not, only your ideas of Him change. Desire is your mainspring of action, for you cannot move without desire. Ask yourself, what wantest thou of me? And then formulate your desire. Ask yourself, remember, I am. Go into your closet, shut the door, in private, I am, breathing, relaxing. You're at home, there's nothing, just you and I am. Ask yourself, what wantest thou of me? What wantest thou of me? And what do you hear? What's the first thing that comes floating to the surface? Feel its presence, and you have granted yourself the desire's fulfillment. Human life is nothing more than the appeasement of hunger. And the infinite series of levels of awareness is the means to satisfy that hunger. Health is a desire, a hunger that can be appeased when the idea is formulated in the mind that I am healthy. Health is a desire, a hunger that can be appeased when the idea is formulated in the mind that I am healthy. The same is true of wealth, peace, harmony, or fame, for all of these are states of awareness. Identify yourself with the state desired. Persist in this identification, and because you and God are the one consciousness, what you are conscious of, you outpicture. Remember the old saying, fake it till you make it, right? So here you are. I am all that is God. That's all of us. All creation in one shot. Everything. Every single human, every single creature, every single manifestation. Here's a self-concept, another self-concept. Here's one that you might be now. Here's another one. There's several more. There's some this way, some that way, upside down, right side up. People in Australia are obviously upside down. Okay, over here is your current self-concept. And this is the one you want to be. Identify yourself with the state desired. Persist in this identification, and because you and God are one consciousness, what you are conscious of, you outpicture. Identify yourself. This is yourself right here. This is who you are currently are as a self-concept. But you want to be this self-concept. Here you're single, not married, not in love, not in a relationship, but you want to be in one. So you must identify yourself with the one you want to be. How do you do that? Do you fall asleep with the mental ring on your mental finger? Do you go to sleep feeling your mental ring with your mental hand and fall asleep knowing your partner's in bed next to you? Knowing how that feels? Feeling secure? They're there? Neville said about his wife, he was talking about somebody and he says, what kind of house do you have? He says when his wife, her name was Wilhelmina, he called her Bill. I might have that backwards. That might be his first wife's name. I forget, but he called his wife by the name of Bill. I think I'm correct, but either way, correct me in the comments if it's backwards. But he said his house, if he got home and she wasn't there, the house was empty. And if she was there and he was coming home to a cocktail party and he wasn't there, even though the house was full of people, to her it was still empty because he wasn't there. And I'm here to tell you, that's exactly how it is in my relationship, in my marriage, in my 25 years. If she's not home, my house is empty. I'm in there. She could be off at a work function or whatever, but the house is empty to me. It's the same in reverse. We have a wonderful dog. I'll show you him later, named Ziggy. But the idea is it's an empty world. And what I'm trying to convey here is it seems empty to me, who from my current position, I'm this self-concept, but the self-concept I was when I was single, and I worked on this quite a lot of intense energy. I'll make video about that. And that's why I'm trying to come at this from this relationship perspective, mostly because it means the most to me, even today, as it did when I had a self-concept where I was single. So in this time, what is it to myself when I was single to be full of that, all the things that go with the identification of being together? What was it to me? That's what I'm trying to tell you. What is it? If you want that relationship, you want that marriage, you have to embody, at least fake it till you make it. You have to fake that you are in one. You have to mentally, the word fake is kind of thrown around. It's an odd word for this phrase because that phrase has been used in a lot of weird ways. Fake it till you make it, right, whatever. Here, we're trying to embody what it is we desire. So we're bringing the impression into our feelings. That feeling state is making an impact, an impression on our subjective consciousness, which objectifies the reality. Persist in this identification, and because you and God are one consciousness, you and God are one consciousness, what you are conscious of, you outpicture. The cross is the symbol of suffering. There is no physical cross upon which a man was nailed, but a body of beliefs that a man wears. Except you deny yourself and lift up your cross and follow me, you are unworthy of me. Lift up your cross by raising your awareness, for your I amness is the creator of your world. Lift up your cross by raising your awareness, for your I amness is the creator of your world. As an individual, you move and live in time, but your true being is in eternity. Think of the vertical line of the cross. as the line of being upon which there are unnumbered levels of awareness. Now, time cannot make you better or wiser. In fact, time cannot do a thing toward changing your level of being. For change is all on the vertical line, where you move to higher or lower levels of your own being. Okay, let's put the vertical line. Higher or lower levels of your own being. That's the line here. Higher or lower levels. Okay, I often equate this to going to a new subconscious, but a self-concept, but we'll see what he's getting into here. Time cannot make you better or wiser. In fact, time cannot do a thing toward changing your level of being. For change is all on the vertical line, where you move to higher or lower levels of your own being. Let's call these higher, let's call these lower, and let's call this higher movement. Let's call that going from a current self-concept to another self-concept that's higher, that was one of desire and fulfillment. Because change is imminent, we speak of it as infinite imminence, as nearer than near and sooner than now. That's wonderful. Sooner than now. I love it. The man you would like to be is imminent. Imminent. The man you would like to be is imminent. Remember, man is equal for manifestation. He is nearer than near. Nearer than near. The ideal you dream of being is sooner than now and is brought into being by a change in your reactions to life. In the book of Revelations, we are told, I will give to every being according to his work. The only work you are called upon to do is work on yourself. The only work you are called upon to do is work on yourself. You already know this. If you've been through the videos this far, you already know you change your self-concept. That changes your 3D reality. I am wealthy gives you wealth. It doesn't just fall out of the sky. There are things you're going to do. When you work on wealth, your bridge of incidents could involve anything, but it's gonna happen. You work on marriage, the bridge of incidents, it's gonna happen. Health, it's gonna happen. There is no thing impossible to the law of assumption. Nothing is unreachable. Nothing is unattainable. Nothing is impossible. It all is. So it is possible. All its creations are done. The only work you are called upon to do is to work on yourself. Could it be more profound than that? You're not pounding stakes on the railroad all day. Start this work by observing your reactions to life. Remember, your future is not being developed, it already is. Your future, the next self-concept you are to embody, is not being developed. It's not coming into fruition. It already is. Remember, once you have the desire, instantaneously, spontaneously, simultaneously, it is in existence. Once that springs open, once the idea springs into your mind, the 3D reality is already in existence. Your future is not being developed, it already is. The time track is complete, as well as all of the events you can encounter. As you move up or down the level of your being, changes will occur in your life. You are now resting at a certain level. Arise, take up your couch, and walk. By breaking the threads of life that bind you to the state you are now in. Arise, take up your couch, and walk by breaking the threads of life that bind you to the state that you are now in. Break these threads by changing your thoughts, for only as you rise within will you find a corresponding change without. Only as you rise within will you find a corresponding change without. Have you ever wondered what it would be like if you were of two pure eyes to behold iniquity? That's T-O-O. If you were all tenderness, all love, all generosity, aim for those feelings, then watch your relationship to them. All tenderness, all love, all generosity. It is here in the midst of the storms of life that you work this law. If you identify yourself with an unlovely state, you will find yourself sinking into it. But you can lift up your cross by breaking your automatic mechanical reactions to life and sacrificing your present level of being. This message comes not to bring peace, but a sword. It comes to set a man at variance against his brother, father, mother, and all the members of his household. For I bring the sword of truth, that is the word of God. This word is sharper than any two-edged sword, for it is capable of piercing the soul and spirit. I am not suggesting you turn against your earthly relatives, but that you turn against the psychological ideas that govern your behavior and the dominant mood that governs your actions and reactions to life. If at this moment your feelings are not noble, turn against them, for they are your psychological mother. This is done by putting new feelings in their place. You cannot change your thinking until you change your feeling, and all feelings come from ideas. Now, everything we're doing here is to try and get to feel it real. Once we feel it real, we know that objectification and manifestation happened because we felt it. We even know the feeling of the Sabbath now because we felt it real once. We saw the pizza, we saw the parking space, we saw our friend get better, we saw his knee heal. We've seen it work. You cannot change your thinking until you change your feeling. And when we applied our feeling, we saw this work and we saw the miracle. Feelings come from ideas. You have to change what you're thinking. At this moment, your feelings are not noble. Turn against them. Put new feelings in their place. A man's enemies are those of his own household, which is everything he accepts as true. Boy, oh boy, that's a wonderful wordsmithery right there. A man's enemies are those of his own household, which is everything he accepts as true. This sword can pierce even to the severing of soul and spirit. Your Father, your I am, is spirit. And when you worship him, you must do so in spirit and in truth. Be still and say to yourself with feeling, I am he. All that you consent to, all that you believe and accept as true, be it wise or foolish, forms the clothing you wear. But you can be reclothed and ascend to a higher level of being when you take up your cross and follow your imagination. Reclothed, remember I talked about upgrades, and ascend to a higher level of being when you when you take up your cross and follow your imagination. Most of us are aimless. We want more than we presently have. We want the other fellow to change, anybody else to change, but we don't want to do the same thing that will bring the change about, for we don't want to change self. In Revelations, John tells us, I will give to everyone according to his work. The gift is not given according to the work of another, but according to the work you do on yourself, and that work is to uncritically observe your reactions to life as they bind you to a certain level. That work is to uncritically observe your reactions to life. That's all the work we're talking about here. That's not that much work. Uncritically observe your reactions to life as they bind you to a certain level. Disassociate yourself from your unpleasant thoughts and associate yourself with your aim. What is your aim you're trying to impress on your subconscious? Disassociate yourself from your unpleasant thoughts and associate yourself with your aim, thereby rising to its level. For your ideal is on that vertical line that you stand upon. That vertical line, it would be here for me, rising to its level, for your ideal is on that vertical line you stand upon. Boom. Scripture tells us to seek and ye shall find, and when you find him, you will be like him. I tell you, you will never find your fulfilled desire until you are the desire. Ooh, man. That guy I saw walking on with his guitar, and he was playing it while he was walking. I would say he was focused on his desire to the point where he could ignore what his senses were showing him, except know that he was walking safely on this grass. But he was focused on playing the chords and licks he was strumming with his walking down the street. If you didn't see that video yet, basically I saw a guy walking with a guitar strapped to himself, playing away. He was doing two things, one of which didn't matter to him. He had to walk anyway. But he could ignore those senses and focus on what his desire was to learn and play and strum and get it down and memorize his craft. The desire was to learn, and he was learning. I tell you, you'll never find your fulfilled desire until you are the desire. In my opinion, that kid was the desire. Those who go searching for love only make manifest their lovelessness. For you never have to search for what you are. Oh, man. Manifestation. I've spoken before. You don't need to go out here. You don't need to go out here and get these supposed apps that tell you who you're compatible with. Until you're going to make that impression that you are loving and married and happily in a relationship, until you make that impression in your subconscious and become the embodiment of what that means, nothing in the world is going to deliver that. Nothing. I don't care how much money you throw at this. This is not going to cut it. Anything you go down this road, it's a temporary excursion. You're always here. You go out here, then you get snapped back. You're in the world for a minute and it snaps back. I and my Father are one. There are no divisions to the self. All these supposed divisions aren't even divisions. Sister, mother, brother, friend, cousin, nephew, niece, all this, they're not divisions. They're all Him. You stray from the flock, you come out here, you get brought back. That's the nature of how this works. You're always going to have a home. No matter what you do out here. So if you go out here trying to get the answer for what you're supposedly compatible with, and that's going to be the ultimate situation I should follow, you have to change the consciousness. As soon as you change this consciousness, instantly bridge of incidents, instantly a date, instantly going to dinner, instantly going to the movie, instantly spending time with each other. Instantly, because you changed the consciousness here. Out here is an outpicturing of what you do in here. There is no other process. It doesn't work any other way. It doesn't work any other way. I got to repeat that sentence. Those who go searching for love only make manifest their lovelessness, for you never have to search for what you are. I am Mary, and you are Mary too, for we are forever conceiving of ourselves. The whole of human life is the appeasement of desire, and desire, conceived as fulfilled, will externalize itself. Desire, conceived as fulfilled, will externalize itself. If you are not hungry enough to transcend your present level of consciousness, you will not conceive of anything greater. Sad sentence. As long as you are in love with the state you are in, you cannot and will not rise from it. If you are happy with the torture you're experiencing, you will not change from it. If you are happy with it, because everything you are doing with the world putting into your subconscious and giving you the same loop over and over, never fulfilling a new desire, you're in a loop. Without the vertical line of states, life would have no meaning. The ancients called this infinite series Jacob's ladder. You do not build this ladder, rather you climb it through self-discovery. You know, the exercise, I will not climb a ladder. Now you can understand what's going on with that ladder. The ancients called this infinite series Jacob's ladder. You do not build the ladder, rather you climb it through self-discovery. When you think of another, you are seeing only your opinion of him. If you think he is kind, he is kind. If you think he is stupid, and he is playing the part you have assigned him because of your opinion of him. Therefore, if your desire is for him to change, you must change your opinion of yourself, for he is only your opinion pushed out. Where you are psychologically is what you are. Therefore, only associate with the feeling that leads you to the fulfillment of your dreams. Very important point here. When you think of another, you are seeing only your opinion of him. Now, if you have anybody itching you and is giving you the business, and you and yourself is perturbed by that person, on a deep spiritual understanding, you know it's you pushed out. But on the emotional reactive level, you're paying attention to your reactions. You think of this person or someone mentions this person and you get all bugged out. Your normal negative reaction, you have to stop. In the name of love. Couldn't be truer, right? You have to stop and you have to replace anything you were about to think or say in your mind and replace it immediately. Oh, so-and-so's doing so much grander for themselves in life. I hardly ever see them or hear from them because they're doing all these successful things and they're so busy. I'm so happy for them. You have to stop and just replace that track that you had playing before. Again, what this means is you are forgiving your trespasser, which is you anyway. So you're forgiving. You're spreading the love here. Because he or she is playing the part that you assigned to them because of your opinion. If your desire is for them to change, you must change the opinion of yourself. For they are only you pushed out. Wow, what a chapter. Desire, one of the most important subjects, I think, in all of this. Because if you don't understand or have a viewpoint of what your desire is, then you haven't gone in and shut the door into your closet and prayed in secret, meaning go inside and say, what is it that I like? What do I want to be, have, or do? What do I want to do with my life? Desire is the ultimate beginning of all of this. And you must know it's never going to stop. That desire fountain, I am all that is, God, is never going to stop pouring desire through you or anybody else. Desire is always going to be coming. It's a never-ending source of creativity. It's not going to stop. If you know your desire, then you're at least that far on a mission. Now you know if you have a desire, any desire, then you now know what you need to impress onto your subconscious, make that marriage happen, marry, as he mentions here, and then the objectification of the son, which is the birth. From one individual will become a son, which will be the birth of your idea, your desire becoming reality, becoming objectified, becoming manifestation. Okay, postscript. May all of your dreams be noble ones. Pay attention to your thoughts and discipline them so that they flow from the feeling of your wish fulfilled. For you are not awake until the outer you becomes placid and the inner you dynamic. Never envy the good fortune of another. Simply appropriate your own. Quite frankly, I am, if someone's giving me news if I'm hearing news of someone purchasing a new home or having a new career or a new inheritance or whatever has happened or new vehicles, I'm always extremely happy. I'm like, wow, congratulations, that's awesome. Or someone tells me about somebody else, they just, whatever. I know of a couple, friends, associates, they just both retired, the husband and wife, and they just moved to where their offspring live in Tennessee, and I'm like, that's great, that's awesome, man. And both of them put in all their career of effort, and then they go to follow their dreams, follow their children to where they live now, and I think that's wonderful. Someone else might hear that news and be offset, and it might be off-putting to them because they have a jealousy. Makes no sense. Simply appropriate your own. They used the law the law of assumption. Those two use the law of assumption and are fulfilling their own dreams. Why aren't you? If you ever find yourself jealous or put off by someone else's success, it's because you haven't gotten off of your ass. You're sitting on your backside means that you are not applying the law of assumption and making it happen. But you are making it happen, but unconsciously. You haven't gotten off your ass, meaning awareness of this. Awareness of being, awareness of desire, awareness of putting that impression into your subconscious, awareness of the objectification of this whole thing happening. You haven't gotten off of your backside and pulled up your bootstraps and made it happen. And it is not work. We're not talking about work here. As he said in this chapter, there is no work involved. It's a psychological adjustment. Never envy the good fortune of another, simply appropriate your own. That's big. Give yourself your daily bread by giving yourself the opportunity to remember who you are. I and my Father are one. My Father is greater than I. Give yourself your daily bread by giving yourself the opportunity to remember who you are. Remembering who you are is the goal of all this, in my humble opinion. The goal of this is for us to remember He made us in His image and forgot who He was in our image, so that in our image we would remember that we are Him. That's the process. Give yourself your daily bread by giving yourself the opportunity to remember who you are. Wow, what a wonderful chapter. What did you get out of that? There's definitely some wonderful leaning within Margaret's fusing together of Neville's notes from the gal. It's wonderful chapter. Chapter 3, desire. I can't say enough about that subject. I've spent many a time, and I don't care about the definition of time. I don't even want to give it voice, but I've spent my own amount of time trying to figure out what it is I want to do. And in my search, I've done all the analysis. I've spent a lot of supposed time, years, whatever, decades, and I've studied all of what I could, possibly humanly, and come to the conclusion that just listening, as simply as Neville's putting it, just simply listening to inside here is the easiest way. Because, I go to college, didn't know what I want to major in. Do I want to major in that? Taking these classes, taking those classes, didn't care about that class, blah, blah, blah. Out there is never going to solve the equation. It's never going to be where your answers come from. You know they come from here, so you might as well get on with the business at hand. Go into your I am, ask yourself, what is it that I like? Desire. Wow. Okay, end of chapter. We'll see you in the next one. Neville Goddard, The Power of Unlimited Imagination. We are bouncing into the creative use of imagination for chapter 4, which is not in The Power of Unlimited Imagination. It is a chapter titled, Are You Making Wine? The Bible's purpose is to lift the individual up to a higher level of being. That sounds very reasonable. This begins in the state of Moses and the discovery of I am. Then, in the book of Isaiah, we are told to turn back your foot from the Sabbath and take delight in the Lord. Let us examine this thought to find its deeper meaning. Now, in order to keep the Sabbath, you must cease from having any mental doubt, as the mental foot you stand upon is your belief. When your mental foot touches the earth, its action is automatic and mechanical. Using your powerful consciousness, begin now to break the mechanical hold it has on your life by turning your thoughts to your fulfilled desire and observe the Sabbath. Observe the Sabbath. He is saying observe the Sabbath. And we know what that means. That means it is done. That means having that conviction, it is done. Here we are. All that is, I am, God right here. Here's our self-concepts, where you are, where you want to be. There's multiple self-concepts you've lived in before. Some you might visit again or revisit or make new ones. I am all that is, God. You are of Him. My Father and I are one. My Father is greater than I. Using your powerful consciousness, begin now to break the mechanical hold it has on your life by turning your thoughts to your fulfilled desire, which is right there. Turning your thoughts there and observe the Sabbath. To observe the Sabbath means, as we talked about before, you know it's done. Turning your thoughts means to your fulfilled desire means you've made the impression into your subconscious. your subjective self, subjective conscious. You've made the impression. So now it's Sabbath time. So now you observe the fulfilled desire. The twins spoken of in Scripture symbolize your duality. Abel, the inner you, and Cain, the outer you. A reversal of order must now occur, for in the New Testament, your true identity is revealed as Christ, the inner you in parentheses, your hope of glory. A reversal of order must now occur, for in the New Testament, your true identity is revealed as Christ, your hope of glory. As you walk the earth, see people as they want to be seen, and you are pouring oil on their wounds. But if you do not, well, let me repeat that sentence. I want to clean it up. As you walk the earth, see people as they want to be seen, and you are pouring oil on their wounds. That's imagine lovingly. That is imagining lovingly for others. When you imagine lovingly, when I imagine lovingly, I'm here and my friend here wants to be married and be in love and have a family, and he or she is not. I imagine him as married, in love, having that family, so I sacrifice myself by making the subconscious impression, subjective impression on my current self, which I sacrifice. I become this self. He becomes this self. So we both sacrifice. We make a sacrifice. We kill the old man and we become the new man. I become a new man for taking on that subconscious impression, and he becomes a new man for becoming what it is he wants to be in the first place, which is great. With his desire, then I know what his desire is. Then I can easily imagine lovingly and add fuel to that. The golden rule. As you walk on earth, see people as they want to be seen, and you are pouring oil on their wounds. I told you before in an earlier video, and I'll make separate videos on these points, but imagining lovingly for if you're getting off the freeway, for instance, and you see somebody holding a sign, or you're on an intersection, you see someone holding a sign for money or food or whatever it is, go through that process of imagining lovingly. I don't want to break it down in too much detail, but basically you imagine seeing them with a new opportunity in life and doing great and having a new place to live, and they're sharing the news with you, and you're hearing them, you're seeing a smile on their face, you're hugging them and shaking their hand, and they're very happy about the whole situation. And then you keep on driving, and what you did was you just poured oil on that wound. But if you do not, you are as the scribes and the Pharisees described in the 23rd chapter of Matthew, doing their deeds to be seen by men. They preach, but they do not practice. In the 3rd chapter of the book of John, the story is told of Nicodemus, an intellectual man who believed that if he kept the law of Moses, he could enter the kingdom of heaven. Yet he was told, you must be born again, born of water and spirit. Here we see the difference between the intellect and the wisdom. Keeping the law of Moses is not enough. You must experience a change in the level of your being, thereby giving you wisdom in order for you to know rebirth. All we're talking about in rebirth is going from here, your old self-concept, to your new present self-concept. Be mindful of the tenses I just used. You're going from your old self-concept to your new present, your now self-concept. Your inner talking is the breeding ground of your future. Be it lovely or unlovely. Inner talking. Put a recorder on. See if you can record it. You would be surprised, as Neville's wife was, when she was upset with the producer that was chastising her basically and telling her about her works and maybe what could have improved. I didn't remember the detail there, but when Neville reminded her of her imagining lovingly with greater conversations with him in mind and him applauding her on her productions and creations, when she started to mentally carry that conversation while on her way to work, it changed the entire landscape of what she experienced with him. So your mental conversation, your inner talking, is the breeding ground of your future, be it lovely or unlovely. Neville's wife used that to great advantage. We all do too. We just want to be conscious and start doing the lovely. That's the point. This is told us so vividly in the book of Deuteronomy. I set before you this day blessings and cursings. Every time you tell someone off, even though it's done in your mind, you curse him. And every time you do unto others what you would like done unto you, they are blessed in the doing. Water is the symbol of psychological truth. To know the truth is not enough. It must be acted upon, at which time the psychological water turns into wine. Start now to observe all your unpleasant negative thoughts and change them. For until you separate yourself from the state from which these thoughts flow, they will continue to cause you to have the same experiences in life. So there's that loop. Until you change yourself from that state, separate yourself from that state. Now that's a self-concept. If you're in this self-concept and you're telling off others and you're stuck doing it over and over, and no doubt they're saying the same exact thing about you, because what goes around comes around, the fingers. So you send it and you get it back thrice. So you must change, or you're going to be in that loop where all you're seeing is the world and what it's delivering back. You're sending out this negative conscious, subconscious facts. You send it into the holy fax machine. Basically, it's a subconscious impression that goes into all consciousness. It's picked up by that individual. The negative facts coming in, and they have a negative facts to send back. This is in their subconscious and in your subconscious. It's also what's in the world is mostly that nonsense. It's just a loop of that nonsense continuously over and over until you change it. Water is the symbol of psychological truth. Wine is the symbol of the wisdom of that truth. So you turn water into wine by taking it from a knowing how this law works to a practicing how this law works. Practicing it, taking the path of righteousness, is becoming the wine, becoming the spiritual truth, expressing the wisdom. This is what we're trying to attain. What a wonderful, very short but wonderful one-page chapter. I love this one here. As you walk the earth, see people as they want to be seen. And you are pouring oil on their wounds. If you see the homeless person, see them as they want to be seen. They want to be seen well like you are well. So you give them that blessing by imagining what they're telling you about their new opportunity and how they got a new job doing the thing that they love to do and only they can do, and it's so great. And they're making so much money, and someone's cooking their food, and they have a car now. They have a new place to stay, and it's their own place. What does that cost you? I mean, really, what does that cost you? I got to put my phone down. I got to turn off the radio. I got to take out my headphones. As you walk the earth, see people as they want to be seen. Lovely. All right, that was chapter 4. We'll see you in the next chapter. All right, Neville Goddard, The Power of Unlimited Imagination. Chapter 4 again. This is chapter 4 in this book because we had chapter 4. Last chapter was this book. So I'm just going to call it for what it is. I'm not going to change the number, even though we're bouncing back because that chapter we just did wasn't in this book. So I'm doing the extras. The extras matter. All Neville matters. Chapter 4, Power of Unlimited Imagination, Seeing God. St. Augustine once said, "Oh my God, let me see thee, and if it die is to see thee, then let me die that I may behold thy face." Yet when we fell, God told us, "You cannot see my face and live, but I will cause my glory to pass by, and when I pass by, you shall see my back, but my face you will not see." That God is your wonderful I amness, your awareness who is forever claiming, "I am that is who I am. I am that is who I am." Imagination's power is the only power. It is your power to kill, to make alive, to wound, and to heal. It is your imagination that forms the light, makes the good, and creates the evil, and there is no other God. Man is inclined to believe in two powers, one for good and the other for evil. But I tell you, there is only one. The I in man is he who kills and makes alive, who curses and creates. Your consciousness of being is the only reality. The self-definition of an absolute state is, I am divine. And this absolute state is God. It is your I am, which cannot be seen. Matthew tells us, blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. The word pure in the above statement comes from the Greek word katharos, which also means clean, clear. To be pure, the mind must be cleared of all obstructions created by traditional wrong thinking. To be pure, the mind must be cleared of all obstructions created by traditional wrong thinking. The heart must be cleared of the belief in a secondary power. Only when this is done will you be blessed, for you will know the one and only God to be your true self. There is no power outside of you. The same power in you that makes the good creates the evil. Start now to free yourself from the belief in two powers, for only then will you be pure in heart and see God. The whole vast universe is nothing more than the response to the consciousness of men. If you believe that the I in another is the cause of your displeasure and not your own I, then you have planted a tree in your mind that is obstructing your view and must be uprooted. Oh boy. We are told, no man shall imagine evil in his heart. I'm not speaking of a physical organ, but of the mind, the center or heart of the matter. When your heart is pure, you become a member of the order of Melchizedek. Melchizedek. I have a book, the Melchizedek Truth Principle, I think. Very good book. Frater Akkad. Very good few books of his. Gosh, I read them, seems like a long time ago. When your heart is pure, you become a member of the order of Melchizedek. Read the story carefully and you will see that when Abraham slaughtered the kings, in parentheses, all of his negative and unlovely ideas. Read the story carefully and you will see that when Abraham slaughtered the kings, he returned to find Melchizedek, the symbol of the I am, the being you really are. Learn to discipline your mind, for only the disciplined mind can attain the feeling of the wish fulfilled. Remember the 12 disciples. These are the 12 disciplines of the mind. Study, memorize, flashcard. Understand when you shouldn't be hearing the BS. Simon, Peter, the 12 disciplines of the mind. Learn to discipline your mind, for only the disciplined mind can maintain the feeling of the wish fulfilled. Only the disciplined mind can maintain the feeling of the wish fulfilled. So, you have a wish to fulfill. God, all that is, I am. You have self-concepts, one you want to be, one you were. Some you were in the past, some you'll be in the future. This is where you are now. Having your focus on the wish to be fulfilled is to look here and make that subconscious impression to objectify what it is you want. Learn to discipline your mind, for only the disciplined mind can attain the feeling of the wish fulfilled. If what you had imagined has not come into being, it is because you have not severed the ties that bind you to the level where you now stand. You have not severed the ties that bind you to where your self-concept is now. You must sever the ties. You must kill the old man. That is not literal. That is psychological and figurative. The old man is the old you. That's where you now exist and stand. You must kill that man. You must break your mechanical reaction to life in order to change your life track. Mechanical reaction, what does that mean? You ever have if you have a pet, like a dog, for instance, and you have a toy that they love to chase and go fetch for, then you know what mechanical reaction means. Absolutely you know, because they are stimulus and response creatures. And I think at some level, with the habits we can form for ourselves, we become stimulus response creatures. And believe me, it's very true. So we must break our mechanical reaction to life in order to change our life track. If you're going to respond the same way over and over, you're going to be stuck in that loop. Out in the world, back here. You're not making the impression on your subconscious. The world's making the impression on your subconscious. So you have a desire, but you don't fulfill it by making that impression, so you go to the world. The world doesn't have an answer, but you get all in this loop out here. You come back over here, because that's where you started. You're always going to come home, but you don't find any fulfillment for your absence. You went out in the world and you came back, but there's nothing to show for when you were gone. That's the same thing as the now, the past, and the present. If you're spending time in the past or you're spending time in the future, I don't know if I said that correctly, the now, the future, and the past. If you're spending time out of your now dwelling on the past, or spending time dwelling in the future, and you're not present, and then all of a sudden you come back to the present, it's like coming back here to where your desires exist. And then you have nothing to show for your absence. You were gone in an illusion out here in the world of the mind, of the idea of the past, of the idea of the future. When I get my degree, when I get married, when I get the house, when I get the job, when I get the promotion, that's all future illusions. Same with the past. Oh, I wish I didn't do that to her. I wish I didn't do that to him. I wish they didn't do it to me. I just wish another thing went another way. Those are the illusions of the past. But what you do is when you leave your present and you go into the world imagining about the past or the future, that's kind of in the world stuff. Let's just call that in the world. Because in the world, if you're not present, you're in some other fantasy because you're not in your now. That fantasy is like all the other fantasies in the world, so we'll just call it that. If you're not present in your now, you're not home. The lights are on, but nobody's home. We want to remember as often as we can, let's get back to home. Let's get back into the closet, shut the door. I am, some breathing. This is not too intense. Couple I ams. Couple three, close your peepers and chill out. I'm chill. This is when you remember where your home is. Your home is now, right here. I and my Father are one. My Father is greater than I. You withdraw from all that illusion out there. The past drops, the future drops. Those two big illusions drop right away when you remember I am. Go in the closet, shut the door, meditate. Feel this when you go to sleep. You remember where your home is. You weren't far at all, but you just weren't home. The only reason for this teaching is to encourage you and push you up the vertical line of the cross. It is very important for you to learn to be uncritical of yourself. For if you are not, you will justify your behavior, which will cause you to remain in your present state. You'll be in that loop over and over and over. That loop is what it looks like is here's the world, here's everything and all of its wonderful offerings. Here's you, but you're not making the subjective impression into your subconscious. Here's your conscious, here's your subconscious. You're not making the impression enough to get this wed, to get this conception done. This is Mary over here inside of you. All of us have Mary, all of us have a womb. You're not making the impression. You're going into the world, you're going into the fantasy of the past, you're going into the fantasy of the future, and you're not making the impression. If you're not making the impression, your womb is open to all the offerings from without meaning the world, without outside of yourself. Remember, this game here, which we are all playing, is an inner world game. And when you're not present and you're caught over here thinking about the past, that's in the world. You're over here thinking about the future. This is not in the present. That's in the world. This whole thing here is now. This is the present. Okay? This is the present right here. Now. Eternal now. Everything in here is in the moment. It's in the right now. If you're caught thinking about the past or the future, which they do not exist, they are not within you. They are outside of you. Because when you're there, someday I will. What's that? Brian Tracy said, someday I'll. It's an island where all your dreams are fulfilled. Someday I'll. Someday I'll. Yeah, that's a good one. Okay, someday I'll over here is not at home. I wish I woulda. That's not home. I wish I would, and someday I'll. Boy, oh boy. If you're in either one of these, the lights are on, but nobody's home, and your subconscious is wide open for any of the offerings that the world wants to send your way. You're not deciding for yourself. You're not thinking for yourself, which is, I believe, is actually a privilege, a right. It's you thinking for yourself, but you haven't gone home. You haven't done your I am. You haven't asked yourself before you fall asleep, what is it I like? What is it I enjoy? When I wake up, I will know exactly the answer for my future. What is it I want to be? Now that's going within and shutting the door in secret. That's not out here, what's in my future. That's in here, what would be the fulfilling desire that I could chase down and be the happiest with, is what that says. That way you can make the impression into your subconscious. Bringing these two together, the inner wedding inside of you happens and gives birth to the son. This is your new objective reality. This is your 3D reality. That's the new car. That's the new wife. That's the new husband. That's the new health. That's your perfect blood analysis. That's all of that you're seeking when you have the desire. When you listen, when you go into the kingdom of heaven here and imagine, what would I like? What do I like? You have to take that push of yourself. No one's going to come up behind you and push you. You've got to do this. If you will stop being critical, you will stop the negative thoughts that bind you to your present state and move you out of it and into another. If you will stop being critical. There are 3 ways to clear your mind of the trees of traditional wrong thinking and allow you to see God. They are uncritical observation, non-identification, and sacrifice of the state you formerly believed yourself to be. Man tries to see God by means of little pictures, but God can only be seen through belief in one power. Through uncritical observation, you will encounter your particular state. If you don't like the role the state requires you to play as it unfolds, stop reacting to it. Until you reach the point where you no longer react, you are not pure enough to see God. Until you reach the point where you no longer react, you are not pure enough to see God. When you see Him, you will know Him as you will be like Him. You will be the reason you will be uncritical is because you will be non-judgmental now. You will know, I am Him. If you see me, you see my Father. You will know, I am Him. As you study this particular material, it will well up inside of you, and one day you'll be looking in that mirror after your shower and say, oh my, I am Him. Whoa. If I am Him and He is me, there's nothing wrong with me doing the works of Him. He made me in His image, forgot who He was in me, so I could wake up and remember I am Him. All His miracles are my miracles. All my miracles are His, so I can objectify any desire in my reality I want to experience. Any. Where I am is always what I am. Establish one I within yourself, not a number of I's. The I roots out all secondary causes and clears the mind of the power to enslave. Your belief in powers external to you is a tree that must be rooted out of your mind. It's the same thing as believing that all these things out here have power over you. You think out here is where your strength is. Is there a dating app? Is there somebody that's going to introduce you to somebody? Should you go to this group or that group so you can meet guys or meet potential fiancés? It's not out here. It's in here. Don't get me wrong. As you make the impression on your subconscious and you start to objectify that reality of being happily married, in love, all the wonder that goes with the relationship, as you make that impression, the bridge of incidence is going to open up, and this objectification you're not going to be able to stop the experience. The meeting of another and the right other for you, you won't be able to stop it. I don't know if most people have been to the beach. And if you haven't, maybe you've seen it on TV, obviously, when a wave is coming, how do you stop? Have you seen people try and stop waves? You can't stop the ocean. Ocean has waves that come and hit the shore, right? The water comes up and goes back out. But there's no way you can stop a wave. It's the same exact thing. After your consciousness becomes that which you desire, because you made the impression, and it objectifies in your reality, which is the birth of a son, this objectification will create, it'll become a bridge of incidents. You don't have to have or spend on all these things that you think are going to get you the unveiling of that experience. The bridge of incidents, what you're doing here is you're chasing down the how. How's it supposed to happen? His ways are past finding out. When you make the subconscious impressions, the subjective impression, his ways are past finding out. This will objectify. But his ways are past finding out. You need not be concerned one iota with how that meeting is going to happen. In fact, ignore it. Just be the consciousness of being married, being in love. I am in love. I am loving, caring, and nurturing. I've been going back and I've been going constantly about all men are loving, caring, nurturing. All women are loving, caring, nurturing. But there is also, in the mirror after your shower or what have you, I am loving, caring, and nurturing. I am loving, caring, and nurturing. I am loving, caring, and nurturing. As you're hearing this right now, say this. I am loving, caring, and nurturing. You are going to become that because you're making the impression. You can even do this lullaby while you fall to sleep. It's a wonderful lullaby because it is a lullaby. That's what a lullaby is. It's a subconscious impression. As you make that impression, you become that loving, caring, and nurturing. So if you're loving and caring and nurturing, guess what you're going to meet? Begin now to use this technique and you will realize your every dream. But first, you must have a dream, a desire for something, as desire is your springboard of action. Define your objective. If it were fulfilled now, where would you be physically? What exactly is your objective? If it were fulfilled now, where would you be physically? Would you be in New York? Would you be in Florida? Would you be in Seattle? Would you be in San Diego? Would you be in Oklahoma? Where would you be? What would the world look like? Would your wife, husband, mother, father, or friends see you differently? It's a good question. Feel their presence. See the joy expressed on their faces and hear their congratulations. One of the most important pieces right here. Hear the voice of the angels. Hear their congratulations. Repeat this act until you have the feeling of accomplishment. Repeat this act. Repeat this act. Then, having assumed the feeling of completion, remain faithful to it, for your assumption contains within itself all of the plans and power necessary for externalization. You need do nothing on the outside, for by your assumption, your mind is being rearranged. And when it confirms, it externalizes. Your desire may be for an improvement in your financial position, your social circle, or a deeper understanding of the mystery. The desire is up to you. But when put into practice, this technique will never fail you. When put into practice. It sounds very simple when put into practice. Who's coming to do it for you? Is your third grade teacher coming to do it for you? Mrs. Skank? That's an inside joke between me and a good friend of mine. We both had the same class in third grade, and he was asking me last week, what was the name of that teacher? She looked really big and tall, and we just got a good laugh out of it because she used to walk a certain way down the hall And we were making fun of that memory. But who's going to come and do it for you? Let's just wait right here. Let's just wait for somebody to come and do it. No. But seriously, nobody, you know this. Nobody's come yet, and nobody's going to. You have all the time. You want to just wait for it? It's not. Go ahead and wait, but it's really going to be up to you. When you become aware of this, the time is now. The tide is high. The time is now. It doesn't matter age, height, weight, color, whatever. Doesn't matter which part of the planet you're seeing this from. It doesn't matter. We're all his children. All of us are of him. So whenever we become aware of this, it's time to apply it. We have to apply it and prove it doesn't work. And then see what happens. The kingdom of heaven, with its many states, kingdom of heaven, with its many states, some lovely and some not so lovely, is within you. The kingdom of heaven is within you, with its many states. The state capable of wounding or healing, killing or making alive, is within you. Killing, incidentally, is killing the old man, making alive the new man. That's what's being referred to here. They are all psychological states, completely furnished and ready to externalize themselves in your world. And if having entered a particular mansion or state, okay, you do not care to remain there, you may leave it by the same technique it was entered, through the act of assumption. What is the act of assumption? Making the impression on your subjective self that objectifies into reality. Making the psychological impression on your subconscious, your subjective self, and which automatically, once that impression is made, automatically is objectified. You don't like it in the current reality that you objectified to? You created this one, all of a sudden this one has its own set of limitations. Over here you were a thousandaire, and over here you want to be a millionaire. Over here you were single and you wanted to be in a marriage, you want to be in love, and you got into a marriage and you don't like it. You can also use the law of assumption to get out of that. It happens all the time. Look at the statistics. I thought it used to be 50%. I think the numbers rise by quite a bit. Somebody mentioned on this channel in the comments, way more percent than that. And I'm like, whoa, it's a large percentage. I don't even want to repeat it. But we need that percentage to go down inside of us. We need not look at the world with its spreadsheets. All that is just whatever. Your only world to recognize and focus on is the one you are living. All marriages are successful. All marriages go the whole distance. I know of people that have been married 60 years. My in-laws, I think, are 50 or 60 years. I mean, it's incredible. It is possible. It is real. It is what you focus on. You see all marriage as successful. That'll be in your objectified reality. That's what you see. If you think it's not, you'll make that impression into your subconscious, and that's all you will see. Remember, don't forget the finger pointing thing. And if having entered a particular mansion, you do not care to remain there, you may leave it by the same technique it was entered, through the act of assumption. It is so easy to feel sorry for yourself and so very difficult to give up this feeling. It's easy to feel sorry for yourself and so very difficult to give up the feeling. But you cannot enter another state until you do. No one can uproot the weeds of self-pity or the trees of so-called second causes for you. You must uproot them yourself. Second causes meaning the causes from outside of you. You must uproot them yourself. God put Adam in the garden to tend and keep it. I just mentioned, if you see a homeless person and you're pouring oil on their wounds, that is you tending to your garden. You wouldn't see that person by accident. They wouldn't be in your purview or view by accident. There's a reason for that. You must uproot them yourself. God put Adam in the garden to tend and keep it. Guess what? He put you. He put her. He put me. He put them in our specific gardens for a reason. As Adam, you fell asleep, but when you awake, you are Christ, the power and the wisdom of God. Start now to observe your reactions to life and do not allow yourself to become identified with any unlovely state. Wow, what a chapter. Man, oh man, 1952. I can't believe what was going off over there in San Francisco. Chapter 4, Seeing God. There is so many wonderful pieces in here. Oh. The kingdom of heaven with its many states is within you. The state capable of wounding or healing, killing or making alive is within you. They are all psychological states, completely furnished and ready to externalize themselves in your world. And if having entered a particular state or particular mansion, you do not care to remain there, you may leave it by the same technique it was entered through the act of assumption. There it is. It literally is giving you the complete freedom to come and go. Where do you want to be and exist and dwell? And if you don't like it there, you can move along. The state's going to be a state. The state's not going to vanish. The state's going to be there all the time. But your freedom to be in or out of that state is up to you at any time. It's not a requirement of time to stay there. Until you're uncomfortable with it, you'll sit there and make a habit out of it. When you make a habit out of it, yeah, that's a whole nother story. That's what we're trying to break right here with this knowledge, this information, is break that habit, use the law of assumption, bring together the masculine and feminine self, the conscious and subconscious, give birth to the new sun, which is the new reality. This is what we're learning to do, is overcome that. Postscript. Sacrifice your little hurts, your grievances, and belief in secondary causes. Then you will be blessed, for you will be pure in heart and see God. Test yourself, and you will discover that the fault you see in the other exists in you. Awaken. You must free yourself, and the only way to do that is to awaken the Christ in you who is sound asleep. Turn to self, and you will find the Christ in you who is your hope of glory. What a wonderful chapter. Power of Unlimited Imagination, chapter 4. Man, what a great one. Seeing God. We will see you in the next chapter. Neville Goddard, The Power of Unlimited Imagination. The last chapter we did was Seeing God, which was known as chapter 4 here, known as chapter 5 here. We are going into the next chapter that's not included in this compilation of lectures from 1952 San Francisco, but is included in this compilation, which is the listing on Wikipedia. We're going to cover all the material. So we're doing the second chapter that's not included. It'll be the last one, but the numbering will shift around. It'll be in order in the playlist, but this is missing 2 chapters that exist in this book. So that's what we're just trying to bring it all together, not miss anything. Blessed are you. Chapter 6, All is Consciousness. Blessed are you when your mental comprehension has been enlarged by the removal of the trees of traditional wrong thinking. For only then will you know that all is consciousness and consciousness is all. You will know that any secondary cause is a tyrant. And if you believe in an outside power, you are fighting a losing battle. Emerson once said, man surrounds himself with the true image of himself as every spirit builds for itself a house beyond its house, a world beyond its world. Love that quote. Man surrounds himself with the true image of himself as every spirit builds for itself a house beyond its house, a world beyond its world. What you are, that only you can see. Therefore, build yourself a world as you would like it to be. A world beyond the world now visible to you. The world you desire exists and will unfold itself in great proportions when you, all spirit, surround yourself with the true image of yourself as you would like to be. Think of your world as a canvas with the pictures painted there by the arrangement of your mind. Your I amness, consciousness, of course, has already arranged as many patterns for your canvas as there are people walking the earth. Love it. As there are people walking the earth. I am all that is God right here. Self-concept, when you want to be, when you are, others, other people, ones you were before, ones you will be. Right now you're here. As many people walking the earth, self-concepts have been created. Think of your world as a canvas with the pictures painted there by the arrangement of your mind. Your I amness has already arranged as many patterns for your canvas as there are people walking the earth. In my Father's house are many mansions. All his works are done. Everything is there at your disposal. Its reality is up to you and the intensity of your desire. Always look to self, for your consciousness is the sole cause of the phenomena of your individual life. Perhaps you have imagined something which never came to pass and you feel that you failed. Don't do that. But perhaps you have, okay? But I tell you, there is only one cause for failure, and that is the substance of the feeling of naturalness. It takes time for an assumption to become a fact, and a desire is fulfilled when it takes time for an assumption to become a fact, and a desire is fulfilled proportionate to the degree of naturalness of the feeling of possession. If something does not feel natural to you, it is not your nature. To ask in my name is to ask in my nature or character. Therefore, when you ask, you must feel you already are that which you are seeking. Whatsoever you desire when you pray, believe you have received it, and you will. It is important to feel yourself right into your wish fulfilled, for consciousness is the only reality. And everything you see is nothing more than an outpicturing of a state of consciousness. It is stupid to seek a thing before you establish its cause. It is stupid to seek a thing before you establish its cause. Out here is where you go seeking things in the world. You must establish its cause by becoming it, making a subjective impression, and then the expression happens. Make the impression. But when you go out here seeking, you go in the wrong direction. It's not wrong, literally, but it's wrong. It is stupid to seek a thing before you establish its cause. An effect depends upon a state of consciousness, and you cannot find the effect without being its cause. I used to laugh. My teacher used to use that word a lot, stupid, and I used to throw the joke right at her immediately. She would use the word stupid. I never really use it a whole lot because I don't like that as a crutch per se, to label someone else as or feel it myself as. I just never got into that word. But she would use it when she knew I didn't like it, and she was my teacher, right? So every time she used it, I would say, "Is that with two O's?" S-T-O-O-P-I-D, all right? It is stupid to seek a thing before you establish its cause. Hey, it is a valid word. It's like it's ignorant also. An effect, and ignorant's a good word. So why is it a good word? Because you get to fill in the gap. Once you know you're ignorant of something, you can go now have the opportunity to go find exactly what you're missing. I totally don't mind that word, ignorant, because it's like, oh, opportunity word. That means I get to go learn something. An effect depends upon a state of consciousness, and you cannot find the effect without being its cause. And if you do not feel the naturalness of the desired state, you cannot externalize it, for consciousness is very observable. Ask yourself how long you have been conscious of being what you want to be. How long have you been conscious of being what you want to be? To what extent do you feel its reality now? Matthew tells us, 0, you faithless and perverse generation, How long shall I be with you? I'm sure that means oh. I think it's typed as a zero, but it's actually an O. It's okay. Oh, you faithless and perverse generation, how long shall I be with you? Do you have faith in what you are conscious of? I hope so, for without faith it is impossible to achieve anything. It is the substance of the thing hoped for and the cause of all phenomena. The word perverse means to turn the wrong way without aim, fixity, or one-pointedness of purpose. When the latest headline or news bulletin can turn you away from your desire, you are perverse and fail. Be careful of your social devices, these little computers that we're all convinced to have within arm's reach, have wonderful little ways of getting the news to you another way. If you're not going to turn on that little box and see it, it's going to come through that device. Any headline of anything, when the latest headline or news bulletin can turn you away from your desire, you are perverse and fail. But if success is your goal, its mood must be worn until the feeling of being successful is so natural you cannot turn away from it. If success is your goal, you won't see those headlines. They won't be in your view at all. Have you ever seen a Ute, a young kid who has a basketball and he's playing with it and he's in the driveway every night after school and just playing, and you hear it, if it's in your neighborhood, you hear that ball bouncing and you just go, how the heck? What the heck kind of focus is that? And he's just out there with complete determination to make that thing go into the hoop over and over and over. And there's that dedication and that focus, and there's no headlines disturbing that kind of focus. That's the kind of focus you need to have when your aim is to fulfill your desire, make the subjective impression, and express the new reality. That's the kind of focus you need to have. Make the ball in the hoop over and over and over. If you're starting from ground zero or you feel like you're behind the eight ball, make little ones over and over and over. They all add up to the total impression. You don't have to be in this great epiphany. I'm making up words here. You don't have to be in this ultimate lounge of a hammock. I love hammocks. In the hammock, all in the sun, and in the sun on the beach, in the tropics, having the beautiful visualization and feeling it real moment. That doesn't have to be. That's not practical reality. That's a nice vision. Don't get me wrong. You can actually imagine yourself into that. We'll talk about that more later. But for now, if you feel like you're not making your impression happen, there's plenty of opportunity for all these micro impressions. You can make a lot of micro impressions and they all add up. Every single thought is an impression. What are you thinking? What are you thinking now? All men are. I am. What are you thinking now? Fill in the blank. Change it if it's not what you want it to be. It's okay to have a habit. We're now changing the habit. I am. All men are. All women are. On the other hand, importunity means brazen impudence. If you will so persist in your assumption, your brazen impudence will not allow you to accept the evidence of your senses when they deny your assumption, but will arrange the substance called life into the pattern of your assumption. This world moves with the necessity of molding and manifesting the arrangement of the individual's mind. It is important to persist. It is important to persist until fulfillment becomes your nature. Changes begin to occur at their moment of naturalness. When does it all of a sudden feel natural? When does it feel natural that the remodel on your house is happening? When does it feel natural that you're going on that date that's with somebody who's going to be your life partner and you don't even know it yet? But it's starting to feel natural. This starts to feel, wow. I always joke, I joked in the beginning with my wife because It seemed like forever ago. And I remember telling her, I go, when I look at you, I can see you as an old lady. And she's like, what? And I was like, yeah. So, I mean, it's either the future looking back and giving the impression, or it's the impression going forward for the expression. The expression's giving back an impression, or the expression's giving the impression the other way. Expression, impression, it goes back and forth. All time is now. Changes begin to occur at their moment of naturalness. Jacob told the Lord, I will not let you go until you bless me. As Jacob, you may wrestle through the night with an idea, and all ideas come down from heaven to take flesh. If you will not take no for an answer, but persist in the feeling of your wish fulfilled, you will be blessed with its externalization. What kid doesn't know that when they ask their parents, can I have it? No. 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 Can I have it? Yes. What kid doesn't know that? If you will not take no for an answer, but persist in the feeling of your wish fulfilled, you will be blessed with its externalization. Scripture tells of a man whose child was dead. Yet when he went to the man of God and asked that the child be made alive once more, it was done unto him. The man of God. The child is within you, dormant until you breathe life into it. But let's go on. Your ideal, be it for success, health, romance, money, or fame, is your child who is dead. Your ideal, be it for success, health, romance, money, or fame, is your child who is dead. But if you will believe in its life and walk in the assumption that you are successful, healthy, or wealthy, if that is your desire, your child which sleepeth will rise from the dead state and be made alive in your world. You will breathe life into your son, into your child. Your conscious and subconscious will wed and come together because that's your idea from the desire you received from him, from which is within and weaved into your self-concept, the desire. It comes from within you. You take that idea, that desire, you wed it with your subconscious. That's your consciousness, the desire, conscious and subconscious come together in a perfect couple, wedding, union, communion. These come together and with conception, give birth to the Son. That's the new reality. How wonderful and simple is that? Is anything in here describing that you have to go out and pound stakes for the railroad all day? That you have to sweat? Is there anywhere in any of these chapters or videos that Neville said you must, by the sweat of your brow, do this, this, and this? Not one iota, not one word ever, except for to relax and feel. How hard is that? What kind of work is involved there? For some of us, it's very difficult because we don't know the habit yet. We haven't created the habit. So it can be difficult if you don't know the habit. We're taking a different form of habits we had into a new form of habits. We're taking the habits of looking in the world for answers and letting the world fill our subconscious with all of its wares and offerings, and then we just latch onto those. Then we look at the world, then we come back home, then we look at the world, and we come back home, and we never venture out. We never take the risk. It seems so safe to do this habit over and over. And this habit's like a freaking yo-yo. What are you gaining there? You're not getting the lesson. The lesson you're here to learn is to become in ascent, to take a path of righteousness. This is the ultimate lesson for him. You were sent by him to learn for him the path of righteousness. That will cause you to remember. The only way you're going to do this consciously, this law, is to be aware of the path of righteousness and the law of assumption, to be aware of them almost literally and mechanically as we're discussing them. It's psychological. but it's also kind of mechanical. It's very neat in its breakdown. I guess I'm mechanical, and that's why I take this path here to show it. It's kind of a mechanical look, two-dimensional, but still. It's kind of a process to kind of flesh it out. But it's not work. Once we learn it, we apply it, we see successes happen, we realize this isn't work at all. This is extra time in the morning to stay in bed and imagine lovingly. This is extra time before bed to imagine lovingly. This is before my nap and after my nap. This is in the shower. This is on the toilet. This is now while I'm driving. This is now, when do you want it to be? I mean, we're going to get into revision, but there was a moment when I first learned of revision. Okay, so I'm in my 4th year now of Neville, of hardcore learning Neville, and when I'm a student of something, I go all in. The very first couple months, I was learning about revision, and it blew me away. The first experience I had that taught me that it's very effective was I went to go golfing with some friends, and there was a bunch of chatter. We were waiting for to tee off. There was a bunch of chatter. It was like 2 or 3 golf carts of us. I mean, no, there was 4 or 5 golf carts at least. We all had our own at this point. Long story short, excuse me, somebody had broken into a car in the parking lot and like shattered the window and took someone's clubs or something. Some passerby or something robbed a car. So there was a lot of discussion going on about it being unsafe around there. And I immediately revised the conversation. I revised it to hear talk of other things and that it was safe and it was no worries. Right when I did the revision in real time to the current active live conversation, all the people talking about it, it was like it just evaporated. The subject evaporated. It never came back the rest of the night. Mind-blowing. Because it threw me back because I was like, wait a minute, this actually works. So I started practicing. When somebody's talking and they're saying something I don't want to be hearing. And I'm giving a massive commercial for revision. We're going to get deep into it. It's a wonderful subject. But as someone's talking and they're saying something that you don't want to hear, you're using the disciplines of the mind. And you're not hearing what they're saying, but then you begin to develop what they are saying. What they are saying, that's helping you get to your desired goal because they're giving you a blessing. You're now hearing a blessing come out of their words, not what the critical, judgmental attitude is coming out of the words. You're hearing the blessing because you're revising. The Pruning Shears of Revision. Look up that lecture. Very good lecture. Okay. The parable is told of a judge who, it is said, feared not God nor regarded man. Within you there is such a judge who will give you anything you ask for if you will be just as persistent as the widow in the story. Coming at the midnight hour, excuse me, she persisted in her request until the judge granted her wishes, saying, because this widow bothers me, I will vindicate her, and she will wear me out, or she will wear me out by her continual coming. When the light of consciousness is not shining on your fulfilled desire, it is the midnight hour. But if you will fill your desire with your light of awareness and persist, then that which you are aware of, you will become. Are you hearing the word persist in here enough times? You are forever surrounding yourself with the true image of yourself and what you are. That only you can see, whether it be good, bad, or indifferent. Observe your reactions to life, and you are observing the being you want to separate yourself from. Observe your reactions to life, and you are observing the being you want to separate yourself from. And as you begin to identify yourself with your chosen state, the separation takes place. Detachment. But your assumption must be a maintained attitude, and if for a moment you lose the mood, recapture it. And if you lose it again, feel yourself back into the feeling until the mood becomes so natural, your thinking from that mood is normal. The great failure of most truth students is that they are perpetually constructing but deferring their occupancy. Perpetually constructing, they see, they imagine, but they defer the occupancy because they never make the impression. They take the distractions of the world and they let those become the impression. They don't take occupancy by making the impression themselves. When entering your desired state, feel its presence surround you like an answered prayer. Then become so one with the state that your thoughts flow from it. Persist in viewing your world from that state, and it will harden into fact. You and you alone determine the time for the state to externalize itself. If your mind is so disciplined that it cannot be turned or diverted, your heart's desire will be outpictured on your screen of space. But if you believe in any secondary power, your belief will cause its delay. Secondary power out here. Your awareness is the power of the word. It is divine, not divisional. Divisional means out here. You here, out here. That means divided. There are not two I ams, but one I am standing on many levels. Desire, claiming fulfillment now, wrestles as Jacob. But when the fight is over, as Israel is born. You may think your name is John Brown or Mary Smith, but your real name is I am. And your dominant mood is your nature. Divorce a mood and assume a new nature. Persist in your new relationship and you will bear its children. As new phenomena appear to bear witness to your creative inner I amness. Bearing its children. This is where your son and children are born as your new reality. You bring the conception together with your Mary, your womb. Only if you lack importunity and constantly return to the mood, you are attempting to divorce yourself only if you lack importunity and constantly return to the mood you are attempting to divorce yourself from, will failure occur. Desire is hidden identity. Desire is a hidden identity within yourself because you're going to become that identity if you make the subjective impression. What you want, you already have. For you acknowledge as fact that you are already what you desire to be and will not be diverted but maintain your importunity by walking in the mood of fulfillment, which now dominates you. No power on earth can keep you from expressing it. Nothing can. Nothing can stop that wave that you push into existence when you make the subjective impression. You are the ocean pushing this wave of creation. You are doing that. It's amazing the power you have. But you must feel yourself right into the situation of the answered prayer. For only by believing that you already have it will it appear. Anyone who prays successfully anyone who prays successfully is himself the springboard of action and the one who grants the prayer. You are the one who grants the prayer. There is no other being to grant it. The one who receives the answered prayer is the one who grants it through the act of rearranging the mind. Learn to rearrange your mind, and if you find yourself walking in the field of unanswered prayers, turn around and walk in the field of fulfillment, field being mood. And remember, faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. Faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. The only reality and the only substance is consciousness, from which all prayer has its beginning and its end. The entire book of Hebrews is devoted to faith. Faith is enduring as seeing him who is invisible. And faith is the substance of things hoped for. Unto us was this good news preached as well as unto them, but it did not profit them because it was not mixed with faith. Good news is desire fulfilled. If desire is not mixed with faith, it is of no avail, for faith is the awareness of the reality of the desire's fulfillment. You see, creation is finished, and we only become aware of increasing portions of it. The absence of faith would be to deny the reality of the state assumed. If you limit yourself to your physical senses, which contradict everything you desire, then faith will be unknown to you. But faith will make real that which is invisible. The being you would like to be, though invisible, will unveil itself and become visible for all to see when you walk in the faith of its reality. Wow. That was known as chapter 6 in this book, All is Consciousness. What a great chapter. I can really see the stitching. I can see the seams of how this was put together. I can't wait to cover some lectures. It's going to be great. But you can see when it's just Neville, either in written form or in spoken form. So I can see some of the stitches in here, but it's still good. It's still greatness. All is consciousness. Wow, what an amazing, amazing chapter. I like this piece here. Scripture tells of a man whose child was dead. Yet when he went to the man of God and asked that the child be made alive once more, it was done unto him. The man of God's here tells of a man who had a child who was dead. That was right here. This child's dead because this man's not making the impression. So this man's not making the impression. He goes to see God. He goes to a man. He went to a man of God. That's I am. Asked that the child be made alive once more. And it was done unto him. He made the impression. This man with the dead child, the dormant child, he made the impression. Made alive once more, it was done unto him. You see how these parables work? They're not literal. They sound literal. Sounds like a wonderful story. Many movies have been made of a lot of pieces, right? But it's parable. It's not history. Okay, wonderful, wonderful chapter. That'll be the last out of that book. When we arrive back at the other book, I think we'll be on the same chapter number. Again, the videos will be in the proper order. We'll see you in the next chapter. Neville Goddard, The Power of Unlimited Imagination, Chapter 5, Righteousness. We are back to this book for the rest of the readings of the chapters. Righteousness, what a wonderful subject. Here we go. If you have an objective and fail to achieve it, you have sinned, for you have fallen short of your desire. But if you have no desire, you are incapable of sinning. If you have no desire, you are incapable of sinning. The righteous man, however, being conscious of already having fulfilled his objective, cannot sin. Wow. In the book of Daniel, we are told to break off your sin by righteousness. This has nothing to do with any church or ritual, for righteousness is right thinking. In the book of Genesis, the story is told of Jacob's desire to increase his wealth. Lifting his eyes in a dream, he beheld the spotted lambs, the ring-striped goats, and cattle. Then he said, I will hold unto my righteousness and not let it go. So shall my righteousness answer for me in time to come. Follow Jacob's example. Lift up your eyes with a controlled imagination and see what you want to see. Believe in your vision, and your faith will make it solid and real in your manifested world. While sitting in your chair, you can assume the state of consciousness you desire to possess, even though your reason and outer senses deny its reality. That's just sitting in your chair. Then, as Jacob, you can say, remember, this is all a tiny, tiny bit of initiative. You don't need a lot of initiative here. Then, as Jacob, you can say, my righteousness shall answer for me in time to come. Jacob knew that he could not become perverse and turn from the new state, but that if he maintained a consciousness of having what reason denied, including the law of genetics, he would achieve his goal. God the Father is not a man, but the dominant idea that you serve. We must give this a visual assistance here. God, all that is, I am right here. Inside of that idea is our self-concepts. Many, many, many of them. This whole globe of consciousness has taken on a new shape. It's not so circular, it's in motion now. See that? Your current self-concept is here. The concept and the idea you want to focus on is here, okay? So, let's repeat this. Wonderful, wonderful piece. God the Father is not a man, but the dominant idea that you serve. The dominant idea that's within you is the desire that you're trying to make a subconscious impression of and keep the focus. God the Father is not a man, but the dominant idea you serve. Sinning is not hitting the mark, not making the impression into your subconscious. That's sinning because you're not even aware. And then if you're not aware of it because you're just in the world and you're focused on everything on the outside, you're not even aware of sinning. Righteousness is knowing what to do and not doing it intentionally. Doing it unconsciously is not sinning because you're just doing. You're in the habit. You're in the habit and the loop of letting the outside fill in your subconscious impressions. And you don't even have an idea of this. The enemies of that idea, okay, God the Father is not a man, but the dominant idea that you serve. The enemies of that idea are those of your own household, your own thinking, your own households right here. Hold a dominant idea in your consciousness, and in a way you do not know, your righteousness, right thinking in parentheses, will cause the desired state to externalize itself in your world. And Neville's repeating and repeating and repeating and repeating, but don't we need the repetition? I don't know about you, but me, I needed repetition and repetition and repetition. I mean, to get where I am sitting right in front of you now is 33 years. The last 3 have been full-time, straight Neville and only Neville. Lectures, reading, studying, lectures, reading, studying, applying, lectures, reading, a lot of failures in this 3 years. A lot of failures falling flat on my face. It is not, for me, I can only speak for me, it hasn't been easy. It's been a heck of a thing, but I knew how valid it was when I saw the first 2 videos on YouTube was of a student of Neville's. Elmer Locker is his name. And it's the grandfather of the YouTube channel. But his 2 videos is what I want to talk about. They woke me up. They woke me up from where I was. I was in. Okay, let me talk about, and I'm going to make a video about this, but if that was 3 years ago, that those 2 videos woke me up. Before that was 2 consistent years of nothing but Ho'oponopono. Okay, so that's 5 years running I'm talking about right now. Before that, that would be, excuse me, that would be 29 years running, 25 of which I spent with my teacher, the first 25, then the 4 years without my teacher before I discovered Ho'oponopono. But the first 25 years was trying to apply everything Seth taught. You create your own reality by your thoughts, beliefs, and emotions. I was at it. I got to a point where I was really good at it. I gave classes. I had meetups. I mean, I still struggled. It just didn't seem to actually fit the right. I don't know what was going on, but a lot of things fell into great place. I mean, you know, I'll make a separate video, but the ideas were, you know, we started a business from those ideas of the Seth material. You create your own reality. We bought a house. We've done a lot of things. We got married in Hawaii. All these wonderful things came about from what I knew from then, but it still didn't complete I didn't master it yet. Again, 25 years with my teacher, mainly focused on Seth and some other metaphysical stuff I'll talk about later in my video. And then 4 years, she leaves the party, then 4 years without her, I'm still juggling those ideas. Ho'oponopono, then Neville. That's 3 years of hardcore studying, and I'm not joking. When I do it all the way. So this process hasn't been easy for me because I've had to convince quite a self to change self-concept. That self was running in a certain path with certain habits, and those habits ran deep, and I didn't know how deep because I tried to change them, thought they would just change instantly. I can just change. Can't I just change? Can't I just fall asleep with my new relationship on my mind, and all of a sudden I'm going to wake up in a relationship? Okay, give it a shot. Go for it. See if you succeed. You have to try. I'm coming at you with 33 years of this, and I feel like this is the cherry on the sundae. Why I'm coming here to share with you is because this is where the cherry finally hit the top of the sundae. It's been difficult, even coming from my perspective. So I want to tell you, you need to be persistent, hang in there, just gain a knowledge in here of what your desire is. That's the main first thing. Then start steering everything towards that desire. Everything you're doing, everything you're thinking, everything should be starting to focus on that desire. I'm trying to bring wisdom from a long haul of finding out ways to fail. And believe me, there's a lot of wonderful distractions that can pull you away from your desired goal. And especially not having a desired goal is a large part of where I came from. So I'm going to put a separate video together about my path, but we do see and hear Neville repeating consistently the same thing. And there's a reason, because we need to hear it. We need to apply it. And if we're not applying it, we need to hear it again. And we need to not just be hearers, but doers. And if we're not, you can tell what he was up against because nobody was, I don't like to make that kind of judgment. He probably was faced with a lot of non-doers. And a lot of people that would go to the lecture, probably like people like I used to as a kid, go to church and hear this wonderful talk, but then we would leave church and not apply any of that. It would just be back to with my brothers and sisters fighting and arguing and trying to play with the toy that someone else wanted, and back to the arguing. Then come back for 1 hour a week and then hear this wonderful talk and never do anything about it. We need to be doers, not just hearers. So I admire you if you're still listening to these videos, because they are a valuable, valuable knowledge set, a set of knowledge that you can use to change for the better. Big time. So, little commercial for hanging in there and listening to Neville say over and over to be persistent. And its value is, it should ripen in your ears because it is very, very good. It will work for you very, very wonderfully. So here we go. Let's continue. A Pharisee is one who conforms to all man-made laws, one who strictly observes the Levitical law of outer purification. Now we are told, unless your righteousness exceeds that of the scribes and Pharisees, you will never enter the kingdom of heaven. But seek ye first the kingdom of heaven and its righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you. True righteousness is consciousness. We confuse the word and seek righteousness as a thing, but the consciousness of being is the magnet that draws a thing to it. Very, very powerful sentence. Permeate your consciousness with the feeling of being the man or woman you want to be, and your righteousness will bring it about. As a review, you remember, right? We have the law of consciousness, the law of assumption, which everything is consciousness, but the law of assumption is when you take an idea or desire or urge and you make the impression onto your subconscious, your subjective self, you make that impression and it objectifies into a reality, which is your new 3D reality. You go from your old self to your new self and you kill the old man. This one dies. I kill and I make alive. You have to make that impression so that can happen. If you do not make this impression and you're not even aware of this knowledge and you're just blindly following, you're letting the world fill your subconscious with impressions. Those impressions are objectified in your reality. You're in this loop of going from one idea to another that's not your idea. So you get caught in this loop. You get caught in this loop, and you never get an idea of what your own desire could be or should be, or what your own dream is. I brought all that up about my experience because I have fallen into a lot of these holes, these whatever you call them, potholes. It's like, you know, there can be some deep potholes. What do you see those in Australia? The freshwater pearls where they mine in the ground. I think it's that, or some diamond mines are just huge, cavernous. You can see a plane, and then you see that they're doing mining, and then you don't know if you if you drive or walk, you could fall into a massive hole. That's exactly what I'm talking about. There's a lot of potholes in this experience, and if you just take these instructions for the simple form they are. Number one, I and my Father, are one. My Father is greater than I. So anything you're going to try and do here with the law of assumption is going to involve you taking it for granted that you have a source behind you. You have something that has your back. You are never alone. You are never, never alone. As I mentioned before, I felt alone the whole time until I read the Magus of Strovolos. Daskalos, the Magus of Strovolos. Until I read that one book, I thought I was completely alone the whole time. Then I read other books similar, and we'll get into that library stuff later, but I just knew when I read that book that there was another person that is doing something I was desirous of doing, but didn't know that it was possible at all. And then getting involved with this Neville material, knowing that there's something, well, let me give credit where it's due with my teacher. She taught me this whole picture, and she said that's all that is. And that's what we learned about through the Seth material. And so all these are probable versions of you. In my house are many mansions, the way Neville says it, but it's the same thing. But knowing first that something has your back, that you're part of something greater, this is the first objective. Because once you know that, then it's easy to go into your I am meditation and seek the answer of what is it that I would love to do? What is it that makes me happy? Close your eyes from the senses and ask the question. Get the answer. That's not going to take you long. It can be instant. Once you have the desire, no matter how tiny it seems, it's your desire. Once you have it, you can start building up, you can start bolstering that idea, that desire. Then you start making these impressions. Every thought is an impression. You start making these impressions. Before you know it, you're going to be halfway to this objective. Before you know it, you're going to be this objective. And it doesn't matter how big or small this desire is. Only you can impress your subconscious. If you let the world do it, we already talked about, that's just a loop. That's a loop of serving them, not you. And your job here, if there is such a thing as called job, is to be here to fulfill for you, which is fulfilling for him. He wants you to have all experience, always ascending. This is going from one to another, to another, to another, where it's a consistent thing. But if you get stuck in a loop, then you don't see much change in your life. Before you know it, you're putting the trash can out again. Before you know it, you're putting the trash can out again. Before you know it, you look back at the year and you're like, oh my gosh, I put the trash can out 52 times. Was there any meaning in that? There's meaning when you stop letting the world fill up your subconscious and start doing it with your objective in mind. Putting the trash cans out quicker becomes the thing because you want to get back to your objective. You want to get back on YouTube, or you want to get back to your book, or you want to get back to the conversation or the conference call you're on, because it's taking you towards your objective, because you've finally realized, I'm shutting this crap off. I'm going for mine. I am going for mine. Do I want to be married? Yes. Then I can be. I need to shut the noise off. Or if there's some things on the outside, like I said, Hallmark Channel is a good thing. If there's some things from without, meaning in the world, that can help bolster your idea, hey, what's wrong with that? Books, TV shows, movies, whatever. Let them be part of your bolstering. I am happily married, in love, with a wonderful husband. We have wonderful children. This is your new concept of self. This is the next one when you go into a house with your children and your new husband. You've got to start by driving the show for what it's worth from you and from your desire. You cannot inherit Christianity. Rather, you adopt it. As you come into its inner conviction, you become cleaner and more noble. I was just saying this exact thing. I didn't mean to do that, Neville. I was trying to take his thunder. When you realize someone has your back, I mean something, it's all consciousness, all that is, God, I am. You're part of something. At first, I wanted to say you really cannot manifest consciously until you admit that. But I don't know, because we can sure manifest very well unconsciously, which is what he's been touching on in this chapter. If it's not a sin, because you're not even aware of it. So there's an interesting overlay here about what's happening unconsciously versus consciously. But you cannot inherit Christianity, rather you adopt it. As you come into its inner conviction, like I'm talking about going into the I am, you become cleaner and more noble. Christ taught righteousness in his law of identical harvest, saying, as a man sows, so shall he reap. Taken psychologically, a state of consciousness sown within the mind will be harvested without as external events. Taken psychologically, a state of consciousness sown within the mind will be harvested without as external events. And in like manner, as long as you remain sowing your present state of consciousness, you will continue to encounter similar events in your life. Your current state of consciousness is letting the world and its wares fill up your subconsciousness. When you're letting the world make those impressions, you're just going to repeat this, like I just mentioned. Walk conscious of the feeling that your wish is fulfilled, and you will never sin by missing the experience of fulfillment. But you cannot turn away and return to your former state. We are all the prodigal son who went astray. But we are told that when he came to his senses, he turned around and entered his father's house, at which time he was given the fatted calf, the robe, and the ring. Now, that takes on a whole different meaning now, doesn't it? Very wonderful sentence. We are all the prodigal son, I must repeat, who went astray. But we are told that when he came to his senses, he turned around and entered his father's house, at which time he was given the fatted calf, the robe, and the ring. What does that mean but pure abundance? Pure abundance. He came to his senses, turned around, and entered his father's house. He came to his senses, turned around, and entered his father's house. It's very difficult to separate these ideas, no matter what words we use. It's very difficult to separate these ideas from the idea of the fact that we are part of, we are from of, we exist of which we are, from whence we came. Very difficult to embed these ideas, use them practically, learn them, teach them, be them, without taking this massive piece into consideration and embodying it into your manifestation principle. If you know you're in his house, then you know you've always got a home. You know you're not alone. That way you can now then focus on your desire, because you know your back is covered. So now you can focus on your desire, make the subconscious impression, objectify the reality. I am in love, happily married, and life is wonderful. Make that impression. Make the impression. He's got your back. You don't got to worry. He's got your back in that he's always going to fill you with desire. This desire, if you have it, or whatever you have, doesn't matter the difference. As long as you have it, which you're always going to, it's going to be something that's going to itch. It's going to itch. It's going to itch. You just got to scratch it. You just got to scratch it. Things itch must be scratched. All right. Let me see if I'm on the right place. Yes, I am. When you observe who you are in consciousness and come to your senses by turning to your Father, it will be given to you. Turning to your Father is the state desired. In this case, in this sentence, he's saying when you come to your senses and turn to your Father. Now, again, this is also the Son. Remember the conscious and subconscious coming together in the conception through Mary? In this sentence, when you observe who you are in consciousness, now I'm here to tell you that is what he's saying. But he says, when you observe who you are in consciousness and come to your senses by turning to your Father, the state desired, in parentheses, it will be given unto you. Again, where but through your Father is that objectification going to come? Because once you make the impression, it's in the subconscious network, which goes right into all that is Him, I am God. So it's definitely your Father. Then to him that hath, it is given. To him that hath made the impression, to him that hath faith, it is given. Watch your reactions to life, and you will discover where you stand psychologically. If your reactions are unlovely, now remember, he's talking about reactions. It's very interesting because you have to pay attention to how you are reacting all the time to things. You've got to pay attention. What's my reaction right now? Oh, when I got to the register, it cost twice as much than I thought. What's your reaction to that? Oh, when I went out with my girlfriends and we went to a club or bar or dancing or whatever where there was going to be a lot of guys and we were hoping to meet somebody, and we didn't, and in fact it was the complete opposite. It was a bunch of buffoons tried to come and talk to us, but they were idiots, whatever. What is your reaction? You went to the doctor, you're expecting a great blood test result and you didn't get that. What's your reaction? Your reaction dictates your place in that reality that you're forming right there. You must watch your reactions to life and you will discover where you stand psychologically. Now that's currently. If your reactions are unlovely, you are walking in the mud and mire, feeding the swine. But when you turn within to the Father of all life and enter the state you desire by assuming its fulfillment, your actions will be lovely. Persist and you will move out of the mud and mire and enter the kingdom of the wish fulfilled. Persist, you will enter the kingdom of the wish fulfilled. Persist, persist, persist. I must persist. This is really what you should have on your mind when you fall asleep. I persist. I am that I am. I stake my claim. No one's doing it for you. No one's going to do it for you. There is no such thing as righteous indignation, for the wrath of man cannot work righteousness. Nothing so unlovely as righteous indignation could be right consciousness. Nothing so unlovely as righteous indignation could be right consciousness. My goal is to be one who expands in consciousness, for I am a teacher and I must ever grow as a teacher. My goal is to be one who expands in consciousness. That's what you're always doing. Every time you're making an impression, you're expanding in consciousness because you're becoming the new man. Then the old man dies. This is an expansion in consciousness. My goal is to be one who expands in consciousness, for I am a teacher and I must ever grow as a teacher. This is my aim, and I must remember it morning, noon, and night. I must persist in this state as it externalizes itself in my world. There is a story told of a little blind girl who had 5 brothers. The brothers, trusting their senses, went out into the world. And don't you love Neville's being totally forthright about his main objective? That was an incredible teacher. I mean, incredible statement. And he was an incredible teacher. Is. I'm going to repeat those 2 sentences. Or 3 sentences. They deserve it. Now, if we can hear him and how he focused on his objective, that should shed some light on how we should focus on our objective. My goal is to be one who expands in consciousness. For I am a teacher and I must ever grow as a teacher. This is my aim and I must remember it morning, noon, and night. I must persist in this state as it externalizes itself in my world. There is a story told of a little blind girl. Well, anyway, let me go back to that. I must persist in this state as it externalizes itself in my world. So you hear Neville even giving himself the business. I must persist because I know it externalizes itself in my world. He knows about the finger pointing business. There is a story told of a little blind girl who had 5 brothers. The brothers, trusting their senses, went out into the world and lost their way, while the little girl, unable to trust her senses, wove a thread of gold. Attaching one end to her finger, she tied the other end to the sun and never lost her way. That's the sun. You too learn to trust the light of consciousness by holding onto the thread that is your aim and not allowing yourself to become enmeshed in the evidence of your senses. The senses are out here. Remembering your desire, you will not get lost like the 5 brothers. That's the 5 senses. As you will not be concerned with what others are doing, but simply walk conscious of being the one you want to be. Remember that kid I told you I saw walking down the street, playing his guitar, walking along the grass? He was staying conscious of what he wanted to be, even though he had to walk. No power can keep you from your goal when you are conscious of already having attained it. Nothing can keep you from that. In fact, you're riding a wave. You're actually literally surfing at this point. When you go on the Sabbath, you're riding the wave. You are told to seek first the kingdom and its righteousness, and all these things will be added unto you. The kingdom of heaven is within you. Turn within and you will find the power to produce what nature and your outer senses deny. Test yourself by controlling your thoughts, by seeing only what you want to see, and hearing only which contributes to the realization that your world is as you want it to be. Test yourself by controlling your thoughts. If some negative thoughts come up about somebody else, stop. Stop it. Stop it right there. Change the thought. No matter how emotionally difficult that seems, you must stop and change the thought. Even if it's that old fake it till you make it concept, even if you think it's a lie, just change it to the positive. Just, even if it doesn't even feel real, the thought, just move it. Until you make this movement, you're going to stay. You're going to stay in this friggin' loop. And you're not coming out, you're not going anywhere. That's hell right there. That's being crucified over and over and over. If you don't stop and change that thought, you're just going to pay that same price over and over, not wondering why. Test yourself by controlling your thoughts, by seeing only what you want to see and hearing only that which contributes to the realization that your world is as you want it to be. Anything that fits where you're going is what you hear. Anything that doesn't, you're the 3 wise monkeys. You have no comment, you don't even see it, nor do you need to make a comment, and you don't even hear it. So nothing is going to come out of here, so that's covered already when you don't hear it. And when you don't see it, that's covered also. If you don't see it, you're not going to hear it. If you will keep controlling your world in your imagination until the one sensation crowds out all other ideas, your right consciousness will answer for you and your dream will become your reality. And then you'll have a feeling of relief. How's that feel? I got the pizza delivered. But if you don't feel fulfilled, You can easily be diverted and miss your mark. The Bible's teaching is one of rising higher and higher in consciousness until rebirth occurs. There is but one purpose in life, and that is to rise higher and higher on the vertical bar of the cross. Now, he did give us that in a couple chapters ago. He's talking about the vertical line on the cross. Let's put the in my symbols class, in my symbols training in early 1992 or 3, when I was taking another metaphysical study with my teacher, and I'll cover all the metaphysical stuff I've been through and the fun things there. But in the symbols section of what we were learning, what she was teaching me, was that the vertical line equals vertical line equals man, and the horizontal line equals female, and the circle equals God. You can pretty much see we're using all those symbols right here. When she showed me, she said, when you see this symbol, that means man and woman are in balance, which is, the lines are equal. The distance here is the same as the distance here. So that's man and woman in balance. Excuse me. And as she told me, when this line's farther vertical or farther distance than the horizontal line, then that means man, the masculine, is dominant of the feminine. Which I thought was very fascinating at the time, because I immediately, in my own definition of terms, took it to mean that men dominate women, when that's actually not what it means. We're all manifestation. That's the symbol learning I did. But what Neville's saying is the vertical line of this cross is what we must constantly ascend in our experience. That's the reason we're here. All these lines here are when we change from one self-concept to a newer self-concept. We're ascending because we're becoming a desire. We're becoming a dream that we have about ourselves. He's saying that we must consistently keep moving. That's our reason for being here. We must continue to move along this cross vertically. We both know there's no up or down. We both know there's no gravity, or what, I don't know what it is. It's magic. The idea is that we're moving into higher states of consciousness. So this is the vertical path we are taking. That's our main objective for even being here in the first place. Make sure I got the right place. The Bible's teaching is one of rising higher and higher in consciousness until rebirth occurs. Rebirth. There is but one purpose in life, and that is to rise higher and higher on the vertical bar of the cross. Okay? Knowing the state you desire to express, walk as though you are now expressing it. Remember the guy with the guitar. No man having put his hand to the plow looks back. In other words, once you have moved into the new state, do not look back or the old state, or you at the old state, or you will become as Lot's wife. If you, having a desire to be in love and be happily married, and you get into a situation where you are that, and you start lamenting this old self, why? First, why the heck would you do that? But if you do, you're going to be as Lot's wife, and the salt, she's going to be preserved. When she looked back, she became preserved, meaning stuck. So when she looked back, this is the parable, then she became stuck in the old ways. She looked back and was turned into a pillar of salt, which is a preservative. The moment you look back at your former state, you re-enter it. As all states exist, preserved in your imagination and ready for occupancy. Think about what he just said. Once you make this change from this self-concept, old self, old state, you make the impression to become this new state, all states are ready for occupancy, including the one you left. All these are available to you now. Now that you're here, you have a plethora of states available. But if you had any kind of struggle to get out of this one, there's no way, logically, you should even consider that one. But habit is what habit is. We have habits. We sometimes don't want to let go of this one. There's some things in there. There's some emotional experiences. I want to keep those. Those define me as who I am. Well, Your mission is not that. You're here not to be that consistent repeating on a same cycle. Your mission is to rise. Your mission is to rise up the vertical line of the cross, consistently becoming the new man. The moment you look back at your former state, you re-enter it. Once you look back at it, you re-enter it. As all states exist, preserved in your imagination and ready for occupancy. Best thing to do is just see a no vacancy sign, a nice bright neon sign when you leave a state, and you know when you leave a state because you feel completely different. You feel the detachment, as I've described before. We'll get into that separately, but it's a wonderful subject. We're going to expand later on that. Once you know you've left a state, you know you've left a state. And you need to do everything in your power to be in occupation of the new state and flourish in that new state and make every definition new, not old. The kingdom of heaven is a higher state of awareness, a step above where you now stand. And each higher level is reached by a change of attitude for the better. Change of attitude for the better. There is not a problem that cannot be resolved by a change of consciousness. I want to be healthy. I want to be in love. I want to be, I want to be healthy. I want to be in love, and I want to be healthy, wealthy, and in love. Healthy, wealthy, and wise. There is no state that's not attainable. It doesn't matter your situation. It doesn't matter your limitation. It doesn't matter where you are in the whole world. There is not a problem that cannot be resolved by a change of consciousness. And that which requires a state of awareness to produce its effect can never be affected without that state. It is the height of folly to expect security while being conscious of insecurity. On the other hand, you cannot be insecure if you walk conscious of being secure. If in your current reality you are insecure, but you start to walk consciously of being secure, and you're making that impression, you can't be insecure. In fact, you're already here. You don't have to pull strings to get what you want. All you need to do is walk in the consciousness of already having it. For an assumption, though false, if persisted in, will harden into fact. Don't try to be a better man, but try to be a better at something. Most metaphysical students have no aim, claiming God knows best. But I ask you, how can this be when you and God, your Father, are one? Most metaphysical students have no aim. Oh boy. I've spent years down that road. It's like back in the Matrix when he's opening the door of that what was that? A Lincoln Town Car, I think, with the suicide doors. He was trying to get out. Suicide, get it? Probably a special reason they chose that car. He was trying to get out, and she said, "You've been down that road, Neo." Yes, that road. Don't want that one anymore. Let's go towards the red pill. Most metaphysical students have no aim, claiming God knows best. But I ask you, how can this be when you and God, your Father, are one? Human nature wants the thing to come first with the belief to follow. Oh, just give me the lottery winning first. Then I can figure out how to change consciousness. Right. We know the story of Jack Whitaker. I think his name's Jack Whitaker. Let me know if I messed that up. Wonderful man. Wonderful man. He had a construction business. I think his net worth was about $12 million. I linked it in one of my previous videos. He won a $315 million approximately lottery, just him, and proceeded to spend and abuse and do everything in his power just to waffle through the money. And his experiences were, a couple deaths in his family, and including one was his granddaughter, whom he loved dearly, and she fell heavily into drugs. And a lot of this experience with the money for him went awry because of the consciousness wasn't ever approached as a thing, or Any other big picture ideas for the man at the time? I think he left us a wonderful example of without consciousness. So having the thing first, human nature, and then trying to deal with the consciousness change later. Human nature wants the thing to come first with belief to follow. You want to be wealthy, and you're trying to make that impression, and you get this lottery ticket, and it's in here, but the impression's not made. And you're all of a sudden this new man with the money, but guess where you're going to slip to? You're going to slip right down here. You're going to be right back where you started. Even though your pocket's full, you're still here. Your consciousness didn't change. So how you would deal with your money and finances here is how you would deal with it anywhere else. So when I'm speaking of him personally, he's an angel to us all to learn from. When he did that, all the experiences, and if you look up the video or any video about him, you can see the trials and tribulations. And this happens to a lot of lottery winners. They're exactly doing the thing come first with the belief to follow. But I'm here to tell you, the idea is consciousness first. The thing's destined to follow. It cannot not happen. The wave is already formed and it's already headed your way once you make this impression. But I say you must assume the consciousness of already having or being, in parentheses, your desire before the sign that you have it can appear. Signs follow, they do not precede. Seek the conscious feeling of having already reached your goal, and the sign that you have reached it will follow. End of chapter. Wow, what a wonderful chapter. Righteousness. Previously, he talked about righteousness. He took it up an octave. Previously, he talked about righteousness as the law of assumption and how just being aware of its path is righteousness. Using the law of assumption is how we apply the impression, and then it begets the objective reality. And then being aware of that path is righteousness. And he just took it to a whole nother octave right here, which I thought was wonderful. So many great bits in this one, especially this piece here. Most metaphysical students have no aim, claiming God knows best. I'm going to let go and let God. You know, there's two ways to use that. One way is I'm going to let go and let God. He'll guide me. And then you just sit back waiting for waiting for the phone to ring. Well, and you didn't do anything. You didn't even think anything. Then there's the other path where let go and let God is the way you're using it here. You're letting go of your old self to become your new self, and you're making the impression, and you're letting God because He is you. But when you're aware of this, that's different than not being aware of it, which is what he started off the chapter with. You're seeing if you're aware and you're not doing. You're not applying, but you're not seeing when you don't even have any conscious awareness of it. Wonderful chapter. Oh my goodness. That was, again, chapter 5, Righteousness Out of the Power of Unlimited Imagination, and we're going to see you in the next chapter. Neville Goddard, The Power of Unlimited Imagination, postscript from chapter 5, I forgot to include. We'll do that here. Be transformed by the renewing of your mind, by changing the ideas planted there, for you cannot change your thinking until you change the ideas from which your thoughts flow. You don't get things and then become righteous. Righteousness is right seeing. Always claim the level above the one you are now on by dying to your present level, for your Father's house has many mansions. Let go of your present mansion and reach for the one you seek. Love it. Chapter 6, The Perfect Will of God. Understood psychologically, humanity is an infinite series of levels of awareness, and the individual is what he is according to where he is in the series. In the book of Romans, Paul urges us to be conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind, that you may prove what is good and acceptable, the perfect will of God. In other words, do not look at the external world and call it reality, but break its spell by transforming your thinking. Break its spell by transforming your thinking. You're not letting the world think for you. You're transforming your thinking. But you can't change your thinking until you change your ideas. For it's from ideas that you think. Remember, your level of awareness attracts life and is the sole cause of the phenomena you observe. To be aware is to do the will of God, whose name is I am. Always being aware what you are aware of is what you are. I am aware of, in parentheses. I am that I am. I am aware of that which I am, which in parentheses and aware of in parentheses. I am that I am. I am aware of that which I am. Think of an infinite scale of values as I am, with your desired state just above where you now stand. Here we go. Remember? Think of an infinite scale of values with your desired state just above where you are now. God speaks to you through the language of desire. When you wish to ascend, it's because God is speaking, calling upon you to surrender yourself to the feeling of already being that which you want to be. He's calling you through desire. Surrender yourself to the feeling it real, and already being what you desire. Let go of fear, limitation, and doubt, and subject yourself to the will of God. That's the proper meaning of let go and let God. Let go of fear, doubt, and limitation. Limitation of your old concept of self. Doubt that you can be this one. Fear that you can make the change. This is the X. This is where the match game has that wonderful sound. Burn, or the big X's show up on the screen. You have to not be in fear of change. And you can't be in love with limitation anymore, because limitation's already driving you to where you are. You want to let go of that limitation habit and let go of the fear or the doubt that you can make a positive change here, that you can be in love and married is a wonderful, wonderful, noble desire to have. Let go of fear, limitation, and doubt, and subject yourself to the will of God. A mere assumption will lift you up to the level upon which your ideal is identified. And you will begin to see your world differently. It'll lift you up to where your ideal is identified. And you will begin to see your world differently. Don't you ever, I've been on my own roof. I lived in an apartment building one time, two-story. When I was on the second story, I was able to see quite a bit of the neighborhood. It was quite a different view up there. It was really cool. A mere assumption will lift you up to the level upon which your ideal is identified, and you will begin to see your world differently. This is where self-observation comes in. You do not observe the outer world, but your reactions to it. When another displeases or offends you, look within to the I who heard with displeasure and is expressing it. When another displeases you or offends you, look within to the I who heard with displeasure and is expressing it. Who in you? It's difficult to believe, I know, but you alone are the cause of your displeasure. A lady I know thought her employer was a monster and impossible to please. She had formed an opinion of him, and that invisible and inaudible opinion spoke to her all day long, causing her boss to do what he did and say the words to cause her displeasure. Being a gracious lady and willing to change her feeling of I, she heard her boss praise her, and she thanked him for his praise. This is a story of Neville's wife, by the way. The moment she found herself returning to the old role of criticizing him, she stopped the thought and put on the new record of praise, thanks, and congratulations. Praise, thanks, and congratulations. That's not bad. I like where he's going with praise, thanks, and congratulations. 3 wonderful, wonderful words. Loving, caring, nurturing. I like those a lot. They've transformed my life. I wanted a relationship so bad, but did not know that what I was thinking or believing about the opposite sex, which I wanted to be in a relationship with, I didn't know my thinking was pushing them farther away. Until I changed it here, did I not have the experience. Until I changed it here, then, after I changed it, I could open up to experience. It just started showing up positively, not the negative ones, because I had a lot before. She stopped the thought and put on the new record of praise, thanks, and congratulations. Within 24 hours, the new record externalized itself, and when she resigned a year later, her boss begged her to stay and told her that if she ever wanted to return, the door was always open to her. Your inward conversations are the breeding ground for all your future action. Morning, noon, and night, you are carrying on internal arguments. When you catch yourself, break the habit by consciously creating new thoughts, thereby making a new record to externalize itself in your future. God's will is I am. His will is always being done, for it is the power that resurrects and makes alive. Think about that. God's will is I am. I am. Here's me. Limitations, experience. I've now identified my desire. I know what I want to be. I want to be married, in love, and in a relationship, happy. I have the desire for that. I am that. I am is making an impression. When you stake that claim of your desire, you're making the impression. I am. God's will is I am. It's not your will. You can't will that. When you stake the claim, that's God's will. When you say I am happy, married, and in love, that's God's will. Because the first phrase you used is the name of God. I am is God. So then now that is His will. I am happy and in love, married. God is happy, in love, married. His will is always being done, for it is the power that resurrects and makes alive. There is no transforming power in time, only transformation of the moment. There is no time, there's only now. So there can be no transformation in time. You don't have to do this like standards when you're a kid getting in trouble in class and staying after and writing them over and over and over. There is no transforming power in time. Only transformation of the moment. So there is no amount of repeating. Like I was making a point of standards. You don't have to do your affirmations 1,000 times a minute. It's nothing to do with that. It's more of when do you feel that change. It's more about the feeling of the reality of that objective. If you're having difficulty with another, look into self. For it is the I called you who is speaking to you as a thought. Listen carefully to what you are saying to yourself, and you will discover where the difficulty lies. Let me now define self or soul. It is that which you believe, feel, think, and consent to. Definition of self or soul. It's that which you believe, think, feel, and consent to. You may consent to the belief that you have been mistreated, that you are dumb, or they and their cruelty are causing your displeasure. If you do, your consent forms your level of being and attracts your life, be it good, bad, or indifferent. Oh boy, your soul cannot be changed by joining churches, synagogues, or groups. You must turn to self, the inner I you know so well, as it is He who attracts those who mistreat you and determine every little detail of your outer experience. I must repeat, your soul cannot be changed by joining churches, synagogues, or groups. You must turn to self, the inner I, the one you know so well, as it is He who attracts those who mistreat you and determines every little detail of your outer experience. Neville's wife was having a very difficult time with her boss, and she turned to I on the advice of Neville to change that record. If you have a secret affection for your conflicts, you cannot be helped. I know people personally that have a name for their ailment. They actually literally have a name for it. My whatever, and I don't like to give voice to these things, the negative words, meaning and labels. We want to erase those. So I'm not going to put them on here to be repeated in your mind. Forget that. But I know somebody who does call her condition a name or even initials, like it's a friend. My blank. Well, what about my blank? I can't eat because of my blank. I can't do that because of my blank. Like it's a limitation. In my opinion, she has found a wonderful way to be in love with her limitations. But she is changing. She's definitely changing now. But I'm speaking of the past because right now she's definitely changing, and I'm not going to go into detail. If you have a secret affection for your conflicts, you cannot be helped. But I see the person I'm talking about for years was on that record, but has now moved the needle off of that. I can vouch for that. But when you consent to be otherwise, then you can change. If you have a secret affection for your conflicts, you cannot be helped. Now think about that. You're coming to this material, to this work, the law of assumption, and some people call it the law of attraction. It is the law of assumption. If you're coming to this material and you can hear that there's a potential, I can fulfill my dreams here, but at the same time, you have a secret affection for your conflicts. Look at the difficulty here. You're in love and wedded to the conflicts and limitations you have right now. Yet you come into this material learning about the law of assumption, and it sounds wonderful. How does that work again? I'm supposed to feel it? What the heck does that even mean? Feel it. Feel what? Feel different? How am I supposed to feel different? What am I supposed to do? I just say, my old boyfriend's now texting me back. What do I do? How soon can I get my job back? How soon can I get my ex back? How soon can... You see these in social media. People just want instant answers, but not realizing what he just said, Neville. If you have a secret affection for your conflicts, you cannot be helped. Even though you want to help yourself. Even though you heard of Neville and you're reading and you're studying and you're listening to the lectures and you're looking at the groups, you're looking at the Facebooks and you're looking at the whatever else. At the Reddit? I think of Riddick. You know what I'm talking about, Reddit. If you're looking at that and you're trying to find answers, that's great. You're on the right path, but you have a secret affection for your conflicts. You have to admit this and give this up. Stop this. Stop it. But when you consent to be otherwise, then you can change because you stop, all right? Subject yourself to the will of God by first knowing your ideal, then yielding to it by doing in your imagination what you would do physically if your desire were realized. You simply take on the imagining of what you would be doing were you here. If you were already married, in love, and happily in a relationship, in a new home, what would you be doing? When you go to sleep, this is what needs to be in your imagining. The physical movement. If you're walking from your bed to your toilet in the middle of the night, you must be in that relationship. You must feel you're leaving the bed, leaving him right there while you go use the toilet. Which side does he sleep on? That's the side you feel he is. You don't even know him yet, but you feel he's right there. The man of your dreams is right next to you. As I go to the toilet, I leave him behind. I'm extra quiet because I don't want to wake him. These are the kind of imaginings of what you would do were you there. Once this is clearly defined, let's say using that as an example, repeat the act over and over again until you feel affected by it and its fulfillment possesses your mind. It begins to feel natural. When the idea is so firmly entrenched and your thoughts flow freely from it, watch, for you will have a change in your external world. Right when you sense that, just watch. You will have a change in your external world. Become pure in heart by purging your mind from the beliefs from the belief in powers outside of yourself. Very, very most potent and powerful sentence at the right time. Become pure in heart by purging your mind from the belief in powers outside of yourself. If you believe out here is where the answers are, not gonna cut it. Not going to cut it, no matter how much you line up out here. Become pure in heart by purging your mind from the belief in powers outside of yourself. All the powers inside of yourself. Then, believing that consciousness is the only reality, weave yourself into a new state of awareness. For your world is your house, your state of consciousness externalized. Clean house by observing your thoughts. When you first begin to do this, you will discover most of your thoughts are unlovely. But as you learn to passively think of people you dislike, your thoughts will lose their unloveliness, and with a mind filled with joy and thanksgiving, you will ascend Jacob's ladder of self into the kingdom of love. All right? Any new ascent, you're heading towards the kingdom of love. When you have carefully defined your desire, completely and utterly yield to it. When you have completely defined your desire is always within you. You shut off the senses, you went into your I am meditation. What that means, couple breaths. I am. Some deep breaths, 3 deep breaths, 3 I ams. You're home already. That's when you're asking, what is it I would love to do? What is it I want to be? What is it that having would make me happy? Be, have, and do. You've heard it. It's now defined. You grasp onto one idea that's there. That's your desire coming from within, coming from Him. When you have carefully defined your desire, which is a very, very important step, cannot be overlooked, cannot be understated. This is the first step. We already heard in the last chapter, talk about many metaphysical students don't even have an aim. At least they're in the right department, trying to define themselves, trying to know themselves. When you have carefully defined your desire, completely and utterly yield to it. Then try to remain faithful to the new idea you have entered. In the beginning, you may not succeed, but don't condemn yourself. Don't judge yourself. Simply return as many times as necessary until the feeling becomes so strong, your thoughts habitually flow from the new state. It becomes so strong, the thoughts start coming from here. Not only do you now get up out of bed in the middle of the night to go use the toilet, or if you're in Germany, the Toiletten, excuse me, you're careful not to wake him up. You're not tiptoeing, but you're just mindful because he's in bed next to you. On the side you imagine he will be sleeping. Then you're going to the kitchen to get some water. You turn on the tap, get in your glass. You're very careful. You come back, you set it to the nightstand, but you're being careful and quiet. You're doing things with the conscious awareness of His presence. It becomes so strong, your thoughts habitually flow from the new state. This teaching is not for the weak. And I'm here to tell you, that is the facts, Jack. It's only for the courageous. And as Seth said, only the most brave, courageous souls come into this system, into this system. This is not easy, but it's doable. Depending on where you're coming at this from. Again, I told you my decades of effort to get right here. Decades. You don't have to take what I took. And I'm not here to compare scars. I don't want to do that. That's not the point. Return as many times as necessary until the feeling becomes so strong, your thoughts habitually flow from the new state. Okay, we know that. This teaching is not for the weak. It is not for those who seek escape from life or want to point fingers of blame at one another. There's plenty houses of inebriation that are there for you. It's funny, where I grew up on this one street between three major traffic lights, which approximately amounted to about 2 miles, maybe it was 2 mile stretch. If in my mind I could tell you how many actual bars were on this, I would say approximately 9, of which one I lived immediately next door to. We're talking 2 miles. Where I grew up through the 70s and the 80s. I graduated in 1984. This stretch was occupied by at least 9 bars. This teaching is not for the weak. It is not for those who seek escape from life or want to point fingers of blame at one another. What do you think was happening in those bars? Don't get me wrong, I am not begrudging any kind of form of alcohol. He gave us the grain, he gave us the grapes. The garden had these things, and then he gave us the knowledge how to make beverage from those things. That was stated by Neville in one of his lectures. I'm not here to color anything right or wrong here about that subject, but the subject of being those who seek escape from life or want to point fingers of blame at one another. There was 9 establishments for those commiseration moments. I'd like to think we've changed for the better. I mean, I'm an optimist. I am eternally an optimistic person. But that was quite a time. That was a time I could see where if you wanted to escape, it was readily available. You didn't have to walk very many blocks. I mean, in 2 miles? To find the Christ in you, who is your hope of glory, you must be willing to test yourself. You must be willing to test yourself. To find the Christ who is within you, your hope of glory, you must be willing to test yourself. I tell you, he is your eye who calls all men and manifestations to you. If you're doing this impression and you're becoming that, he is your eye that calls all manifestations to you. You become here or that becomes here. It doesn't make a difference. Life is easier when you can blame another, but I urge you to pray, not for an easy life, but to become a stronger man. Stronger that you know this law. The one who is bearing witness to your thoughts is the cause of your misfortune, not the other fellow. The one who is bearing witness to your thoughts is the cause of your misfortune, not the other fellow. The one who is bearing witness to your thoughts is you. Be transformed by the renewing of your mind, and you will prove the good and acceptable word of God. Would it be acceptable to you to be lifted on high? That is the will of God, which will not turn back until he has executed and accomplished the intents of your mind. You are doing God's will when you identify yourself with your desire. And if you believe your claim, you are righteous and your world will outpicture your righteousness. But if you do not believe, you will miss your mark and die in your sins. The only escape from the life you now lead is by a radical psychological transformation of self. This is done by defining your I with your desire. Then changing your thoughts until their effect possesses your mind and your I resides comfortably in the new state. Remember, your level of being attracts life, and unless the level changes, your history remains the same. Remember, your level of being attracts life, and unless the level changes, your history remains the same. Let your present level die by subjecting your entire being to a level beyond it. Subject your entire level of being to a level beyond it. Let this one die, your present level. Try it. It really is not difficult to do. Remove the hold that past wrong emotional reactions have upon you by reviewing the experiences and changing them. Now that means revision, because you can easily do that. We're going to get into that, but as a commercial, let's say you were riding your bike in front of your classmates and you were in 3rd grade and you crashed and they all laughed at you. And that memory stuck with you for some reason, whatever, doesn't matter. Now we can revise it. Now in your memory, as you're falling asleep or any other time you'd like to revise that memory because it means something to you. The point of which, that type of memory, it doesn't matter what it is, it means something to you. It's an emotional thing. Then revision is take some time in your now and see the memory different. Rewrite the script. You were actually popping a wheelie on your bike and everybody was applauding you. And you hear the smiles and the applause and you see the smiles and you feel good and you're popping your wheelie on your bike and everybody feels better, including your new now, because that past event just changed. You just literally reframed it, recreated it, re-experienced it. So now in your new experience, you're the new man. Just one act of revision can do that, can make you the new man, which you just did. Now fill in the blank right there. Pause this, do a fast revision on something that seems silly to somebody else, but to you was important. And just re-experience it in the way you would have hoped it would have gone. And then attach to the new memory. Do it once, do it 3 times a day if you want. But sooner or later, what's going to happen is you're going to remember the memory you put in, not the one you thought you experienced before. That's like not even, it doesn't even have room in your head anymore. Remove the hold that past wrong emotional reactions have upon you by reviewing the experiences and changing them. This is done by rewriting the experience in your mind and saying what you should have said and doing what you should have done at the time. Let this corrected picture slip back into the subconscious as you resolve not to make the same mistake again. By repetition of this technique, you will rid yourself of all feelings of hate, resentment, and other emotional disturbances that cling to your memory. And to the degree that you release yourself from these destructive feelings, you will free yourself from their power to attract ill health and wrong results. Wow, 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 wow. What a wonderful chapter. Chapter 6, the perfect will of God. Postscript. Relaxation of the body, passivity of the mind, and fixation of attention on the objective desire equals fulfillment of the objective. Anxiety has no creative power. Consciousness, whose origin is in eternity, provides the power for your experiences in time. Consciousness. Test yourself, for in this teaching there is no room for failure. All you have to do is test it. All you have to do is imagine what you want to be, have, or do, and what you would be doing if you were already having or doing that thing, whatever that is. But as he said in this chapter, you must know what your desire is. You must have the object of focus. What is it that you desire? Great and amazing chapter. Wow. All right, we're going to see you in the next one. Neville Goddard, The Power of Unlimited Imagination. Chapter 7, Be Ye Doers of the Word. In the book of Hebrews, Paul tells us to rest in the Lord. Why? Because the man who rests in the Lord is transformed into the image in which he rests. If my aim is to be a good teacher and I rest in the feeling, I will be transformed into that image. Unfortunately, most of the states in which men rest are negative. Feeling insecure, you will rest in the conviction that the world owes you a living. Feeling hurt, it is easy to rest in that grievance until your mood becomes natural. Oh boy. It is such a common failure, if you will, that it's easy to do that. It's sad that it's easy to do that because we have so much potential. So much potential. You may condemn the state and believe others to be its cause, but through your feeling of being hurt, you will be transformed into the very image of the state you condemn. And if someone seems to cause you displeasure, remember there is no other. There is no other. There is no other. Three fingers are pointing back at you. The state in which you rest is causing you to listen. The state in which you rest is causing you to listen to silent and invisible conversations. Although the words are heard by you and you alone, they act as magnets and draw to you the circumstances of your life. What's going on in here, that little bit of chatter, what you're thinking while you're driving, what you're thinking while you're listening to the radio, what you're thinking while your friend's talking, what you're thinking while the TV's on, whatever. These are all little magnets. These conversations are creating the reality you're experiencing. You must begin to direct those conversations like Neville's wife did. Be ye doers of the word and not hearers only, deceiving yourselves. Every meeting I share with you the knowledge I have gained through personal experience, but I cannot make you put this knowledge into practice. That's Neville talking, because this is a lecture. As a teacher, I demand results. As a teacher, I demand results. As a student, I urge you to test this truth. For it is true, it will prove itself. For if it is true, it'll prove itself in its testing. I urge you to test this truth. For if it is true, it will prove itself in the testing. In the 25th chapter of the book of Matthew, the parable is told of the servants who were given talents by their master. Oh, it's going to be good. One was given 5 talents that he increased to 10. Another 2 talents were given that were increased to 4. And when the third received his 1 talent, he buried it, thereby never allowing it to increase. When the master returned, he rejoiced at the increase he was shown by the first 2. But he took from the one who had placed his talent in hiding, he took that from him, and he gave it to the one who had 10, saying, to everyone who has, more will be given, and he will have abundance. But from him who has not, even that which he has will be taken away. This teaching is like the talents. Practice daily. Your power of awareness will grow. Let's get a picture of that. Here we go. I am all that is God right here. Self-concepts, self-concepts. Let's talk about where these talents went in this parable. It's a wonderful example. 25th chapter of the book of Matthew. Let's see here. One was given 5 talents, he increased to 10. Another 2 increased to 4. 5. So this was given 5 talents, he increased it to 10. This one was given 2 talents, he increased it to 4. This one was given 1 talent, and he buried it. He buried it from his sight and did not use his talent. Did not practice in his talent in this self-concept. Here, the talent was doubled because the talent was used. Here, the talent was doubled because the talent was used. Practice daily. Your power of awareness will grow. Power of awareness, remember, I am that I am. Awareness of your being is your power of awareness. This will grow when you practice daily. If you're a hearer only, your knowledge not used will soon wither away and atrophy. Don't even be confused. It will slide away. It's like anything else. If you sing every morning, you keep that in tune. If you stop singing every morning, that goes away. It becomes dormant. Test yourself every day. Leave the other fellow alone and turn to self. For the promise is, according to your work will it be done unto. Don't worry about anybody else. Here's you, and here's where you want to be. Who cares? Be happy. Oh man, they got new cars, they got a new house. I can't believe it. They're our age and everything, and they're doing all these wonderful things. Yes, that's wonderful. These people are 10 years younger than me. They're increasing. They got a new house and they got new cars. Wow. Rejoice. Be happy. If you resent someone else, you're bringing that home. That's not practicing your talent. Your practicing of talent is being happy and saying the prayer for those that have, they are going to be given more. When you're blessing them, those that are practicing and increasing their bounty, increasing their abundance, you're happy for them and you're blessing them with even more. To him that hath, it is given even from you. It doesn't mean, excuse me, I know what we're going here. It doesn't mean not to bless this direction too, but understand those are doubled and the abundance shows for it, shows for their practice. The abundance doubles and shows for their practice. The abundance doesn't double, but it goes away because they're not practicing. But it doesn't mean you can't say a prayer for them and see them in abundance, lifting them up, rising the tide. The man who overcomes himself rises to a higher level of being. That sounds like quite a phrase, overcomes himself. Man. Uncritically observe your reactions to life. Then work on yourself by practicing this psychologically. Only by working on self can you rise to a higher level, but you cannot do it with a negative emotion. It must be a positive one. We are told to lift up your eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh your help. Negative thoughts cause downward emotions, while positive thoughts elevate. If you listen to your thoughts, stop their negative flow, and change them so that you are hearing what you want to hear, you will feel a positive emotion of relief that is followed by a stillness that brings with it the knowledge that your prayer has been answered. There it is. I mean, it's so friggin' simple. It can't be that easy. Can it be that easy? If you listen to your thoughts, you must practice this. Stop what you're doing right now and pause this video and listen to your thoughts. Which way are they going? What's in there? Wouldn't it be great if we could record ourselves a day ago, a year ago, 10 years ago, and see what the heck we were thinking? Oh boy, I'm glad we can't, but you understand my point here. If you listen to your thoughts, stop their negative flow and change them so that you are hearing what you want to hear, you will feel a positive emotion of relief that is followed by a stillness that brings with it the knowledge that your prayer has been answered. Now, as the title of this lesson implies, we are urged to be doers of the word and not hearers only, deceiving ourselves. In the book of James, a hearer is defined as like a man who observes his natural face in the mirror, then turns and forgets what he looks like. Whereas the doer is one who looks into the perfect law of liberty, perseveres, and is blessed in all that he does. Right here. Boom. Making the impression, conquering the achievement of the objectification of the desire. Desire, impression, expression. Doer of the word must be practiced. You must persist and do this each night, each morning, before nap and after nap, any moment you can. What are you giving your attention to right now? How do you go about looking in the mirror of the mind and being pleased with what you see? By looking into the face of your wife, husband, parent, or friend. Close your eyes. Relax. And think of a friend who would rejoice in your good fortune. Tell him your good news and watch the expression of joy appear on his imagined face. His expression will liberate you, as his knowing has set you free to express your desire. It's that close. How do you even describe how close it is, your freedom, that you imagine a friend rejoicing in seeing their smile when you share with them the good news of your new husband, of your new bank account, of your new children, of your new house, of your new career, doing what you love to do. You're sharing with your friend here in the fourth dimension, in the kingdom of heaven. You're with the Lord. You're seeing your friend smile, that wonderful smile that only they could smile when you share with them the good news, the God's spell. And you feel warm and cozy because you just saw them happy for you. Their expression will liberate you, as his knowing has set you free to express your desire. Having looked into the perfect law of liberty, persevere and you will be blessed in the doing. In the book of Matthew, the law is stated thus: whatever you wish that men would do to you, do so to them, for this is the law of the prophets. Here we discover that the Bible is speaking of a man's psychology and not his physical form. The Bible records what you do within yourself, telling you that the conversation carried on internally are the breeding grounds of your future actions. Pay very close attention to what was just said right there. The Bible records what you do within yourself, telling you that the conversations carried on internally are the breeding grounds of your future actions. Forever carrying on mental conversations with imaginary beings, become aware of your thoughts. Be selective and make your inner conversations positive. No matter how hard that seems to do, just do it. Just do it. Sometimes it feels like you're like trying to change a course of a river with your two arms. You're trying to hold the water and push it in another direction. Yes, that's how it feels. That's exactly how it feels. But if you don't get in that freaking thing up to your knees and put your arms out and start changing that course, who's going to do it for you? You need to get in there, up to your knees, up to your waist, whatever, and make the push. You'll be surprised. Just you against that river is going to make a difference. Just put your arms out. All of a sudden, you'll find the beavers are starting to help you by bringing sticks because of your intent, because of your imagining that course is going to go another way. Once you see the end, you at the other end over there, everything's going to come to your aid. All the automatons will step forward right into your bridge of incidents and help you get there. Forever carrying on mental conversations with imaginary beings, become aware of your thoughts. Be selective and make your inner conversations positive. For the mechanical imagination is asleep and negative, while the awakened imagination is positive and noble. Tonight, single out someone you love and rearrange your opinion of him. Carry on mental conversations with him based upon this new premise, and you are a doer of the word. There it is. Tonight, single out someone you love and rearrange your opinion of him. Carry on mental conversations with them based upon this new premise, and you are a doer of the word. If you don't, you are a hearer only, deceiving yourself. This teaching is to awaken you to the active, dynamic being that you really are. Asleep, your thoughts are negative and passive and cannot change until you uncritically observe your reactions to life. If you are honest with yourself, you will find an internal being you are not proud of, a monster that needs taming. Tame that monster by filling your mind with positive thoughts of joy and fulfillment. And you will turn that monster into a being of love. Love, the most important thing there is, period. One thing only, the most important thing only, love. It's made of consciousness. You're wielding consciousness unconsciously. So now you take charge by taming that monster and filling your mind with positive thoughts of joy and fulfillment. You turn that monster into a being of love. If anybody remembers Neville fighting that big monster while in meditation, and it kept growing, the more anger he would express at it, trying to kill it, trying to tame it, trying to beat it to death, and it would grow and magnify huge until he realized it wanted love to go away. And once he started imagining love, it vanished. That's exactly what all your blocks are. Any block you feel you have right now, whether it is what happened when you grew up as a kid, what happened that your teachers did to you, what happened that your parents did to you, what happened that your uncle, aunt, cousin did to you, who cares? You got to where you are. Somehow, you're here now. That's all that matters. Now, those habits, those monsters only exist right here, right now. You're not experiencing those right now. If you are, you typically wouldn't be on this video. But if you are experiencing those things and you are on this video or this channel, then use this information. Tame those monsters with love. The important thing, I had a conversation today about Ho'oponopono. Ho'oponopono. It means to make right. What's funny and crazy about that phrase is we went to our wedding vows. We got married in 1999 on the island of Kauai. And at the time they were filming Baywatch Hawaii. And our preacher, our minister, preacher, whatever, he was actually in Baywatch Hawaii at the time. And we got the makeup gal who was working on the show. She did my wife's makeup for our wedding we had. And small world crazy, but we went ahead and just went with their vows. We just figured we're in Hawaii, let's do the traditional thing they would do. Right in the first paragraph is Ho'oponopono. And I had no idea, that was 1999. I had no idea that in 2020, what would that be, 21 years later, about 20, 21, I would fall madly in crazy love with the idea of what Ho'oponopono meant. Ho'oponopono means to make right. It means I love you, thank you, to everything. Dr. Hugh Lin, Morna Simeona, I believe is the name of the gal that he learned from. She would be the teacher. She would be the wise, noble one, and he learned from her, and he applied it. And I'm going to make a video on this specifically, but you have monsters in your experience, let's say, all right? They don't exist in front of you right now. They're here right now. Everything in here right now is only ever here anyway. Even though you're physically experiencing something, it's still here because everything is you pushed out. I'm not trying to deflate anybody's personal experience, however negative and however seemingly negative. What I'm trying to help encourage is the idea of what the power of love can do, even with monsterific experiences in life. And I know this is a very serious topic, and I don't want to gloss over it. It's a very important topic. You can't get emotional, right? Tame the monster by filling your mind with positive thoughts of joy and fulfillment, and you will turn that monster into a being of love. Monsters exist. I've heard of them. I've heard the stories. In my beginning of doing any of this work, I love to do and go out and do a lot of consultations and readings. Thousands. And I've heard a lot of stories. And my teachers told me a lot of wonderful stories. I say wonderful because I don't want to use a negative word. But they're only ever existent in the present of the person, typically the existence of that monster is here. The monster's not literally standing right there. So it's the best thing I can say is that although you might have had a monsterific experience, understand that you are in control of how you perceive it now. You are in control of using love, the Ho'oponopono way, I love you, thank you. You're using love now to make that impression into your reality. You feel like it's been robbed of you, this monster experience you had, then you're going to use love to overcome that. That's how we're going to get rid of those blocks. We're going to remove them with love. It'll be in a separate video, as I said, but Dr. Hugh Lin, using the idea of love without even seeing the patients in I think it was in Honolulu, it was a psychological hospital in Honolulu. His friend needed help and he didn't even want to go there. I think he lived stateside, and he told him, just send me the files of the patients. And the guy said no. So he actually went to Hawaii to help his friend running this hospital. I believe, I'm paraphrasing the story quite handsomely here as best I can, but all he did was focus on I love you, thank you, as he looked at the files of the patients. I love you, thank you. That's all he did. He didn't talk, he didn't consult, he didn't go near the patients. One by one, as he practiced imagining lovingly for each patient, which is imagining lovingly as exactly what Neville's describing, each patient eventually got well. Each patient went on work furlough. Each patient was so well, they were released. Pretty soon, all the patients were released from the hospital, and the hospital had no more work. The hospital was shut down. That's the power of I love you, thank you. Called Ho'oponopono by the Hawaiians, it's still imagining lovingly. How hard is it? How much time does that take? How busy is your day when you can't say, I love you, thank you, to your spouse in your head, your future spouse in your head, your mother, your father, your children, your neighbors? I love you, thank you. I have a friend, a very, very good friend, and when I learned something, I share it with everybody. So when I learned it, 2020 and 2021, I was practicing it very much. And we shared it with our friends. My wife and I shared it with our friends, and then they practice it. They run a business, and they practice it with their customers. They still practice it to this day. And they go and they quote a job or they bid a job, and they use Ho'oponopono. They're constantly just there looking at the job, just like, I love you, thank you. It's going in their head. While the customers, I don't know if I'm going to do this. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. They leave and they're like, no problem, here's the price, and just whatever. And then when they're leaving, they're on their way to the truck. I love you, thank you. I love you, thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. They always get a call back because that customer felt the love. Think about that. All they're doing is I love you. And they get the call back. You want to increase your business? This is how you do it. Whatever business you're in. Love your customer. Thank your customer here. You're thanking them here. Out here is where they exist. But you're thanking them here. So you're making the impression. So then the objectification of that reality, you make the impression, the new expression is them calling you for work. Because they know you're the source. They know in the subconscious realm that you're bringing the love. Boom! Get into the habit of observing your reactions to life. Give yourself your daily bread by giving yourself the ability to no longer react negatively. Become a doer by recognizing a negative thought, then breaking it and going immediately to a positive one. Just break the negative thought. Again, monsters in the past. We have to move forward by breaking the negative thought and replacing it with a positive one. There's no saying things did not happen to you or that you're the cause of it, so that's why it's your fault that happened. This whole idea of you create your own reality is very, very highly responsible. But when you've had monsterific experiences or negative ones, that doesn't sit too well. That doesn't sit too well when you hear it from me, and you're going to point at me right away and want to come over here and tell me what you think. That's not the point. The point is you do create your reality, and you created it for a reason, to get an experience from and learn. Yes, that's on one level. On another level, that monster-terrific experience, it happened. It's here now. Let's replace the negative memory with at least, I love you, thank you. It sounds very not easy to do. It's not easy, but every experience has brought you to where you are. And if you're listening to this video, you're in a very good place, because now you're learning how to change this. You can take where you are, make an impression, objectify a very beautiful, wonderful new reality for yourself. Or you can stay hooked on that past experience and be stuck in this loop. You're looking out here at the past experience. It's your subconscious impression. So you're constantly expressing, because you are changing, but you're only changing into the same cycle over and over. With love, you can break that cycle, absorb that memory, let go of the anger, replace it with love, be the new you, accomplish any goal you want, any goal you can dream of. Bring yourself into the kingdom of heaven. All of your grievances, your hurts, self-pity, and beliefs that others are the cause of your sorrow are animals that need to be sacrificed on the altar of consciousness. Letting all negative feelings go, select the mansion you desire to enter and go in. There it is, exactly. Enter the mansion by letting all those negative feelings go. I added with love. Make that impression, because you're the new loving you. Enter the mansion. It's very interesting material, and excuse me, because I want you to know that I don't take it lightly that we all create our own reality, because we all do. And that was the first thing I learned right in the beginning, and it was the hardest pill to swallow. That all my experiences were created by me. That was a doozy. That was a real hard lesson, and it was a tough pill to swallow. So I know what it feels like for me to be saying it to you, especially if you've had monster-terrific experiences. They're not happening to you now. Yes, you did create them. Yes, you needed the experience from them, but you're here now. And you can be a teacher to others of that experience you had and overcame. That's the new state you're entering into. What does it take to help someone stop partying like they're in their second year of college? Somebody who's been there. Somebody who's been there and make the impression that they don't want to do that anymore can become a new person and teach someone else how to get out of that cycle, because they're in a cycle also, if they want to get out. People who don't want to get out, don't worry about it. That's not a worry for you. Very powerful statement here. All of your grievances, your hurts, self-pity, and beliefs that others are the cause of your sorrow are animals that need to be sacrificed on the altar of consciousness. Letting all negative feelings go, select the mansion state you desire and enter and go in. You desire to enter and go in. The law brings poverty into being. The law that brings poverty into being also brings wealth. Let the weak man say, I am strong. And the poor man say, I am rich. I am wealthy. For only that which you affirm within yourself can be outpictured. Does anybody remember? There was a cartoon, man. It was a little creature. It was a little guy. It was a shorter guy, and I think his name was it Mr. Magoo. No. Okay, I got it. My name is Elmer J. Fudd. I own a mansion and a yacht, and that's all this cartoon character said. My name is Elmer J. Fudd. I own a mansion and a yacht. My name is Elmer J. Fudd. I own a mansion and a yacht, and he was just claiming his wealth, and he was a cartoon character in these cartoons. These Saturday morning cartoons we used to watch, and it was hilarious. But that is how you have to be. Let the poor man say, I am wealthy. I own a mansion and a yacht. For only that which you affirm within yourself can be outpictured. Feel yourself into the state of poverty, and poverty is outpictured. Feel yourself into the state of poverty, and it is outpictured. Feel yourself into the state of security by saying, I am secure. And security will result. Don't forget, one of my favorites, I live in a safe universe. I got that from Seth. I live in a safe universe. Shout out to Seth. Shout out to Jane Roberts, Rob Butts. I live in a safe universe. But if you do not feel yourself into the state desired, you will be forever free of its results, as that which requires a state of consciousness to produce its effect will never be affected without such change in consciousness. Remember the lottery winner. Didn't change his consciousness. Jack Whitaker. You must feel yourself right into the situation of your answered prayer. Then live and act in that conviction. If you don't, you will never know the results of that state. You must feel yourself right into the situation of your answered prayer. You must feel what it's like to be married. You must feel what it's like to walk down the aisle. You must feel what it's like to be in bed next to your partner. You must feel what it's like eating lunch and dinner together. You must feel it. Make the impression by the feeling. It's an impression, then an expression. The expression's automatic. Never be concerned about the how. Forget about the how. Just impress, because the expression's automatic. You must feel yourself right into the situation of your answered prayer, then live and act in that conviction. If you don't, you will never know the results of that state. Do what Neville did. You want to live in a different apartment or house, what have you, or be in a different state, meaning literally a state of the United States. You're in a state in the South. You want to go to the Midwest? Well, most time people take the vacation the opposite direction. You're in the state in the South, and you want to go to the West Coast. Then at night, when you get up to use the toilet, everybody does. You walk, or you do your sats, and you imagine yourself walking through the rooms of your place, and the current place you're laying down. This is Neville's technique. Remember, the current place you're laying down is all of a sudden 3,000 miles to the east, and you feel that where you used to live is 3,000 miles that way to the east. Okay? So while you're in sats, while your eyes are closed walking to the toilet, you're still in sats. You can imagine that you're in your new place, feeling the walls of your new place, and you're 3,000 miles away from your old place. Your fortune or misfortune was brought into being by your state of consciousness. There is no other cause. Have the courage to accept this and then become a doer. In so doing, be blessed in every deed. Start now to become conscious of what you hear yourself say to yourself, and stop receiving those impressions mechanically and unconsciously. Pay attention. What you hear must be filtered through what you are. And what you are is what you hear. Man. What you hear must be filtered through what you are. And what you are is what you hear. Kind thoughts stem from kind ideas created by a kind person. Therefore, be kind to one another, tender-hearted and forgiving. Key word in that sentence, created. Kind thoughts stem from kind ideas created by a kind person. Anybody can create kind thoughts. Anybody, anywhere, anytime. Therefore, be kind to one another, tender-hearted and forgiving. Now, an assumption is called the crown of the mysteries, and every assumption is made by you alone. The world you see depends not so much on what is there, as on the assumption you make when you look at it. The talent entrusted to you is your power of conscious assumption. That's the talent. Remember what we were talking about. Are you going to multiply it? Or are you going to bury it and hide it? That is the question to you right now. Are you going to bury it, hide it, or are you going to use it and multiply it? The talent entrusted to you is your power of conscious assumption. Don't bury it! Exclamation point. Asleep to this knowledge, your reactions to the day are mechanical. When you're not even aware of the law at all. Asleep to this knowledge, your reactions to the day are mechanical, negating everything you see and hear. Postscript. Become conscious of what you are doing and saying to yourself. Awake! Exclamation point. Rise in consciousness by controlling your thoughts and making them positive, kind, loving, and fulfilling. Remember the Ho'oponopono. I love you, thank you. How much more kindness can you be? Rise in consciousness by controlling your thoughts and making them positive, kind, loving, and fulfilling. That's why Ho'oponopono works so well, because you're simply rising in consciousness, literally, and you're controlling your thoughts and making them positive, obviously. Control your imagination with steady attention and dare to stand and be heard. Think noble thoughts based on noble concepts, and they will pay great dividends. For you will rise in consciousness and transform your world. Great chapter. Wow. Chapter 7, Be Doers of the Word. What a wonderful chapter that was. So many wonderful pieces in here. What was your favorite? I'll tell you my favorite. Oh my gosh, where was it at? There's so much goodness right here. Oh man. Oh. Okay, get into the habit of observing your reactions to life. And this seems difficult at first, but if you're open-minded enough to realize that you are reacting constantly. Each moment you have reactions going on. But if you're open enough to pay attention, get into the habit of observing your reactions to life. Give yourself your daily bread by giving yourself the ability to no longer react negatively. Become a doer by recognizing a negative thought, then breaking it and going immediately to a positive one. It is literally, that's the instruction. Is it simple? You decide. Are you going to do it? Let's hope so. I'm very much rooting for you. All right. We'll see you in the next chapter. Neville Goddard, the power of unlimited imagination. Chapter 8, The Pearl of Great Price. Oh man, this is going to get good. Love this. When you possess the mind of Christ, you are in possession of the pearl of great price. That pearl is imminent. It is nearer than near and sooner than now. For the pearl of great price is your own wonderful human imagination. Your own wonderful human imagination. You have always possessed this mind, but like every possession, unless you know it is yours and are willing to use it, it is non-existent to you. Believe me, everything in your world was first conceived in your imagination. The house you live in, the car you drive, the clothes you wear, as well as your friends, your loved ones, your enemies, and the strangers on the street were imagined before externalized. Now it is the time to control your human imagination and govern it by love. I urge you to awaken to the discovery that everything you seek in time is contained within you. Remember, you're all consciousness. Once you change your consciousness, you're changing your experience, because what you're experiencing and seeing in 3D reality is a reflection of your own consciousness. You're just forming consciousness into different things. As you get this and use it and apply it and practice it, you see your conscious creations change. They start upgrading. Everything upgrades itself. There's only one mind with unnumbered levels of awareness. There is only one mind with unnumbered levels of awareness, and we are those levels of awareness. Your level determines where you are and what you are, for what you think you are. This mind is not something detached from you, but your own lovely imagination, the body of the Father, and the only redemptive power in the universe. It can save you from your present state or bind you to it. Christ is defined in Scripture as the power and wisdom of God, nourishment for you as your hope of glory. All things are made by this power. Without God, nourishment, not anything is made. For Christ, who is your own wonderful human imagination, is yourself. Looking with the human eye, you see a world outside and seemingly independent of your perception. But when you view the world through the eye of imagination, you understand its meaning. Turn within and test yourself, and you will discover that you are your own savior. What is a savior? A savior is a thirsty man, water is his savior. A hungry man, food is his savior. Turn within and test yourself, and you will discover that you are your own savior. Then you will begin to assert the supremacy of your human imagination. You will cease to bow before the dictates of the world without and start to put your dreams into effect. You will cease to bow before the dictates of the world without and start to put your dreams into effect. A tamed man is one who is self-disciplined. Tame yourself by observing yourself. Are you wasting your strength in negative emotions? If so, then discipline yourself out of the muck and mire you have been living in and rise with your disciples into a state of joy and the body of love. Do this and you will have found the pearl of great price. Oh my goodness. Man. In this world, you appear to be a man or woman of flesh and blood. Your father, mother, sisters, and brothers are known, but I tell you, you are far greater than the greatest man on earth. For you are Jesus Christ. Imaginative love is sleeping in your body of flesh. Imaginative love is sleeping in your body of flesh. Awaken the love that you are by claiming that your mind is Christ. Claim your pearl of great price, for it is the key that will unlock the treasure of heaven. Truth, truth, truth. Right there. I must repeat these few sentences because they mean a lot. Imaginative love is sleeping in your body of flesh. Awaken the love that you are by claiming your mind is Christ. Your mind, this. Claim your pearl of great price, for it is the key that will unlock the treasure house of heaven. Remember, I am all that is God right here. Our self-concepts streaming out from Him. We are of that body. He made us in His image, forgot who He was while in us, so that we would wake up and remember that we're Him. Of course that's within. That can be nowhere else. It's only within. Imaginative love is sleeping in your body of flesh. Your body of flesh. Awaken the love you are by claiming that your mind is Christ. Claim your pearl of great price. Your pearl of great price. There is no way possible to put a value on what you have going right here, right there. There's no price high enough to claim that this is worth. It can't. If you can create all the riches with this, then what is the value of this? Excuse me, this, not this. What is the value of this? If this is what creates wealth, If this is what creates love, what's the value of this? It's the pearl of great price. What would you do for it? What would you do for that? When you wake up and realize this, you won't get enough of this. You won't get enough of this technique. You won't get enough of this understanding. You won't get enough because you just need more. You want to know how to use that pearl. But I'm here to tell you, this creates love. This creates war. This creates death. This creates life. This creates all of it. But if you can use it for just love, hey, look at that. What would you be willing to give up? What would you be willing to stop focusing on? What would you do to understand how to use your pearl? Would you spend time on the subject? Claim your pearl of great price, for it is the key that will unlock the treasure house of heaven. With your mind as Christ, you will discover that you are no longer capable of thinking unlovely. Very true. When you wake up to this and you look in the mirror and you see him, and you honestly say in that mirror, I am him, you're going to be in so much awe. You're not going to, it's mind-blowing. And nobody's going to believe you. So don't even bother with them. Work on them here, not out there. Not, okay? With your mind as Christ, you will discover that you are no longer capable of thinking unlovely, negative thoughts and will have no desire to retaliate. Believe me, it's a very, very wonderful place to be. The Bible is your biography, for you are Jesus, the great Jehovah of the Old Testament, who finds fulfillment in the New. Using the mind of man, you are asleep. It is time to awaken, to cast off the mind of man who says, I can, I was, or I will be, and assert your divine inheritance, that is the mind of God who says, I am. Repeat that sentence. It is time. This whole piece is just wonderful. The Bible is your biography, for you are Jesus, the great Jehovah of the Old Testament, who finds fulfillment in the New. Using the mind of man, you are asleep. It is time to awaken, to cast off the mind of man who says, I can, I was, or I will be, and assert your divine inheritance, that is the mind of God, who says, I am. I am that. I am wealthy. I am healthy. Why do those words rhyme? Is there a special reason? They sound so much alike. I am in love. Remember now, love is the ultimate rule here. It's the ruler of the day, if you haven't heard yet. And I discussed the Ho'oponopono in the last video. I love you. Thank you. If you're watching this, I honestly, truly love you. Thank you. I am in love. I am that I am. I am wealthy. I am. I am healthy. I am. You must adopt this divine inheritance of the mind of God who says, I am. Nothing is impossible to God. And nothing is impossible to you when you claim to be the mind of God. Nothing, I don't want to make judgments, but I know through the series of videos so far, we've gone to the point in the beginning when we said, be aware become awake to the awareness of being. And then it's very logical that it means that trying to work with these concepts, if you're going to try and ignore that, this doesn't seem to be easy to interpret or put to a logical place here so you can go ahead and use it. So what's wrong with testing it? What's wrong with testing it and saying, I am part of him? Who cares what the words are? Who cares if you're supposedly atheistic, or you don't want to use the words God and all these other biblical phrases or scripture, who cares? Just try it. Try it and say, okay, he has my back. I'm going to take a risk. I'm going to make an impression because I know I can't fail because he has my back. Yes, he does have your back. Matter of fact, your back is made of him. So he's got your back. There is no risk. There is no risk. You just do it. Just make the impression. Watch the expression. Don't worry about the how. He's got that covered. His ways are past finding out. You don't have to worry about those things. You just have to use your consciousness to be in the feeling of fulfilled there. Nothing is impossible to God, and nothing is impossible to you when you claim your mind to be God. When you know what you want, my point was I was trying to get to, and I just fell off, the needle skipped one groove. When you realize you're him, then you do your I am meditation, and if you don't have that direction, because it was very difficult for me, I'm here to tell you, I'm first to admit, having your I went to college and I tried, after I got, anyway, I'm going to make a separate video on this whole subject, but if you don't grasp what you want or get into the I am meditation, I am some breathing, go fishing, go hunting, ask yourself, what would I love to do? What would I love to be? What would I love to have? All these are desires, but yours is unique to you. And only you have that desire. No one else got that. No one else got that desire signal. You got it. So find out what that is. It doesn't matter what it is. Make it noble, as Neville quite often says. Make it the most huge, noble, wonderful. And then go for it. And then just start going that direction. Change everything to fit your new direction. Stop listening to the noise out here. There's a lot of it out here, man. There's a lot of friggin' noise out there. This is quite a busy bee right here. This noise is busy. And this noise is trying to get your attention and make the impression into your subconscious. And it's doing a wonderful job up to now. If you're going to find out what your desire says for you, then you're going to bring that, you're going to shut the noise and you're going to bring your direction. You're going to bring your focus. You're going to get and only watch those videos that deliver you the goods. Watch those ones that get you to your desire. It doesn't matter what that desire is. You want to be a taxidermist? You want to be a painter? You want to be a musician? You want to be a dancer? You want to do something more artful, artistic in the world versus what you're doing now. You want to be creative. Find out what that is. Bring what you're doing into your sights of your desire. Your desire has this straight path for you. Shut that off, and just aim directly at it. And all that noise that's coming from these sights, put those blinders on. Just put the blinders on and put your head down and go for it. No one's going to do it for you. No one is coming to do this for you. Period. Full stop. No one is going to step in for you. When you know what you want, now let's say we get there. Ask yourself where you would sleep if you had it. You want wealth? Where would you be sleeping? You want love, marriage, family? Where would you be sleeping? You want health? Where would you be sleeping? What would your world look like? Would a friend be happy for you? Yes, obviously. Especially the wealth, because you're going to buy. You're buying dinner, and they're invited. With the answers to your question, feeling your mind, fall asleep in your desired place. Where would you sleep if you were married, in love, happy in your relationship? Where would you be sleeping? On which side of your spouse would you be on? Which side of the bed would you occupy? Sleep on that side here. Or if you have a big enough bed, sleep on that side literally. But Mainly, you want to put your consciousness there. That's the main point. View the world from that vantage point and hear your friend rejoice now that your desire is a physical fact. Hear your friend congratulating you on that phone. That's an angel singing in your ear, by the way. Oh, I'm so happy to hear the news about your new relationship and you're getting married. Or I'm so happy to hear the news you got back from your honeymoon. I wish I could have went, but I couldn't get off work, but I'm going to be there at the reception that you're going to have. Hear them congratulating you on that great, wonderful news about your new marriage. Then believe in Christ. After you're there in your desired state, your friend's rejoicing with you, congratulating you, and you're trying to fall, you're hopefully not falling asleep too fast, you're getting there. Then believe in Christ, the power to put all things under your subjection, and it will be done unto you. Remember, there's no such thing as a powerful fate to which you must bow, nor do you have to accept life on the basis of the world without. You do not have to accept life on the basis of the world without. That's without. You're here. You're in charge of that impression. That impression equals expression. Turn to self. Claim your pearl of great price. And remember, what seems to be is to those to whom it seems to be, and is productive of the most dreadful consequences to those to whom it seems to be, even of torments, despair, and eternal death. William Blake. I so look forward to reading some William Blake. I want to read Jerusalem because I know Neville spent as much as probably minimum 7 hours a day studying his Bible and his William Blake. He carried 2 books with him. Went with him. It's like we have the internet on our phone, and Neville carried the Bible and his William Blake, copy of William Blake, which would be, I believe, Jerusalem. And he studied those 2 books only. Literally only. I can't wait to read some. Maybe we'll go over some together. This world is like a machine whose actions and reactions are automatic. This is the postscript. This world is like a machine whose actions and reactions are automatic. Separate yourself from this machine-like mind and use your wonderful human imagination to rise to higher and higher levels of your own being. Higher and higher levels of your own being. And then just turn this whole thing, you're here again, higher and higher levels. You're constantly going to another level. There is nothing wrong with that. If you do not like the events of your life, change them by controlling your imagination. Awaken to the discovery that everything you seek in time is contained within you. Remember, in a chapter or 2 ago, there was a statement by Neville, and in the chapter, it said there's no transformation in time. Time is not a transforming thing. Transformation doesn't come in time. You're not imagining lovingly for yourself and trying to make that impression into your consciousness to then express a new self-concept. You're making the impression into your consciousness in a now. It doesn't happen over time. There's a lot of talk about when can I manifest? How soon can I manifest this? Will you help me manifest this in 3 days? I need to pass a test. I need to get a job. I need to do this, that, and the other. It isn't about time whatsoever. It's about desire and whether that's within you. And if it is, then you have the power to make that impression. How fast do you make this? That is up to you and your desire. I am the one to say enthusiasm has a lot to do with this. Enthusiasm plays a major role here. Awaken to the discovery that everything you seek in time is contained within you. Time element, it's already within you. The desire's here, so the objectification of that reality is also here. There's no time. Time is like how. If you're worried about how much time is it going to take, that's like being worried about how it's going to happen. Time is one of the biggest time wasters. It's such an illusion. It's such an illusion time. Oh, it's only now. If you change the consciousness right now with desire, or you change your consciousness aimed at your desire, you'll be amazed. Like I said, like I previously said, you're taking the trash bins for you guys in the UK, the trash bins. You're taking out the trash bins every single week. You take them out, you bring them in, you take them out, you bring them in. Then all of a sudden you're watching this channel or one like it, and you realize, oh, I want to focus on my desire. What is my desire? Let me take some of my I am meditation, going fishing. I'm going hunting. I'm going on the hunt for the tasty venison. Oh, I know what my tasty venison would be like. Let me feel that. Let me feel the hair let me feel your hair. Esau and Jacob. Let me feel you. Come closer. Come closer. Feeling the hair is like feeling it real. Then Jacob, who is the fourth dimensional character, comes into being. When you find out your desire, then when you go to take out the trash bins, because you're focused on your desire and you're learning new information about your desire and you're focusing on making it real. You don't need the information, by the way. This is what Neville says. Reading too many books is going to cause confusion on your subject. You want to be it. In being it will unveil it. So as you're focused on this, all of a sudden, though, it's not to confuse what learning is, and I love learning. If you're still focused on your desire, reading books of Neville or studying Neville or whatever you're doing, you'll be taking out those bins much faster. You won't be moping out to the curb. You'll be darting out there with that bin and darting back in so you can get back to the focus. You must get back to the desire at hand. You're not going to be told by me you need to do that. You're going to feel it. It's going to be the pep in your step. People are going to be like, what the heck is driving her all of a sudden? What's driving him so much now? Why is he so efficient now? Because you're trying to get back to your focus of your own desire, whatever that is. This is the first objective, is to know what you want. Is there anybody guilty of not being able to figure that out? I am. That was a big one. Big, 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 huge, huge, huge. But that, I'm giving you hindsight. I'm trying to share the wisdom here. Get that by going into your I am. I never did the I am. I knew of it, but I didn't do it. I was a hearer, not a doer. You have the opportunity today, as he said in this chapter, be a doer, or I believe that was the last chapter, excuse me. Either way, you know it's running through the vein of all this. That was the last chapter, be a doer and not a hearer only. But that's what we need to do. I mean, I'm not trying to should on you, but that is the theme here. Get that objective in mind. Get that desire figured out. Once you have that, it's all downhill. If that desire is to be married, happy, in love, creating a family, living in a house with a white picket fence, it doesn't matter the desire. But if that's the desire, at least you have a target. With that target, then all your imaginings can work that direction. You can imagine there's so many of those testimonials we got in the Law and the Promise there that they were wonderful. The couple that both went to bed separately, focusing on the building, it wasn't the Law and the Promise, it was another book. They focused on the same apartment, having the windows he wanted, and then the mirror she wanted, and they went to bed in that apartment, and it became their penthouse in their very building. And man, what a wonderful testimonial. So when your desire is figured out, now you can bolster all of your imaginings in that finished feeling of living and being in that reality. Your reality, love, married, family, wonderful house. You're here. You now know what the desire is. Since the desire is within you, these two are wedded together. The desire and the reality, they don't come separated. They don't rise up within you as a separate thing. Let's say this is the desire and this is the objectified reality. They come within you fully baked in. But you have to make the impression. This is where responsibility comes in heavily. You have to make that impression. Every thought counts. Every single little thought. Am I thinking negative thoughts? Am I jealous of my friends' relationships? Am I jealous of others? No. Okay, I'm going to stop that. Because maybe you were at one time. Forget about it. It's done. History. Water under the bridge. Now, I am so happy with all my married friends, and I have a life just like theirs already. Boom, boom. Every little thought adds up. It's all cumulative. But at least you have your desire in focus. It's a target now. If you have that, you have conquered quite a huge piece of the game. If you have the focus of your desire, that is a large piece. Is it wealth? That's also a target. Once you have the desire for wealth, it's embedded with the 3D objectified reality. It's together. They don't come separate. So all your responsibility and job is to make the impression, because that mansion, that stately mansion is waiting for you. It's waiting for you, and it's going to be happier than the trumpets are going to sound off so wonderfully when you arrive. Is it health? The desire for health. The desire for health is embedded by the mansion that contains you fully healthy there. These mansions are all in existence. When you make the impression, you're the responsible party. Only you can make that impression. No one's coming in to do it for you. I can't make that statement enough or stress it enough. No one is coming to the rescue, because it is his purpose to live through you. It's his purpose to live and experience through you. And you're doing it for him. You're doing the ascent, the path of righteousness for him, because that's where we're all from. What a wonderful, wonderful chapter. Oh my gosh, chapter 8. The Pearl of Great Price. In his lecture, The Pearl of Great Price, it is profound. It's definitely a different leaning than this lecture, but it is they're both so wonderful. Okay, we'll see you in the next chapter. Neville Goddard, The Power of Unlimited Imagination, Chapter 9, Self-Remembering. Do you have a goal in life? An aim for yourself? If you do, start now to lift yourself to its level by the act of self-remembering. Do not try to be a better man or woman, but transcend your present level of being by being better at something. Your goal should be so important that you cannot forget it, and your hunger for its externalization so intense that you cannot and will not let the thought go until it is embodied in flesh. I mentioned the young teenager with the basketball in his driveway, throwing hoop after hoop after hoop after hoop. And I mean, if you don't remember, doing something like this as a teenager, for me, it was skateboarding and just trying the trick over and over, and or catching the wave on surfing, catching the wave over and over and over. And nothing else was in your mind except for mastering this certain trick or this certain feat, whatever it was. But you had nothing else in your mind. If you remember back when you were a teenager doing anything, or whistling. Many people can't whistle, but when out in my neighborhood, we had to whistle. Not with fingers, but with, I'd get real loud, but I don't want to. But just these kinds of things you did as a kid. You didn't say, I'm going to put in 10,000 hours. No. You just did it and did it and did it, and you knew you were going to you were already here. You were already here. And you just did it over and over and over because you wouldn't let go of it. The skateboard, the surfboard, the whistling, anything, popping a wheelie on a bike, riding backwards on a bike, on a cruiser bike, putting somebody on the seat, riding backwards with them on the seat. All these little things you did, you never had a mind to say time's involved. Time was never involved, ever. It's about becoming embodied, emotionally feeling it real. Means you're embodying it here. So the gap between you actually pulling off that thing and here gets shorter and shorter, and it's closer. It becomes closer than near. Scripture tells us, Scripture tells us many are called, but few are chosen. The word chosen means to separate, to choose, decide. Every day you are offered the opportunity to choose a new idea, to enter a new state from which to think and feel. Unnumbered emotions and thoughts are yours to call forth, but because of the aim with which you desire to be identified, only a few emotions and thoughts are chosen. Let me clean up that sentence. Every day You are offered the opportunity to choose a new idea, to enter a new state from which to think and feel. Unnumbered emotions and thoughts are yours to call forth, but because of the aim with which you desire to be identified, only a few emotions and thoughts are chosen. Which emotions and thoughts are chosen? If that teenager's throwing that ball hoop after hoop after hoop, which emotions and thoughts is he allowing in? Apparently, obviously, only the ones that fit that ball going in the hoop. That's the celebration moment. He's only seeking the celebratory moment that it actually goes in properly. And the same. And again. And again. Same with the skateboard. Throwing your skateboard and flipping it around and landing on it perfectly. And again. And again. The only emotion as you're going through this repeated exercise and to accomplish this task, the only emotion you're going to allow in is the celebration of that victory. Begin to rise within yourself by letting go of your former beliefs and restriction. We've been talking about over the last couple of videos about blocks, okay? So this is where you have to make that choice. You have to make the choice to move past the blocks. Begin to rise within yourself by letting go of your former beliefs and restrictions. Choose the thoughts and emotions, excuse me, choose the thoughts and emotions you desire to express and enter your desire through the act of feeling. In the 11th chapter of Mark, 2 disciples were told, "Go into the village where you will find a colt tied at the crossroad upon which no one has sat. Loose him and bring him to me. If anyone says, 'Why are you doing this?' say, 'The Lord has need of him.'" Then he mounted the unbridled ass and rode into the city of Jerusalem. Now, the animal found at every crossroad is not a colt or an ass, but the individual's permanent, predominant emotion. Think about what was just said there. See, it's a parable. All of the book is the 66 books that make up the Bible are all parable. Here's the breakdown of Mark, the 11th chapter. The animal found at every crossroad is not a colt or an ass, but the individual, the individual's permanent, predominant emotion. Desiring to express a new emotion, you find it difficult to ride. Why does it not feel natural to be married? It's just difficult riding this new experience. Desiring to express a new emotion, you may find it difficult to ride. This is you trying to feel it real, something you haven't felt before. What does it feel like to have $1 million in your account? You haven't felt that before. So it's difficult to ride the horse. What does it feel like to be married and in bed and in love and coming back from your honeymoon to your new house? What does that feel like? I don't know. I haven't been through it before. Well, this animal's hard to ride because you haven't done it before, but you keep at it. You persist. But you will always find your emotions tied at the crossroads of life. If you've never felt secure before, you may not be able to ride the animal emotion of security for more than a few seconds at a time. Now, that's a starting point. If you have never felt secure before, you may not be able to ride the animal emotion of security for more than a few seconds at a time. Well, hey, you got your starting point. If you even glimpsed the moment with your new spouse, you got far because you weren't thinking about it before. You were never imagining it before, but now you got 1 second. Next morning, you got 2 seconds. Who cares? We don't even care about time intervals. The next time, 5 seconds. The next time you felt it, like for 10 seconds. This is an increase in you practicing how to ride this new animal. But the important thing is to try. For controlled imagination can ride any emotion into the city of peace, the embodiment of the ideal state. An emotion is right or wrong relative to a desire. If you feel uneasy as you commit yourself to your desire, you are walking in the wrong direction and will never reach it. Very important point. An emotion is right or wrong relative to a desire. If you feel uneasy as you commit yourself to your desire, Remember, you've gone in fishing, you know your desire, you've identified it. If you feel uneasy as you commit yourself to your desire, you are walking in the wrong direction because you feel uneasy. It doesn't feel natural. You're walking in the wrong direction and will never reach it. But if the feeling is natural, in parentheses, right, and you persist in your assumption, it will become a fact. At times, even when your aim feels natural, you may allow doubts to creep in and move away from your goal. When this happens, don't condemn yourself. Simply get back on that emotion and write it again. For the beast is unbridled and must be ridden until you and it become one. I am not myself personally a horse wrangler, and I had the opportunity, thankfully, with young I want to say middle school. I had classmates, several classmates, and they all came from in our school district we had a lot of horse stables up and down where they were, and I had classmates, and I remember one, we were boyfriend and girlfriend for a little while, and she took me down over there, and I got to ride on the back of the horse with her, through her, on that property and through the stables, and it was quite exciting. But I mean, I was nowhere in control. She was in control. But the point is I can only imagine how it must feel to be on a horse where you and the horse get to the point where you become one, where they know you and you know them, and they know where you want to go before you probably even pull on the lead, on the reins. That must be quite a thing. And this is what we're talking about. We're talking about getting on top of that horse and becoming one with it. That beast, if you will, is your emotion, one you haven't ridden before. What does it take to get to know that emotion and manage being in it? Being in it like riding that wild beast for the first time. Okay, first time, bucked you off. Second time, it's comfortable with you, we'll let you sit there. Third time, you get it to go a little bit. Fourth time, hey, you're starting to move a lot faster, the horse is walking. This is you riding your emotion, obviously. Fifth, sixth, seventh time, you're now trotting along pretty good. You're getting a good pace. 9, 10, 11, 12, you're moving. You're actually getting into a point where you can gallop. 13, 14, 15, 16, hey, you're trotting really good. It's comfortable. More time in the saddle now. You're being what you want to become. You've put in the effort. The being is becoming real. The feeling is becoming natural. The beast is becoming your friend. Acknowledge the feeling of importance, acknowledge the feeling of importance, of security, or of being dignified within yourself, for your consciousness is reality. What you are conscious of being right now, you are. If you desire to be other than what you are, remember the state desired is just as real as the one you are conscious of now. If you desire to be other than what you are, remember the state desired is just as real as the one you are conscious of now. What is the one you are conscious of now? All right, all that is, I am God right here, sends us out. We are self-concepts of all kinds of colors and varieties, every flavor of the rainbow, all of it, all the whole spectrum. I am all that is. God sends us. If you desire to be other than what you are, remember, the state desired is just as real as the one you are conscious of now. What you are conscious of being right now, you are. You are conscious of being here. This is where your self-concept is today. Where you want to be is this one here. Are you conscious of that? You know the desire exists, and you already know that the desire and the self-concept exists because they're wedded, they're one. They come within you at the same time. The responsibility and the duty is yours to make the proper impression, which is just feeling it. That way, the objectification happens in your experience. The state desired is just, if you desire to be other than what you are, you're here, what you are. If you desire to be other than what you are, remember, the state desired is just as real This is just as real, literally, as the one you are conscious of now. Enter the new state by become conscious of being it. Being it. Right here with an exclamation point. Persist. What made you ride the horse for the second time? If the first time you were completely uncomfortable. Was it peer pressure? That can be a thing. Persist. Find the feeling of the new state and ride it into Jerusalem. Scripture calls upon man to remember himself by associating himself with his aim and walking in its direction. Scripture calls upon man to remember himself by associating himself with his aim and walking in its direction. Only as you discipline yourself can you embody your aim. In his 11th chapter, Mark makes this statement: whatever you desire, believe that you have received it, and you will. And whenever you stand praying, forgive. How do you fulfill a desire and forgive another? By finding the quality you thought to be in another and removing it from yourself. Then place the feeling you desire to express in its place. When this has been done, you have risen right into the state of your answered prayer. Now let's repeat that, because that is profound. Only as you discipline yourself can you embody your aim. Mark makes this statement in the 11th chapter: whatever you desire, believe that you have received it, and you will. Sounds reasonable? And whenever you stand praying, forgive. End quote. How do you fulfill a desire and forgive another? By finding the quality you thought to be in another and removing it from yourself. Then place the feeling you desire to express in its place. When this has been done, you have risen right into the state of your answered prayer. Whoa. Finding the quality you thought to be in another and removing it from yourself, then place the feeling you desire to express in its place. You wouldn't be conscious of it in another. That's why you're removing it. You couldn't be conscious of it in another if it's your aim, because it's in you you're looking through. Everything is you pushed out. When you remove that from another and place the desire within yourself in its place, the desire you want to express. Excuse me, don't let me cross wires. Remove it from the other, finding the quality you thought to be in another and removing it from yourself. You're removing it from yourself, okay? Because you thought it was in another. Then place the feeling you desire to in its place, the desire you wish to express. When this has been done, you have risen right into the state of your answered prayer. Sounds pretty tricky, doesn't it? By finding the quality you thought to be in another, remember those 3 fingers right there, and removing it from yourself, because you're looking through yourself. Everything is you pushed out. You thought it was in the other, but you're going to remove it from yourself, and in its place, place the desire of the thing you want to be in its place. Prayer is conditioned upon the belief that it is already answered. Desire is your springboard. Standing upon your desired state, you may discover that the board wobbles or the ground sways beneath your feet. But if you persist in being conscious of having attained your desire, even though your reason and outer senses deny it, what you are conscious of will become your reality. Tonight, form a lovely aim for yourself and feel its fulfillment. Associate yourself with that feeling by becoming conscious of it. Do that and you will bless and be blessed by God, who is your very self. Can you imagine how 3 little sentences could say so much? Tonight, Form a lovely aim for yourself and feel its fulfillment. Associate yourself with that feeling by becoming conscious of it. Do that and you will bless and be blessed by God, who is your very self. Say to yourself, I and my Father are one. Your inner being is he whom men call God. Your inner being is he whom men call God. He is never so far off as even to be near, for he is your own wonderful human consciousness. Your own wonderful human consciousness. And all things, when admitted into your consciousness, are made manifest by its light. But something must be admitted first. If you are conscious of being beaten, the thought will manifest itself and you will be. You will be. Now think about what we've gone over in the last couple sessions about these blocks that we can have. If you are conscious of being beaten, the thought will manifest itself and you will be. Remember the responsibility level we're talking about within this work. We create our own reality, which says you are creating your own reality. Do you feel insecure? If you do, persist in that mood and you will sink into its slums, for everything manifested is consciousness externalized. What thought dominates your mind right now? Regardless of what it is, you have consented to it, but you need not perpetuate it. The thought that enters your mind, the thought that enters the mind does not defile you. Okay, let's repeat this because this is a very important point and there's a pacing. What thought dominates your mind right now? You can instantly sense it because it's there already. Regardless of what it is, you have consented to it. But you need not perpetuate it. The thought that enters the mind does not defile you. You may consent to any thought, but I'm going to go ahead and add a word or two here because it looks like they were left out of the sentence. You may consent to any thought. Oh, excuse me. No, it was me reading it wrong. You may consent to any thought, be it one that defiles or blesses you when it goes forth. You may consent to any thought, be it one that defiles or blesses you when it goes forth. But every thought will be made manifest. You are so powerful. Get the idea of how powerful you are, if anything, throughout all of these videos and this material. You are extremely powerful. You're already so good at the law. You've been doing this so well. You're already here. You can't be here. You can't be there if you weren't so good at it. You literally are very, very good at this. Consistently. You may consent to any thought, be it one that defiles or blesses. But every thought will be made manifest. Every thought of your self-concept. If these are not pretty thoughts in this self-concept and you're trying to get to this self-concept, you understand that every thought you're working with here, you're consenting to. Who's going to change them for you? Any answers? The state in which you presently reside was only a thought before you entered it. Where you are currently right now was only a thought before you entered it from this state. This state, that state was a thought. But you definitely entered that. And before this state, you were here. And then you became here. Now you're here. And now you realize what desire means inside of you. And you've done your fishing. You've done your hunting. You now know what you want to express in your reality. Doesn't matter what that is. You want to be happy and love and married? Boom, no problem. Here it comes. You want to be wealthy on top of your money, finances and management of your money and your life and your family? Boom, here it comes. The thought will be made, every thought will be made manifest. It doesn't matter what your limitations are in your current self-concept. Every thought, that's why every single thought matters when you're trying to impress your subconscious. Every single thought matters. You cannot afford, no pun on the wealth business, you cannot afford negative thoughts, defiling thoughts. You can't afford it. You have to understand what you have been busy with has kept you here. You've been busy like a bee and participating in things out here that have kept you right here. You've done that. Your awareness has done that. Your consenting to those certain thoughts has been your permission to be where you are. Now you're aware of all this. Now you want to change? No problem. It was just thoughts that got you there in the first place. You were over here and thoughts got you here. Now you feel stuck here. No problem. Hey, man, there's a law that covers this. All you have to do is change your thinking, making different impressions into your subconscious over and over and over and over and over and over. Boom, bam, you're there. Detachment, you experience it. You're in the new self-concept. Sounds easy. You've been doing it already, so that means it is easy. You have already been doing it. The state in which you presently reside was only a thought before you entered it. It just as is the state you now desire, and it can just as easily be realized. Take the challenge. Formulate your aim and rise in consciousness to its fulfillment. Think it is real, and it is. For everything is possible to a thought. Everything is possible to a thought. A thought is no respecter of persons. A thought is not judging why it's there. A thought wants to move towards the assumption because a thought is your tool. It's your tool. You have the tools. I have the tools. We have the tools. We were given the tools right upon conception. The conceived and the conceiver are one. The conceiver is greater than the conception. The conceiver and the conception are one. The conceiver is greater than the conception. You were given the tools of the conceiver. He created you in his image. The conceiver and the conception are one. You're the conception, you have the same tools. Every thought becomes a thing in your world, in your experience, in your reality. Who's going to put a bridle on those thoughts? No one's coming to do it for you. You need to get the reins in your control and start putting the proper thoughts in the places because you have a desire and you know where it's going to lead you. You need to take hold of the reins and get them in control to achieve this desire. But only you can do that. Isn't it wonderful to hear somebody tell you that? Oh boy, now what do I got to do? Oh boy, all these random things going on in my head. What are you talking? What do you mean? All these, this isn't normal? Yes, it is actually perfectly normal because everybody has thoughts and everybody's thoughts get them to where they are. If you don't like where you are, you can just change the thoughts. The output follows the input. Garbage in, garbage out, like the old saying of computers. Garbage in, garbage out. If you see garbage and you're in the mire and the muck, you need to change the thoughts. You're the one consenting to what you're thinking. Now, simply put, these thoughts come flying in like, where the hell are they coming from? Who knows? Who cares? But you have to take control of them. You have to get in charge of them. No, wait, hold on. Third grade, something's coming in from the school days? No, forget. Boom, out of here. Nope, I'm focused on this. I ain't focused on my desire. That ball's going in the hoop. That ball's going in the hoop. I don't care about that thought coming at me from this side. Boom, nope. That ball's going in the hoop. Get back to the task. Get back to the desire. Get back to the objective. That ball's going in the hoop. Shoot again. Shoot again. Shoot again. Shoot again. Keep shooting. Keep shooting. Oh, more thoughts coming in? Oh, someone's calling me in for dinner? Hold on, I got this. I have 5 more minutes. That ball's going in the hoop. That ball's going in the hoop. What is your desire? Give consent to the new thoughts that are trying to be there for you. Those new thoughts are trying to get to the assumption so they can help support making it real. This is how you work. Don't forget, those thoughts got you where you are. So there's no reason to deny thoughts, but just ignore ones that don't fit with you and your objective and your desire. Those thoughts that are flying in from who knows where and they're not doing you any good and they're not helping you with your objective, those are because they exist around the present self-concept. This present self-concept has those thought patterns around it. When you change your self-concept and you're fulfilling your desire and getting over here, there's clouds of thoughts that exist here. And these ones will seem like a long ago memory. They won't matter. They won't even have meaning anymore. You change that self-concept, these new thought patterns are completely different. And these ones will seem like dust. And you'll be glad to leave them. You will be glad. Self-remembering is remembering your aim. So in the course of a day, you should ask yourself where you are psychologically. Your reality lives in a psychological country where you can walk in the mire, the valley, or the mountaintops. Choose this day the state you desire to enter. Feel its mood and acknowledge its fulfillment. Walk faithful to that assumption, and although your reason and your senses deny it, your persistence will cause it to become a fact. Life will become easier when you are brutally frank with yourself and acknowledge your reactions to that which was created by you and is being reflected to you. Resolve to react only in a positive manner. That's very, very big and very, very important. Positive thoughts produce positive effects. End of chapter. That last bit is my immediate favorite part of this chapter. Resolve to react only in a positive manner. What's that going to do for you? Positive thoughts produce positive effects. I said in the last video about maybe someone else is having these wonderful experiences and you might be jealous. You're in celebration. If you're jealous of them creating their reality and making it better, that's not, if you're jealous, you're in the wrong place with your thoughts. And that's why you're here. So you need to change those thoughts of celebration. You're being in celebratory attitude towards your neighbor, having improved their life, means you start to make the impression that you know it's possible for you too. Now, if you resent other people's successes, that's going to keep you right here. And that's the world with its loop keeping you put right here. You might have this desire, you might have a dream about it, you might make vision boards, you might make affirmations, you might affirm all the live long day and night, affirm. But you're not going to go anywhere. You're not going to move. The needle's not going to move. You have to change your reactions to the positive, meaning, okay, my ex isn't calling me back. I love you, thank you. Thank you for being my ex. That's okay, everything's fine. Bye. And emotionally, you want the phone call, but you have to resolve to react only in a positive manner. If somebody's expecting a phone call about a new job or something like that, hey, other people are busy. They're going to get back to you. That's a positive manner. If you're expecting the results from the doctor to be negative or positive, you need to see them positive if, in fact, you want them to be positive. If you're going to sit there and expect them to be negative, because that's what you're doing with your thoughts, and you're reacting to with negative emotion, and you're infusing that with the negative emotion, negative thoughts produce negative effects. I just changed the sentence. Negative thoughts produce negative effects, but the sentence is actually the same on the opposite. Positive thoughts produce positive effects. The doctor's going to come in with a wonderful diagnosis. Everything, I'm completely good to go. Excellent bill of health. The doctor always tells me good news. Huh? How about that belief? How about that as a set of thoughts? I only ever hear good news from my doctor. My car is always in great shape. This car runs so great. I love you, car, while you touch the dashboard, while you're going to the car wash. I love this car. It's such a strong car. Never fails me. Never leaves me stranded. What kind of what kind of disposition do you have? It's time to change that disposition. That disposition being one of negativity is why you're in this place. For the other side of the crowd, the disposition of you being in a positive place and you just want to elevate, hey, you know how you got here. Now you know the fuel how to get to the next one. So practice. I only ever hear good news. That's all I ever hear. All I ever hear is good news. Everything else is junk. Junk mail. What do you do with the junk mail? Your thoughts come into your head just like the junk mail and the valid mail hits your mailbox. There's stuff that matters and there's stuff that doesn't. The stuff that doesn't, what do you do with it? Straight into the bin, straight into the trash can. Out of sight, out of mind. You're not going to sit there and open things that don't matter to you, that are not going to help you, that don't make a difference in you whatsoever. So then why would you spend time here entertaining thoughts that don't make a difference, that don't help you? They're distractions, in fact. They're never going to matter, but you're going to spin wheels over these things. Stop it. Done. That habit's gone now. I only let in thoughts that matter to me and my desire, my objective goal, my new self-concept. The only thoughts, the only mail, the only people, the only statements I hear are only those that get me to the station. You wouldn't take a train the other direction. If you're going uptown, you wouldn't take a train downtown. It doesn't make any sense. So that don't be distracted by your thoughts. Your thoughts are a cloud around your current self-concept. If your current self-concept is the place you want to be and you love, don't worry about it. Switch off this video, switch off my channel. We're not talking to you. If, in fact, you do want to change self-concepts and this one is not the one that's comfortable to you and you want to go to another place, this is the right channel, this is the right video. Understand that cloud around this self-concept is full of thoughts that match it. They, entertained by your consent and your mind, are keeping you right here. But if you want to change into this self-concept, you've got to let go of these thoughts, push them to the side, and force yourself into these thoughts, these new ones that match the new self-concept. Are you happy, in love, and married? All men are. Although you don't think that here, you start weaving that into your consciousness here. All men are loving, caring, and nurturing, because that is the type of thinking I have when I'm married here and I'm happy here. All men are loving, caring, nurturing. All women are loving, caring, nurturing. You can only ride one horse, since we're on that subject in this video, which is a good one. You can't put your leg over this horse and your other leg over that horse. Your old self-concept and your new concepts can't be occupied at the same time. Same way you only have one master. You can't have this as a master and this as a master. You can operate here in the world, but you're not of it. And you know that, and you're conscious of that. You can only ride one horse. If you're riding this horse and you like it and you're in love with it and there's nothing that needs to change, no worries, man. You're not trying to change. You're not looking at videos like this. You don't even care about Neville. But if you're a little bit dissatisfied with your current self-concept and you want to change it, which, of course, remembering, all of us are here to consistently be in ascending. We're always trying to ascend. If you're at a job and you want to make more money, you're trying to ascend. If you want a promotion at your work, you want to ascend. If you're single and you want to be married, that is an ascension. You want to ascend. You're sick and you want to be healthy, any kind of sickness. You want to replace your knee, you want to replace your toe, you want to fix your back, whatever. That's trying to ascend. You're always trying to improve. But it's your thoughts that have kept you in the place you are. So this can work for you after all. Getting down this law and understanding how to use it and using it, actually putting it to use, is gonna change your world, man. Everything's gonna upgrade around you, including yourself. Everything's gonna be amazing. Postscript. As you see your world differently, your consciousness changes, thereby changing future events. I like that. You, all imagination, are the sum total of your reactions to life. This is the only cause and explanation of the events you This is the only cause and explanation of the events you encounter. If you do not like your world, change your reaction to it. It's a major piece of what I was just discussing. If you do not like your world, change your reactions to it. Your reactions are part of that cloud of thoughts that go with this world. Change your reactions will automatically put you over here because you'll be positive. End of chapter 9. What another good one. Self-remembering. All right, we'll see you in the next chapter. Neville Goddard, The Power of Unlimited Imagination, Chapter 10, Your Destiny. Love is the only true power, and your power is in proportion to your love. When Scripture speaks of the violent taking the kingdom by storm, it is not referring to violent characters, but the power of love, which gives the force necessary to rise to a higher level of awareness. There is no ultimate destiny, for life is everlasting. There is no ultimate destiny for, understood psychologically in parentheses, life is everlasting. It is the appeasement of a hunger whose main force is desire. There is no ultimate destiny, for life is everlasting. It is the appeasement of a hunger whose main force is desire. And you know, Neville says many times that basically we're hungry. We're consistently hungry. Man rises on the springs of his desire, with every level of the vertical line of the cross within him so organized that it will lift him through desire to higher and higher levels of himself. I, like all true teachers, teach the art of overcoming the violence that characterizes mankind's present level of being. Thank you, Neville. In many ways, we have advanced beyond our forefathers, but we have remained just as violent as they. It is my wish for you that you break your violent negative nature. For if you will rise in consciousness and find your destiny waiting for you. Every moment in time, you are offered the chance to prove your ability to overcome violence. How? Every moment in time, you are offered the chance to prove your ability to overcome violence. How? By assuming that consciousness is the only reality and that nothing has reality save the consciousness you have of it. In that assumption, you will find the sole cause of the phenomena of life. Your reactions to life define you. And as long as they remain as they are, your life will stay the same. Your reactions to life define you. How are you reacting to every single thing, every single thought? Thoughts are coming in and you're reacting to those. We just talked about that in the last episode. Basically, get out of the way. You're not taking me towards my objective, towards my desire, towards the end I have in mind. Out. Thoughts fly in, out, stop, boom, no, focus. Your reactions to life define you. And as long as they remain as they are, your life will stay the same. Your world is but a projection of your state of awareness. Consciousness is the only substance and the only cause of the phenomena of life. Therefore, it is impossible for change to occur until there is a change in consciousness. All that you consent to be it good, bad, or indifferent, is projected into your world through your eye of awareness. If security is your aim, you must establish an awareness of security, so strong that you can feel it and say within yourself, I am secure. You are free to consent to violence and grievances or security and peace of mind. Whatever you consent to by becoming aware of it will be yours. If there's any sentence you want tattooed on the back side of your eyelids on the inside, this is it. Whatever you consent to by becoming aware of it will be yours. I forget the quote, but there was two prisoners in jail. When they looked through the bars, one saw the stars and one saw the mud. What is it you're consenting to? Whatever you consent to by becoming aware of it will be yours. Do you want to see the mud, the mire, the muck, or do you want to see the stars? Do you want to see your desire come alive? Do you want to feel what it's like for your desire to be? For you to be sitting in that new car, for you to be in love with that new partner. Married, family, responsibility. Your aim is always just above the state where you now stand. Now listen to that sentence. Just above the state where you now stand. Love it. Okay, where do you stand? Right here, I am, all that is God. Our self-concepts stream forth from God, from all that is, from I am. We are any and a multitude of these throughout our whole life. We just keep hopping around, we keep ascending, we keep joining, rejoining, looking back, falling back, staying put, moving on. Your aim is always just above the state where you now stand. You're right here, you're single, you're not married, you want to be married, you want to be in love, you want to live the life of those wonderful trumpets that you're going to hear when you fall in love. And you want to be married and continue that love throughout. That's your new objective, that's where you are now. Here, you make the impression by imagining with feeling those experiences I just described, and you become that objective. Your aim consistently is always just above the state where you now stand. You're standing here, you get married, you're in love. In this state over here is you with kids. This state over here is you with kids and in a house. You and your partner, by the way, all of you, the whole family, in the new house. This is the new situation with new cars and motorhome where you go vacationing with the kids and you go to the river, etc., etc., etc. This is you over here. Kids are out of school. Now you're empty nesters. Now you're going on vacations. You're using the motorhome, or you're traveling, you're flying, you're going on cruises. Every state is consistent. Consistently, you're consistently aiming just above the state where you now stand. Throughout the day, ask yourself if you are conscious of your aim, and you will discover how near or how far you are from it. Throughout the day, ask yourself if you are conscious of your aim, and you will discover how near or far you are from it. If you are not conscious of being secure at the moment, claim that you are. The weak man must say, I am strong. Persist, and maybe tomorrow, as you observe your day, you will find the awareness growing stronger and stronger. Learn to stand alone by claiming, I am what I am because I am conscious of being it. Learn to stand alone by claiming, I am what I am because I am conscious of being it. What are you being? This is the main question. If you don't like what you're being, you have the power and the consciousness to work with to change it. Stop looking at others and start observing your reactions to their behavior. Turn within, here, where the three fingers are pointing, these ones. Turn within and change your violent nature to one of love. You know, I really feel lucky. There's a large era of music I kind of sort of grew up with in my 20s, basically. It was all about, Bob Marley Day. It was all about Peter Tosh. It was all about Rasta. It was all about reggae. It was all about love, one love. It was all about Rastafarianism. It was all about this message coming through the music that we used to enjoy at the beach and the arena with the Bob Marley Day. All these, very entertaining acts. So many wonderful bands, so many wonderful artists, but they were typically singing about love, one love, Jah, etc. It was such a lucky, excuse me, I don't like to make blanket judgments, but it was such a wonderful experience because we got to experience not an angry attitude through music, but one of a loving, uniting attitude through music. It was very wonderful. Though I don't like to lament the past, I'm just saying the record that was playing at that time that we chose to go and participate with was one of love, consistently in a loop of love. And you can do that now. I mean, you can do it whenever you want. But the point is, it just flew into my brain real quick that I often appreciate these eras that I might have experienced and just think, wow, that was cool. That fits everything I really like. Artists singing about love. Turn within and change your violent nature to one of love. It doesn't mean revision doesn't exist, by the way. Revision works wonderfully as a tool to use to change your past experience. Turn within and change your violent nature to one of love. Do that and you will ascend the ladder of life and reach your destiny. It is impossible to embody a new level of thought through the efforts of another. Remember, a couple videos ago, I was speaking about love and Ho'oponopono. And I love you, thank you. I love you, thank you. I love you, thank you. Over and over. That is really such an effective thing to do. And all that is, we can call it Ho'oponopono, but it's actually just imagining lovingly. Really. Gratitude and love. I love you, thank you. That's all that is. It doesn't have to have a special label and a bunch of mispronounced syllables. Try and spell it, right? It is basically turning your violent nature to one of love, climbing the ladder, reaching your destiny. It's impossible to embody a new level of thought through the efforts of another. The rock upon which you must stand is consciousness. All other ground is sinking sand. We talked about this as well. And when you go looking out here and all these different dating apps and all this different world that's going to deliver the goods for you, just spend more over here, give us your money, your time, and your thoughts. That's the sinking sand. Consciousness is where change happens. The rock upon which you must stand is consciousness. Boom, right here. I and my Father are one. My Father is greater than I. The conceiver and the conception are one. The conceiver is greater than the conception. The rock upon which you must, here he is saying must, stand, is consciousness. All other ground is sinking sand. It is the height of folly to expect the incarnation of a new concept to come out of the evolutionary process. The thing you are seeking must be incarnated before it can be made visible. There is a wide difference between knowing something mentally and knowing it spiritually. I can teach you the law of identical harvest. You can read how to apply the law through my books and mentally know the steps necessary to have wealth, but you will never know wealth spiritually until you consciously say within yourself, I am wealthy. Within yourself, I am wealthy. What are you falling asleep with in your mind? I am wealthy. I promise you, if you just take a look around, you are extremely wealthy. You're wealthy than most. Literally, physically, literally. But even more, way beyond what you think is what's making you wealthy, you have the pearl of great price. You have the consciousness now directed at your disposal to make anything a reality for yourself. And there is no limitation as far as aim is concerned. I don't agree with what he said right there. You can aim at anything. It isn't just one level above you, although try as you may, try as you might. Just see how many levels you can pass up. And if you pass up several levels, it's because you were already at the other level. So let's don't get lost on that level thing. I don't agree with that concept. I think we can go anywhere, any time. There's no time, right? You can read through the law. You can read how to apply the law through my books and mentally know the steps necessary to have wealth. But you will never know wealth spiritually until you consciously say within yourself, I am wealthy. I am wealthy. A man is sick because he is conscious of being so. Let the sick man say, I am well. Let the hungry man say, I am full. And the troubled man say, I am at peace. And their right consciousness will produce that which they are conscious of being. If you want to know what love is, you must become loving, for you cannot know a thing until you are it. Let's repeat this about 40 times. If you want to know what love is, you must become loving because excuse me. If you want to know what love is, you must become loving, for you cannot know a thing until you are it. I used to always say, relationship really matters on what you bring to the party. If you're not bringing something to the party, what you try to get into a relationship to take something, to get something, it just always made, like, as a kid, I was told, respect your elders. That law or that rule never left me. And in adult life, I would see people not respecting their elders. I didn't understand why they weren't doing that. Because I was told it, I followed the rule. It just made sense. What made sense to me also is that when you get into a relationship of any kind, it's about what you can bring to the party. What are you bringing to the party? Are you showing up empty-handed? You're trying to go there and drink someone else's beer and then you can leave? If you want to know what love is, you must become loving. For you cannot know a thing until you are it. What you're bringing to the party, my opinion, it should be love. Nothing but, nothing more, nothing less. You bring that, the door's wide open. You don't even have to be carrying anything. You just bring love and you are welcome. You'll be able to tell. I am teaching the art of being, the art of spiritually knowing a state. In the book of Joel, we are told, let the weak man say, I am strong. This applies not only to the physical body, but to every facet of your being. Seek to know your desires spiritually, for only when the spirit feels the naturalness of the desire will it protect itself in the outer world. What a sentence. Seek to know your desires spiritually. It's enough just to figure out your desire. At least it was for me. Just go in there, shut the door, go in your closet, do your fishing, I am meditation. Seek to know your desire spiritually, for only when the spirit feels the naturalness of the desire will it, I said protect earlier, I think. Let me clean the sentence. Seek to know your desire spiritually, for only when the spirit knows the naturalness of the desire will it project itself in your outer world. It's a projection. Always remember, you will never experience what you refuse to affirm as true of yourself. Wow. Bomb after bomb after bomb. I mean, whoa. Good golly. Always remember, you will never experience what you refuse to affirm as true of yourself. If you're not going to say, I am wealthy, if you're not going to say, I am healthy, if you're not going to say, I am loving, what are you expecting? You're showing up empty-handed, hoping someone else will feed you. You cannot show up without love and expect someone else to love you. It doesn't work like that. Go ahead and try. You're going to go ahead and try. You're going to take this, you're going to invest there, you're going to spend there. It's going to put its subconscious together for you because you're not doing it. You can, but you're not. You're going to go back and forth in this loop. It's going to do it. It's just going to be this constant loop over and over and over. And you're going to be angry and angry and angry and angry. And why does it never work? 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 I could just clip that piece right there and repeat it 100 times because you know what I'm talking about. Always remember, you will never experience what you refuse to affirm as true of yourself. I am wealthy. Your turn. I am healthy. I am loving and in love. Wow, how does that sound? How did that sound just thinking it? Maybe you're driving. Maybe you're on the couch watching TV. You and your partner are watching TV, but you're listening to this. Either way, wherever you are, how did that sound when you put that in there? Have you ever done that before? Have you done it, but it doesn't seem successful? How did that sound? Get in front of the mirror next time you're coming out of the shower. I am wealthy. Look at your mirror image. I am wealthy. I am healthy. I am loving and in love. In your own eyeballs. And then ask, how does this feel? Do I like how this feels? What would I be doing if this were totally true and I was really experiencing it? Because I'm just trying to convince myself, this self, of it. And since I'm starting somewhere, it's okay to have this be my first of impressions. I have a starting point. That's great. Because once you do this at least a little bit, this is already a fact. It's already a fact. It just needs now to become your shadow. Means your experience. Awaken. Become ever more aware of what is taking place within you. Lift up your cross and without turning to the left or to the right to ask another, turn within and consciously claim your aim, then watch it harden into fact. If you do not apply my words, you remain right where you are, for you must be a doer in order to be blessed with your deeds. You've already been down that road, Neo. Desire is hidden identity as you already are what you want to be. Desire is hidden identity as you already are what you want to be. Never would you have sought me had you not already found me. Never would you have sought me if you had not already found me. It's already found. You wouldn't even seek it if you had not already found it. Desire and the objectified physical reality of the same thing that you desire exist one and the same. You have already found me, otherwise you would have never sought me. Isn't it nice to break it down this way? I mean, Neville just saw it so plainly, so simply. The level of being you seek can be found by changing your reactions to life to conform to the level you wish to express. It is not necessary to use pressure, pull strings, or ask anyone to aid you. Pressure, pull strings, or ask anyone to aid you. It's all here. All you need to do is change your attitude. After clearly defining your aim, sincerely observe your inner conversations and your reactions with regard to them. After clearly defining your aim, sincerely observe your inner conversations and your reactions. Remember now, your inner conversations are going on all the time. Your inner conversations are friggin' constant. It's constant. When are you going to take charge of that frickin' noise? That noise is just, I don't know what's going on today. I mean, all of us have that, man. Don't even be confused. I don't care how wealthy you are or how not wealthy you are. I don't care how healthy you are or how not healthy you are. I don't care how in love you are or how not in love you are. There's a tape playing constantly. That tape befits the environment, the cloud coverage that's happening over this self-concept. Okay? There's a cloud over this self-concept. You change self-concept, now you have a new cloud of thoughts. You change self-concept again, now there's a new one. When you were single, it wasn't the same thoughts you had that you have now when you're married in love and raising a happy family. You're raising a happy family, it's not the same kind of thoughts you have in that cloud of your mind that you have when you're heading towards golden years, retirement years, going on vacation years. These thoughts are not the same as these thoughts. Who is controlling these things? Where are they coming from? Any of them that you think about, you're giving consent to. You can direct them. You can control them. If a thought comes in, wait, Simon, wait. Remember the 12 disciplines of the mind. Are you going to accept that? Or do you have your gatekeeper ready to say, nope? Peter the rock. I think it's Simon and Peter, the first two, right? Not hearing. And then there's a blockade. No, that doesn't fit. You can change, even though there's a cloud around your current self-concept, you can change what you hear and what you don't hear. The 12 disciplines of the mind, the 12 disciples. And you can control these thoughts. That way you can make the impression. Now, if you don't control these thoughts, become in charge, listen, be discriminating, you're going to be playing that tape over and over again. You've been down that road, Neo, right? All you need to do is change your attitude. After clearly defining your aim, sincerely observe your inner conversations and your reactions with regard to them. When your thoughts and reactions are disciplined, remember the disciples, sorry, Neville, I didn't mean to jump ahead. When your thoughts and reactions are disciplined, your I will lift you to your higher level and fulfill your aim. Your fellow man is not to be condemned, but awakened. Does anybody give a flying, you know what? Does anybody care? Why should I be concerned about them? Why should I be concerned about him? Why should I be concerned about her? They're not doing anything for me. Please don't let that be what you think. We're in our own garden for a reason. He sent you. A special emissary sent you as his special emissary to take care of this garden. And even though you are ascending for him, doesn't mean everything around you doesn't need your attention lovingly. But you have to be able to give it to yourself to be able to give it to another. If you find your reactions are where you don't care about others, that means you don't care about oh, wait, what? Your fellow man is not to be condemned, but awakened. This is done by awakening yourself. As you rise in consciousness, you take all men with you. As you rise in consciousness, you take all men with you. As I said before, a rising tide floats all boats. You raise the tide. Think of your wonderful human imagination as the vertical line of the cross, limitless with time as the cross section. You are free to ascend or lift up the cross, but you cannot rise until you deny your limitations. Let's give an image of that. Vertical line. Okay? Think of your wonderful human imagination as the vertical line. This line here. Excuse me. That's right. Think of your wonderful human imagination as the vertical line of the cross, limitless, with time as the cross section. This is time. Okay? Wonderful human imagination, time. You are free to ascend or lift up the cross, but you cannot rise until you deny your limitations. You cannot rise until you deny what your senses are showing you, deny your limitations, make the impression. You cannot rise until you deny the limitations that this objective reality is saying, oh, I don't have enough money. I don't have enough partners or love. I don't have enough relationship. I don't have enough health. I feel sick. You have to deny what your senses are showing you. The five, what was that blind girl's five brothers, I think it was? The denial of your senses allows you to make the impression, because if you deny your senses, you can make the change. The change is inevitable, but you have to make the impression to get the expression. You have to deny what your senses are telling you. You are free to ascend up the cross, but you cannot rise until you deny your limitations. Christianity is a way of life. With your mental eyes wide open, adopt Christianity by becoming aware of what it is. No matter how reasoning justifies acts of violence, don't accept them. If you do, you contribute to the state, and it is a state you do not want to experience. Clear your mind of the trees of traditional thinking. Become pure in heart, and you will see that consciousness is all, and all is consciousness. You will discover that the state you are conscious of being is the state made manifest. Isn't it that, is it really that simple? Is it that simple? The state you are conscious of being is the state made manifest. That is the end of chapter 10, Your Destiny. Man, what a great chapter. Wow. I really like this piece here. No matter how reasoning justifies acts of violence, don't accept them. If you do, you contribute to the state, and it is a state you do not want to experience. Not fun. Postscript. If you do not like what you are encountering in life, rearrange your thoughts by changing your consciousness. Form the state you desire and occupy it in your mind. This is how you transform self. As you yield to the state desired, watch your world. It will transform itself into the ideal held in consciousness. Where you stand, the ground is holy, for you are the temple of the living God. I love that one. I was listening to Neville for a large part of this 3 years I've been on this learn, study, analyze, investigate crusade of Neville. And I noticed, and I am not kidding, in Ho'oponopono, cleaning is saying, I love you and thank you. And you can see the effect it has when you're cleaning on a building even. You can clean on a building like Victor, Neville's brother, was doing. He was cleaning. You can call it cleaning. He was saying, I love you, thank you for his Neville and Sons. I'm sorry. Goddard Industries, Goddard Enterprises, right? He even used his dad's initials, I think it was. I think it was J.N. Goddard and Sons. But that's cleaning. That's the same thing as saying, I love you, thank you to that building. The building became theirs eventually, with another investor stepped in. As I was learning my Neville, I was riding my road bike multiple miles. I even went on as far as 112 miles, just listening to Neville lectures the whole time. I'd go and take one lecture, and this is hours on the road daily, and just play that same lecture over and over and over, ad infinitum, ad nauseum, ad whatever. I would just play it over and over. And so there were certain tracks I would take down the road, around these riverbeds, etc. There's bike trails everywhere. But there was a lot of trashed roads. And I was like, wow, these were roads in the middle of where you would not ever expect a trashed road to be. And over a couple years, I noticed I never cleaned on those roads. I just was listening to Neville. And as time would go on over this period of 2.5 years of that writing, I saw the construction crews literally re-asphalting all those places I would ride. All those bumps and potholes and things I would always get in the habit of avoiding in certain areas, they were being upgraded. Now, and I after a while, I was like, in the third year, I was going over my same trails and revisiting old ones and streets and whatever. And I was like, wow, this is nice here now. What happened? And it's like the most unlikely patches being fixed, or streets or whatever. I was like, what is that? What is that? Did I bring that? Listen to this last postscript. Where you stand, the ground is holy, for you are the temple of the living God. And the answer to my rhetoric question is yes. You bring the love, you bring the magic. You bring it to the party. You bring the love to the party. I am loving, I am loving, I am love. You be love. Then you're all of a sudden invited. You are the one people want. I am love. All right. Wonderful chapter. Chapter 10, Your Destiny. We'll see you in the next chapter. Neville Goddard, The Power of Unlimited Imagination. Chapter 11, Your Personal Autobiography. The Bible, the most wonderful book in the world and the most misunderstood, is your personal autobiography. It is not the recording of historical events as your teachers teach, and its writings were never intended to be interpreted as such. The persons recorded there never existed, and the events never happened on earth. The Bible is speaking of the heaven within and the earth without. The heaven within and the earth without. Its story begins, why don't we draw a picture of that? The heaven within and the earth without. The heaven within, I am God, all that is, your self-concept, my self-concept, mother, brother, father, sister, everybody. All of our self-concepts come from I am, all that is, God, right there in the middle. Okay? Heaven within, and the earth without. Let's call that the earth. Matter of fact, I think the earth's actual glyph, if you will, is something similar. Okay, that's the earth without, outside of you. Inside of you is all consciousness. That's where heaven is, right here. Your own wonderful human imagination. The Bible is speaking of heaven within and the earth without. Heaven within, all your self-concepts that you ever were, you are now, and you're going to be. Its story begins in the beginning. God created the heaven and the earth. God created the heaven and the earth. This could be the earth as well. And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. Then the Spirit of God said, let there be light. And there was light. The light spoken of here comes from heaven, which is within you. The light that shines upon your earth is the light of your consciousness and shines from within you. The outer man, called the earth, is dark, while the inner man, called heaven, is the being who was in the beginning with God and was God, but is sound asleep. As your autobiography, the Bible tells how you are lifted up from your present level of being into a higher one. In the Old Testament, we find the Pentateuch, the first 5 books, as the Law of Moses. These books were written in 500 BC, while the earliest date known for the New Testament is AD 170. The first known New Testament did not include the epistles to the Hebrews or the books of Peter and James. In parentheses, it is James who speaks of the double-minded man, declaring that he can receive nothing from the Lord, end parentheses. Then we had the Apocrypha, which consisted of early Christian writings that were excluded from the Jewish and Protestant Old Testament. These writings give 4 biographical sketches of a principle rather than a man. It took 900 years for the Bible to come into its present form. So when you read it, always bear in mind that it is speaking of the kingdom of heaven within you. It took 900 years. Wow, that's a heck of an edited copy we go out of now. Talk about first draft, rough draft. Wow. It is telling of a revelation of an eternal principle called Christ, who is your hope of glory. All of the characters recorded in Scripture are aspects of your mind that you will discover as you fulfill your destiny, which is to fulfill Scripture within yourself. That's what this is all about. He made you in His image, then forgot that He was in your image in the hope that you will wake up and remember that you are Him. That is the hope of glory, your hope of glory. All of the characters recorded in Scripture are aspects of your mind. Those are your 12 disciplines that you will discover as you fulfill your destiny, which is to fulfill Scripture within yourself. Again, as I said in a video or 2 ago at the most, when you wake up and look at the mirror and you realize, I am Him, it's just gonna blow your mind. The other way to do that is back into it. Either it wells from inside and you realize it and you look in the mirror and you realize it, or you can back into it. You just go to your mirror and you look into yourself in the eyes and you repeat over and over, I am Him. It's the same thing as saying, I am that I am. I am married, I am. I am in love, I am. I am wealthy, I am. I am healthy, I am. Remember, health and wealth are like brothers. They seem to go together. When you have money, you feel good. You don't have money, you don't feel good. No man, remember now, money comes from consciousness. Money might be counted out here, tallied up out here, invested out here, etc., but it only comes from one place. No, not Bitcoin either. No man named Moses ever wrote any commandments on stones. Rather, the word stone means literal truth. The literal-minded man comes first and is given certain laws to live by, thus blocking psychological truth. As long as you see things on the inside as as long as you see things on the outside as facts, as long as you see things on the outside as facts, F-A-C-T-S, not F-A-X like the old fax machine. As long as you see things on the outside as facts, your mind is blocked and you are unable to grasp their psychological meanings. When you see this as real, you don't see the psychological meaning to everything. Excuse me. But when you become thirsty for the truth and begin to apply the law, the Spirit of God will move upon this psychological sea of understanding, and your life will take that truth, water, and turn it into wine. In the state of Moses, God's true name is revealed to you. Take His name, your I am in parentheses, take His name as your rod of understanding and hit the stone of literal truth with it. And psychological water will come forth. Drink it by putting my words into practice, and you will convert the psychological water of truth I have given you into the wine of the Spirit. Wow. There's some wonderful things happening here. Now, The clothing spoken of in Scripture is that of the mind and not of the body. John the Baptist is described in the 3rd chapter of Matthew as one called Elijah in 2 Kings. It is said he wore a garment of camel's hair and a leather girdle round his waist. Hair and skin are the most external things a man possesses. Therefore, John the Baptist represents the outer man who has not yet clothed himself internally. Jesus is the inner man. He wears the seamless garment woven from above. And those who wear his garment are always found in the king's house. The New Testament teaches a complete and radical transformation of self and calls it rebirth. But John the Baptist calls it repentance and urges us to change our thinking of the kingdom of heaven. It is said that he lived in the wilderness with the wild animals. Well, you are John, living in the wilderness where you have no direction of your own and allow your animal emotions to run wild. But when you begin to tame your animal instincts and call them into discipleship, strength will come to you from within, and you will be baptized in the water of truth. When you begin to tame your animal instincts and call them into discipleship, strength will come to you from within, and you will be baptized in the water of truth. We're talking about using the 12 disciplines of your mind. Put them to use. It's another video on the channel. Go to the search tab, wherever you find it, and then type in 12 disciples. That video will come up. I forget which book it's in right now, but it's worth diving into. Speaking in a parable, Matthew likens the kingdom of heaven to a sower who sows his seeds on different types of soil. The sower spoken of here is not a being external to yourself, for you are the sower and the seed. Your own wonderful human imagination is God. The sower who said, "Let us make man in our image," then fell asleep and annexed the brain of the outer man as the seed for his redemption. As Adam, or the red earth, man is the psychological earth upon which the kingdom of heaven is planted. For this paragraph running straight through, I couldn't stop thinking of, literally, on Oahu, there was a dole plantation. I don't know if it's still there, but the pineapples used to grow there. I don't know what's growing there now, but I know it's not that pineapple dole plant, but that was just rushing through my mind. I'm trying to push that out of the way while I'm reading the paragraph. And then he mentions red earth, and that is definitely red earth over there when you walk there. As Adam, man is the psychological earth upon which the kingdom of heaven is planted. In the parable, we are told that when one hears the word but does not understand it, the evil one comes and snatches away that which is sown in his heart. But he who hears with understanding bears fruit and yields 100-fold. Another parable is told comparing the kingdom of heaven to a man who, having sowed good seeds in his field, fell asleep, and his enemy came and sowed weeds there. These weeds are false teachings planted in the mind, false beliefs and concepts that can be bound and burned when you turn within to discover the truth and the kingdom of heaven to be yourself. In the 11th chapter of Genesis, the story is told of how the Tower of Babel is built with stone. Stone represents literal truth, that's in parentheses, literal truth, and bricks, which are man-made concepts. Before the building was erected, there was only one language and few words. But during the building, confusion reigned, and soon no one understood the language of the other. This tower exists today as the little mystical occult groups of the world. You have no enemies save those of your own household. Making truth of false teachings. You believe that your security depends upon the money you have in the bank. Or your health depends upon the pills you take. You believe your security depends on your money you have in the bank. Or you believe your health depends on the pills you take. Or your happiness depends upon another. Your happiness depends upon another. Making truth a false teaching, you believe these things. In so doing, you build your own Tower of Babel. Oh, boy. That's just enough to really kind of make you excited and enthusiastic, isn't it? Oh my goodness. But I say unto you, your consciousness of being, that's it right there, is the only reality of the state you are in. And all of the enemies of that state are within you. In his Beatitudes, Matthew tells you that your attitude of being is blessed when it is clothed in soft raiment. For when you wear the seamless garment of imagination, you are free to rise higher and higher into the Garden of Eden within you. You are the gardener of your mind, where you plant seeds of your own selection. As the man of imagination, become conscious of being that which you have planted, and your harvest will be 100-fold. For you always become what you behold. In his 16th chapter, Matthew tells the story of the Pharisees and Sadducees, who, unbelieving, ask for a sign from heaven. Then we are told to take heed and beware of the influences of the Pharisees and Sadducees, whichever one you want to say, please correct me, put it down there. Now, these are not men, but attitudes of mind. If you believe that you must live in the right neighborhood, then you must know the right people, the right neighborhood, or the right people, that your skin must be the right color, or that you must be in the right place at the right time. Your attitude is what Scripture calls a Pharisee. You can just tell by the way that word sounds, Pharisee, phony, fake, fair. Pharisee. Beware of that kind of thinking. For the road to a higher level of self is always internal and never external. It's always internal, never external. It's never out here. Never, ever, ever, ever. The road to a higher level of self, always internal. That's just the nature of how this works. Mark tells us that the kingdom of heaven is like a merchant of fine pearls who finds a pearl of great price, sells all that he has, and buys it. Now listen to that real quick. The teenager playing basketball and throwing that ball over and over and over without any concept of time. The only concept he has is the congratulations he's going to receive from within when he actually starts making them swoosh into the basket, through the metal rim and straight into the net from his free throw line. Over and over and over, the only objective is to make those in that net. Over and over. A merchant of fine pearls who finds a pearl of great price sells all he has. The teenager sells all he has. The merchant finds the pearl and he buys it because he sells everything. The teenager sells his attention to even dinner bell. The dinner bell rang and he says, 5 more minutes. I'll be coming in 5 more minutes. He sells all to buy it. Throwing that ball into that hoop that many times over and over and over is buying the pearl of great price in that activity he's involved with right there. As long as you hold on to one thought of something external to your own mind, you do not have enough money to buy the pearl of great price. Let me repeat that. As long as you hold on to one thought of something external to your own mind, you do not have enough money to buy the pearl of great price. You must be willing to sell all belief in anything outside of self. You must be willing to sell all belief in anything outside of self. You must give up. When you cover these, that's when you're with self. You must be willing to sell everything that you believe here and be able to look here. You must be willing to sell all belief in anything outside of self. The road to the kingdom leads upward and is always in an internal direction. The road to the kingdom leads upward and is only in an internal direction. You cannot travel this road wearing clothes made of skin and hair. That's what you are right now. You must be clothed in your wedding garment, which is always woven from within. Again, we are told that the kingdom of heaven is like a net that is cast into the sea and gathers fish of every kind, be they good or bad. When it is brought ashore, the good are placed into vessels and the bad thrown away. Become discriminating. Select your thoughts carefully and throw away any unlovely and negative ones. Allow only that which is of good report and fill your mind, and you will be the good fisherman. In this same 13th chapter of Matthew, the question is asked, have you understood this? It is my prayer that every one of you will answer and say, yes. Now it is said, do not put new wine into old wineskins, for the skins will burst and the wine spilled, and the skins destroyed. But put new wine into fresh wineskins, so both are preserved. Let me repeat that, in case you're having your sip of Bordeaux 2020. Wink, wink. Now it is said, do not put new wine into old wineskins, for the skins will burst. Remember, new wine into old skins. Do not put new wine into old wineskins, for the skins will burst and the wine spilled and the skins destroyed. But put new wine into fresh wineskins, so both are preserved. Old thoughts, the traditions of men, the belief in power outside of self are the old wineskins that must be burst to allow the beliefs to be spilled and destroyed. The ones you had here need to be spilled and destroyed, gotten rid of, so you become the new man. These wineskins are fugazi, for naught, null and void, bad, destroyed, flushed away, down the toilet, in the bin, in the trash, incinerator, deep sixth, 86th. How many ways can we say this? The old wineskin, which means old thoughts, they need to go by the wayside. When you take occupation of your new self-conception, everything to do with this old concept needs to go away. Bye-bye. New wine gained by the fulfillment of God's promise within, new wine, right? Gained by the fulfillment of God's promise within must be poured into your consciousness meaning fresh wineskins, so that both are preserved. Everything to do with your new self-concept and all your thoughts. New wineskins that fit the new thoughts. Why do you think your shoes wear out and you toss them in the trash? Once you put so many miles on them, they're done. Now, we used to have cobblers, which we used to have quality shoes that were made of leather, for instance, and you could just replace the soles and get more mileage out of them, because things used to be made differently. But if you have an upper end pair of shoes or boots and you do resole them once in a while because you like them and they're valuable to you, that's all great and good. But normally you would consume an item, and once it's trashed or worn or completely not repairable, you toss it, you get rid of it. You don't hold on to it. You don't have your 12th grade basketball shoes you were in PE class using. Why the heck would you even, there is no thought that you would keep something like that. So why would you hold on to old thoughts from your old self? If you wouldn't do, if you're in your new concept of self, why the heck would you hold on to old thoughts that are over here? That's like holding on to your high school tennis shoes or your high school gym clothing. That stuff didn't even make it to the summer. You got rid of that immediately. Man does not evolve on the outside. There's only one presence, only one essence in man called Christ, and defined as God's power and your hope of glory. This power can be awakened if you, God's word, are not tarnished by the belief in a power outside of self. Awaken. Give up all false beliefs and clothe yourself in the soft raiment of an internal attitude that implies the fulfillment of your dream. The Bible, from beginning to end, is the psychological story of your soul and tells you that the first thing you must do is change your thinking. Man, oh man. Manifestation, oh manifestation. That's a safe thing to say, right? Manifestation, oh manifestation. I bring to you a new idea relative to the cause of the phenomena of life, telling you that you are not what you believe yourself to be, but possess possibilities of infinite inner growth. Infinite inner growth. Be your attitude good, bad, or indifferent. When you clothe yourself in an attitude, its fulfillment is not dependent upon anything external to you. But when you depend upon external laws to determine your attitude, external laws, you are on the level of Elijah and John the Baptist. Their teaching was wonderful, but it was stone, and the state was a violent one. John the Baptist cannot enter the kingdom of heaven. You must overcome his state by consciously turning within and disciplining your internal attitudes. This is your destiny. You are destined to awaken within yourself as you climb Jacob's ladder of states to higher and higher levels of your own being. Jacob's ladder. I mean, you can call that coming out from here, but why don't we just put this is Jacob's ladder. Higher and higher states of being. It's the vertical line on the cross. This is the line that represents time. This is I think he said the imagination, the kingdom of heaven. You're consistently ascending, constantly changing and moving up and up and up. Desire comes in, you move on to a new self-concept, you attain the new goals, the new feelings of goals, marriage, family, responsibility, wealth, health. All of these things are from your consciousness. They're all made of consciousness. The state of awareness you desire to express must be bought by selling all of your beliefs in an external power to help you. Now think about that just for a second. The state of awareness you desire to express must be bought by selling all of your beliefs in any external power to help you. Sell all of your beliefs in any external power to help you. Once free of their encumbrance, you will move in faith into your desired state. This is, my friend, wasn't for me, excuse me, let me make it subjective here. For me, this was not easy, because before I started down into this work, I really did believe that the world of physical objects was the facts. Jack, I thought pictures were the actual past. I thought scars on my body from playing when I was a kid were from those events. But it's actually all consciousness. It's all representative of what you think and how you react to your thoughts. And going through the Seth material for 25 years with my teacher, teaching it weekly, having meetings weekly, literally almost the entire time. And then 4 years after she left the party, Seth teaching that desire was never going to stop, and that no matter what we do, we could never stop it. We could never deny ourselves of desire. These teachings, and also the teachings of living in probable realities from Seth, and that we create our own reality, and that it's our responsibility, and that every experience we had was caused by us, from us, for a special reason. Seth speaks about many, 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 many examples of how that works. In the ESP class sessions, in the Seth books, in the private sessions, the deleted sessions, all of those books have wonderful examples of that concept that we do create our experience. And it's not an easy pill. It wasn't for me in the beginning, but eventually I was able to work through it because it was the biggest first thing to do. It was the biggest object that everything else comes with it. The biggest object here is being aware of your awareness of being, then that you're part of that. That's the biggest first hurdle here. Then once you know that, then all you need to know next is that you have desire running with you at all the time. Then all you got to do is impress that while you fall asleep. How hard is this so far? This doesn't sound very workerific. It sounds very easy. Once you impress your subconscious, I mean, I think a 5-year-old or an 8-year-old could understand this pretty clearly. The kid in the book with Neville was the grandma said, you can't have that puppy. And he goes, I know how I'm going to get my puppy now. So the problem is we're coming at this from both sides. We're trying to dance from one side of the logic brain to the other creative side of the brain while we learn this. And as a childlike mind, this is easy. But we have such an analytical mind as adults, per se, maybe we overthink it. Maybe that's what causes this whole thing to take a little longer for some of us, because we overthink it. It can't be this easy. But after you got that psychological impression down, all you need to do is just wait for the physical 3D happening. And that's not under your power, under your control. His ways are past finding out. You don't have to be concerned with the how. This is pretty straightforward. Again, start at the top. Awareness of being. I am he. He is me. I have desire. That desire I can impress into my subconscious by feeling it when I fall asleep. Wonderful. That's it. That's where your participation stops. His ways put together what you did and make it into objectified reality by bringing together bridge of incidents and other players step forward for you, whether that be a wife or a husband or people working overtime for you or whatever. Everything is included in that. All you have to do is realize that you're part of a bigger team and that team has your back, and whatever you think and feel inside and you like and something that turns you on, all you got to do is dream about it while you're falling asleep. Your work is over. I hope you didn't break a sweat. I don't have a rag right here, but if you could sweat from what I just said, oh man, you're working too hard. You're putting too much effort into this. Starting at the top. You're part of, he's got your back. He gives you desire. You feel that desire. It's an urge. You go to sleep with that on your mind, work's done. You go to sleep with it in your feeling, but it's on your mind, of course, like shooting the hoops, but it's in your feeling because you are feeling the celebration of it. That's the feeling you want to be celebrating in your mind, in your feelings while you fall asleep. And then your work's done. Most of your work is done laying down or in a meditation. If you think about all that you're going to behold in your experience is done in this state or in this state. You're not pounding steaks on the railroad. You're not working overtime shifts, double shifts, triple shifts, whatever. You're not. Could it get any simpler? I mean, really. In the book of John, Jesus, as a teacher, makes this statement: let not your heart be troubled. You believe in God, believe also in me. Then he adds this thought: it is expedient that I go, lest the Comforter will not come. Here we see a teaching that is seemingly taught from without. But it is necessary for your belief in any external teacher to disappear, for only then can the Comforter within you be found. The Comforter is within you. Repeating the last sentence, or a few sentences. Let your heart not be troubled. In the book of John, Jesus, as a teacher, makes this statement: let your heart not be troubled. You believe in God, believe also in me. Then he adds this thought: it is expedient that I go, lest the Comforter will not come. Here we see a teaching that is seemingly taught from without, on the outside. But it is necessary for your belief in any external teacher to disappear, for only then can the Comforter within you be found. With my teacher, I was the best student I could be. I gave her the business. I gave her the hardest time I could, testing her to just test the material she was teaching me. I learned it. I studied it. She lived right next door to me, her bookstore. So I was able to go from my place to her place in a few steps, bringing more questions almost on a daily basis. At some point, I created classes, and I saw her transform into the student. I saw myself transform into the teacher. It was the most profound thing I've ever experienced. It was wonderful. I want to share that with you because that's what you want to aim for. You just want to lead in whatever your desire tells you what it is. You want to go through the center of it. You want to get there. You want to sleep on it. You want to focus on it. You want to impress on it. You want to become it. The student always should become the teacher. When the teacher's ready, the student appears. When the student's ready, the teacher appears. Here we see a teaching that is seemingly taught from without, but it's necessary for your belief in any external teacher to disappear, which mine did in my example. For only then can the Comforter within you be found. There's only one cause, only one I am. I, the Trinity, in unthinkable origin, am God. The Father, and in creative expression, am the Son. For imagination is born of consciousness. I, in universal interpretation, in infinite immanence, in eternal procession, am God, the Holy Spirit. The real definition of immanence is sooner than now, nearer than here. I am, therefore, the Comforter. What could comfort you more than the knowledge that you don't have to wait for your dreams to come true? They are nearer than here, sooner than now. Let this knowledge be your comforter. Oh my goodness, what a wonderful chapter. Your personal autobiography is the Bible. Postscript. If there was a limit to that which is contained in an infinite state, it would not be infinite. If there was a limit to that which is contained in an infinite state, it would not be infinite. As your belief in yourself grows, your heart will find peace. Turn your attention from want and lack, all negative states, in parentheses. Turn your attention from want and lack and place it on fulfillment and abundance, which are positive states. Lack is negative states, negative thoughts. Think on things of good rapport. Your destination is always reached by an internal direction. Your destination is always reached by an internal direction. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Oh my goodness, what an amazing chapter. So many pieces in there. Oh. I'm going to go with this one. There's only one presence. Man does not evolve on the outside. There's only one presence, only one essence in man called Christ, and defined as God's power and your hope of glory. Wow. Wonder filled and amazed. All right, chapter 11. The power of unlimited imagination. We'll see you in the next chapter. Neville Goddard, The Power of Unlimited Imagination, chapter 12, the human spirit. The Bible tells of the human spirit's never-ending struggle to assert its supremacy over the natural mind. Believing in the reality of the world outside, the natural mind rules sleeping man, while the human spirit is God in man, struggling to awaken and assert its supremacy over all. Do you have any bigger two sentences opening? Oh my gosh, a chapter. Very powerful. I am all that is God right here. Self-concepts, we all are coming out from him. We can be any of these self-concepts. These all represent the many states that we travel through. You could be here, you could be there, you could be rich, you could be poor, you could be wealthy, you could be not wealthy, you could be pregnant, you could be not pregnant. It doesn't matter. These are all states. They're all self-concepts that we adopt for ourselves to accomplish ascending, improving constantly. The Bible tells of the Spirit's never-ending struggle to assert its supremacy over the natural mind. Believing in the reality of the world outside's out here, believing in the reality of the outside world, the natural mind rules sleeping man, while the human spirit is God in man, struggling to awaken and assert its supremacy over all. Struggling to awaken means he made us in his image, lost himself in us, forgot who he was, so we would go on and wake up realizing that we are him. Struggling to awaken and assert its supremacy over all. That's what we're doing when we become conscious of the law and actually apply it. The poet Faust knew this when he said, "Two souls are housed within my breast. One to heaven doth aspire, and the other to earth doth cling." Wonderful. In the 25th chapter of Genesis, this struggle is told in the story of Isaac's two sons, Esau and Jacob. Coming first as outer skin and hair, Esau is recognized as your personality, while the smooth-skinned Jacob is your human spirit. We are told that when their mother, Rebekah, became aware of the struggle within her, she questioned the Lord, who told her, "Two nations are in your womb, and two people born of you shall be divided. One shall be stronger than the other, and the elder shall serve the younger." Your external world is known by reason of your critical faculties. Therefore, you can always discover the psychological state in which you reside by observing your thoughts of the day. Very, very important sentence. You can always discover the psychological state where you are, in which you reside, by observing your thoughts of the day. What are your thoughts of the day? What are you thinking? Remember, we're trying to observe our reactions. What's our reaction to the long line at the registers in the supermarket? Wow, I'm going to meet somebody new and I'll get to talk to somebody. Is that your reaction? And my mom, I can't go without saying this. My wife doesn't fail in meeting new people at the register in the supermarket. She can talk to anybody in any situation like that. She never meets a stranger. That's the way my teacher used to put it. My wife has that quality. She never meets a stranger. So what are your reactions? If the line is long, you're upset, or are you happy? You're happy to be here shopping in this wonderful store. Or the other side, if the line is short and there's no line, you walk right up. Are you happy because it's short? There's nobody there? Just pay attention. Just be aware of what your reactions are so you know what those thoughts are. What's the driving impetus that gets you to either feel good about your self-concept or feel not great about your self-concept? Is the long line a hassle? I mean, what are your thoughts that are driving however you feel? You always feel angry? In contempt? I hope not. Now, every state, but it's okay. The point is, we're trying to become aware so we can see what they are, our feelings, our reactions, our thoughts, so then we can make changes. It's the main driving point. Once you become aware of what your thoughts are, then you know that there's a recording going. It's like a press, it's like the old tape recorder. You just press play. It's just going without even you don't even feel like you're in control. It's just playing. But now that when you're paying attention and seeing what you react to, whether you feel good or whether you feel bad, whatever it is, that should tell you a lot about what's going on in your day. And you can change all these. Now, every state has its limitations and restrictions. So here's a state where you're single, not married, not in love, not having a family. Here's one where you are. You're here. You want to be here. You already know you need to make an impression into your subconscious self, your subjective self. You need to make that impression. You need to kick back after that because the expression will happen. You don't have to worry anymore. There's no more work. As if that's work. Every state has its limitations and restrictions from which there appears to be no escape. If you believe you are the state in which you now reside, you will never be able to leave it. If you believe that you're single and not married and not in love, and that's just permanent fact, you are at a dead end. And you need to turn yourself around. If you remember Thin Lizzy, they had a wonderful song, Turn Yourself Around, Turn It Upside Down. It's a great song. Look it up and listen to it. Listen to the lyrics. Rock and roll, okay? Thin Lizzy, don't be afraid. But the lyrics really say turn around from that, because the state is not permanent. Your self-concept is not a permanent thing. It really is temporary, and you're always on the ascent. You're always trying to get to one that it feels like an improvement, that feels like you're going up. Repeating the sentence and then moving. If you believe you are if you are the state in which you now reside, you will never be able to leave it. But the story of Esau and Jacob tells you there is a way of escape and how to accomplish it. Esau exists in your mind as the outer world of fact. Esau exists as the outer world of fact. Right here. This is Esau. Jacob as the inner world of imagination. That's right here. This is all consciousness. When you have your eyes closed, you're thinking about your subconscious. When your eyes are closed, you're in your subconscious self. When your eyes are open, they're in your conscious self. This is what your senses are showing you, is this conscious side of this. Remember, we have a conscious and a subconscious of each self-concept. Giving that a little bit more. The conscious is the positive symbol here, the plus symbol. The subconscious is the negative symbol. And each self-concept has that. The conscious, aware you, sees with your senses what's going on in your reality, in your 3D world. The subconscious doesn't see that. When you close your eyes and you go and you close the door to your closet, you go in and you're doing your I am, you're here in your subconscious. That's where Jacob is. Esau's out here in the world. You could consider Jacob to be what you see here as well. But when he says out in the world, I always want to say it's out there. Esau exists in your mind as the outer world of facts. So let's go with this, okay? Because it's in your mind, so that means it's here. Jacob as the inner world of imagination. That's here. As their father, you have the power to give either son the right of birth. Remember, these are both happening in you. Every character of the Bible is in you, all right? So that's why we're not going anywhere else. We're talking about Esau and Jacob's you. As their father, which is what you are, you have the power to give either son the right of birth. Always seeing from where you have placed your attention, you are called upon to blind yourself to the outside world by drawing your attention from it. Then deceiving yourself by imagining the world as you want it to be. We talked about that. Go in there, go to the closet, shut the door, pray to your Father, right here. This is done by closing your eyes to the so-called facts of life and turning your thoughts inward. Now, clothe your thoughts in the feeling of reality until they are just as solid and factual as those known to you by reason of your outer senses. So when you close your eyes, you're in your closet, the door is shut, and you're trying to feel what you would feel if you were experiencing walking down the aisle. You're waiting for your bride, she's coming, or you are the bride and you and your father are walking. Remember, all this is happening in you. It can't happen out here until it happens in here. So this imagining we're doing right this second is the creation of that event. Back to your event. You're walking down the aisle. You're taking your time. You're in a pace. Your fiancé is there with his best man. You and your father are walking down this aisle. Remember, your father's here. This imagining is easy to do. You don't have to rely on your father in the physical world for this. You can be alone in this world with no family whatsoever. So we're back, we're in our imagining, we're walking with our father, and even if that's a friend, all the way to the spectrum of being your actual father, it's all good. In your imagining, you can even use your father if he's not with you. So you're walking, you got your pace. Maybe you're at the Elvis drive-thru in Vegas. I don't know. Who knows? But you're there. You meet, you're at the altar. You're with the preacher, the minister, the rabbi, whomever, whatever it is, and you go through the process. But once you feel that pace of walking, that pace of walking sure feels comfortable. This is you imagining, creating the fourth dimensional image, making the impression, which we just did. That literally was how simple it was. That is all we're talking about doing here. Every impression you make by doing what we just did right there is a valid impression. You'll know when it's done when you feel it's done. You'll do that maybe once, maybe 99 times. Whatever kind of fog you have to punch through. When you feel it's done, you'll know it. You'll know, oh, this is done. I don't have to focus on this anymore because I know it's coming. I know the cake is baking. Boom. I know it's in the oven and I don't have to worry about it anymore. Clothe your thoughts in the feeling of reality until they are just as solid and factual as those known to you by reason of your outer senses. When this is done, you, Isaac, the father, have given your son Jacob the right of birth. Now, who's Jacob? Esau is you going in your closet, shutting your door to the senses. This is Esau. Excuse me, I don't want to get this thoroughly confused. But the point is, let me get to the main point. While you're right here imagining walking down the aisle, this is Jacob performing the act of retrieving the venison. The tasty venison is the event of you walking down the aisle. That's Jacob doing that because our eyes are closed. Esau's at rest. Our eyes are closed and Jacob is performing this act. Isaac, given your son Jacob the right of birth. When this is done, you, Isaac, the father, here, have given your son Jacob the right of birth. Birth, you made the impression. That is the right of birth. Birth is your conception, becoming objectified, becoming your reality. You don't need to go on the dating apps. You don't need to do anything else. You just make this impression and watch the bridge of incidents unfold. You're not going to believe who's going to be the one. You're not going to believe it. It's just going to be like, oh, I've known you so long already. How come it doesn't matter. We're here now. Bam. You change in consciousness and watch it unfold. This outer world stuff isn't going to cut it. It's not. Don't waste your time, effort, money, thoughts, energy, whatever. Until you make this change, that's not going to objectify. And we're talking about permanent change here. We're talking about making the change you want to experience. You have to experience it first. As Jacob, you, the father, Isaac, bless Jacob. That's the imagined walking down the aisle. You, the father, Isaac, bless Jacob in that event. And then the objectified reality. Your objective world is always reflecting your inner subjective state. Therefore, it is impossible to change your outer world until you have changed your inner subjective state. Knowing the state you want to occupy, completely absorb yourself in it as though it were a sponge and you, the water, capable of entering and being absorbed by it. Lose yourself in the feeling of satisfaction and fulfillment so that when you open your eyes and Esau, the world without, returns. Lose yourself in the feeling you're walking down the aisle of satisfaction and fulfillment. You just feel completely happy, relieved, so that when you open your eyes and Esau, the outer world, returns, you know you have given his birthright away. You know you have given his birthright away. You've given it from Esau. You took from Esau and you gave it to Jacob. You did that here. You gave Esau's birthright to Jacob. You gave the birthright of Esau as Isaac, which you are. You gave the birthright blessing of of Esau. You gave that to Jacob, your imagined event. Although you've been self-deceived by imagining the state to be real, you have given it the power to be born. And don't even be confused. While I was just doing that with you, I was bolstering how I felt on the beach with my bride-to-be when we got married. I was giving that energy from here. And we're going to get into that video later. Revision is one thing, changing the past, but you can also bolster the past from your current state, your current position. We're going to get into all this fun stuff. While I'm imagining with you right now, just to give you the complete picture, I'm going into my actual wedding event, seeing what I did there and feeling good in my present moment right now, which is sending energy to that event. Now that event right now is a memory, but right now when I feel good and I look back on that memory, I'm bolstering how good I felt that day. So I have this overwhelming sense of joy that day. Where's it coming from? I remember the day very specifically. But in that day, yourself then is like, I don't know why I feel so good, but I feel really good right now. So this is how this works. It's always a constant interplay back and forth. Although you have been self-deceived by imagining the state to be real, you have given it the power to be born. How is it going to come about? I do not know. Only your Father in heaven knows. For he has ways to make your desired state alive, and his ways are past finding out. Now, there is an essence in you that is sound asleep and must be awakened. Everything to do with everything to do with what we're doing together is about awakening that sleeping self. That sleeping self. I just rewatched a movie recently, Oblivion, with Tom Cruise, and it is very much about this very subject. Oblivion, I watched the movie, and I have to put this in here because this awakening idea. The first character, I think it's character 49, Tom Cruise's character, and he is asleep, just doing his duties every day, throwing out the trash cans every week, throwing out the trash bins, bringing them in, putting them out, bringing them in, putting them out, routine. But he has this sanctuary stashed away from his partner that he goes to, and he has his record player, and he plays Led Zeppelin in there, and he's imagining baseball or football or what have you. Then he starts to meet these other creatures, and everybody's seen the movie, so I'm not spoiling it. And if you haven't seen it, pause it, go watch it, come back if it's a spoiler. But he meets this other self that is just like him, also asleep. But in meeting that other self, character 49, meeting number 52, character 49 is waking up. Character 49 is waking up and realizing there's a bigger picture. So some drama happens, and there's a rebellion, and character 49 is involved with it, and it's all about, it's Adam and Eve. This whole story is about Adam and Eve. It's about you and me. It's about Esau and Jacob and Isaac and Rebekah. All these stories are woven in, but that story, that movie, if you look at it with a good enough squint, you'll see these ideas at work. You see the oblivion means to be asleep. And you see the idea of what happens at the end of the movie is to be awake. And then to do, number 49 did his part, so number 52 could perpetuate perpetuate with the bride. And if you look at it from that kind of idea, you'll see what I'm talking about. It's a very, very good movie. There's a lot of times Hollywood really pulls the rabbit out of the hat, but you have to look with perspective. There is an essence in you that is sound asleep and must be awakened. When you give Jacob the power you have given Esau, watch. When you give Jacob the power that you have given Esau, watch. when you give Jacob the power you have given Esau, watch. You will discover Esau will no longer react violently, but will become passive. Then you will know that you have brought about a reversal of order. As you are aware of being Jacob, you will persist in seeing what you want to see and experiencing what you want to express, thereby awakening your true essence to the truth that the world and all within it is yours. You're waking up as Jacob. Your subconscious impression as Jacob, you're imagining, that fourth dimensional imagining is waking up. And where does it wake up? Right there. It becomes objectified. Let me repeat. As you are aware of being Jacob, you will persist in seeing what you want to see. That's your focus. And experiencing what you want to express, thereby awakening your true essence to the truth that the world and all within it is yours. You are the Rebecca in the Bible tells about, and you are constantly bringing forth your Esau and your Jacob, who are forever at war with each other. That's the you of the senses and the you not of the senses, constantly at war with each other. The elder is the world you know by reason of your critical faculties, while the younger elder is Esau. Jacob's the younger. The elder is the world you know by reason of your critical faculties, while the younger is the one you know subjectively. Subjectively means when you go to sleep. The person you want to be is struggling for birth. The desire you want to express is struggling for birth. As long as you look at and accept the outer world as the only reality, you will never give birth to your fulfilled desire. You must. There's Neville using the word must. You know what to do. Listen up. You must turn your attention inward and subjectively appropriate your objective reality. Turn your attention inward and subjectively appropriate your objective reality. Turn your attention inward and subjectively appropriate your objective reality. This part here is automatic, no effort involved. I heard a phrase: you put the coin in the jukebox, put a quarter in the jukebox, and you get to play to the tune. You get to dance to that tune. All you got to do is drop the quarter. You drop the quarter in the jukebox, and the tune plays. There's no effort by you right here. You get to dance. You just have to drop the quarter. Subjectively appropriate by dropping the quarter, imagining lovingly for yourself and what you want to express as your desire, whatever that is, and watch it unfold. The song will play. You just have to do this one time, and just do it with pizza, do it with a parking space, do it with a cup of coffee, do it with the special colored butterfly, climb a ladder. Just do it once. Do the simplest, smallest, least thing so you see it work. When you read the 25th and 27th chapters of Genesis, remember, all the characters recorded there are in your mind. Although unmarried, you are always giving birth to twins. The world in which you live is the outpicturing of your state of awareness. That state is your first son, which must be supplanted by your second son. Must be supplanted by your second son, or desired state. Throughout the Bible, you will find there's always a second son who replaces the first. Jacob supplants Esau. Jesus supplants John the Baptist. And the human spirit supplants human matter. When you know what you want, define it as vividly as you can. Then blind yourself to your externalized state by sending it hunting. How do you go hunting? You go in the closet, you shut the door, you shut off the senses. I am, some breathing, Some breaths, slow down, bring everything in tune with itself. Now you're bringing your Esau and Jacob to a conversation. You're bringing them both to a comfortable chair. You're putting Esau in the most comfortable chair or hammock that's available just by doing the breathing. Esau's chilling out. Now Jacob is coming to the table. Esau's got the chair reclined. Jacob's reclined. Now we got a meeting of the minds. Now Esau is chilled. Now Jacob can frolic. Jacob can imagine. Jacob can express his desire and go, you know what I've always wanted to do, Esau, now that you're listening? Esau's like, yeah, what is it? What is it? I want to know. Please, I want to know. Back to Oblivion, number 52 supplanted number 49, if you're following along. Okay? The conversation happens and Jacob conveys to Esau what he really desires. I've always wanted to paint. Esau's like, paint? I think that sounds interesting. Painting. Wow. I'm always fascinated by colors. Very interesting. And then this starts to move the needle. Jacob just told Esau in a meeting, a specialized conference, what he really wanted to do. And Esau said, that's interesting. I've always been amazed and fascinated by colors. Now Esau has this idea, kind of like the movie Inception, but not that dramatic, but better. Esau wakes up with the idea through a dream or through that communication of closing the door in meditation. Now has the desire, I'm going to get a paint by number set or whatever, some paint. I'm going to take a class. I'm going to go to that wine Wednesday where they have wine and they get together and they paint at the bar. I'm going to do one of these things because that just sounds like fun. I have a friend who does that, and she has wonderful paintings in her front room. They're all great paintings that they did as a group. You go there and you have a glass of wine and whatnot, and you paint and they follow the instructions. And what a wonderful expression of color. Amazing. But here you've had Jacob express to Esau this idea that he's always had this desire. When you know what you want, define it as vividly as you can. Then blind yourself to your externalized state by sending it hunting. You cannot touch your second son, which is Jacob, until you do, your second son being your cherished idea. This is accomplished by turning your attention away from all thoughts of denial. I know I jumped the gun. I have a way of doing that. It's just all of it wants to come out at once. This is accomplished by turning your attention away from all thoughts of denial and clothing your desire with the skins of reality. In his Ode to a Nightingale, Keats wrote, "My heart aches and a drowsy numbness pains my sense, as though of hemlock I have drunk." Having felt the reality of his experience so vividly, when he opened his eyes, Keats asked, "Was it a vision or a waking dream? Fled is that music. Do I wake or sleep?" It is with this kind of intensity that I would ask you to clothe yourself as you feel yourself already the person you want to be. In your meeting, when you go into your meditation, you're meeting your desire from your Jacob. You are Esau, closing off Esau. Now you're Jacob, communicating your desire, the kind of intensity we want. I would ask you to clothe yourself as you feel yourself already. You're already doing the painting. What does it feel like to hold the brush? What does it feel like to play with the colors? What does it feel like to blend colors? What does that feel like to just play with it? Now you're Jacob in this meditation. Now stretch out your imaginary hands and touch the objects there. You're touching the paintbrush. You're touching the palette. You're touching the paints. You're opening them. Listen, and you have none of these objects. You're doing this here. Listen with your imaginary ears. See with your imaginary eyes. Walk in your imaginary world as you taste and smell the objects. The objects there. Your creative power can be used for anything, be it a fur coat or a new hat. It is my hope that you will use it for some noble state, such as greatness in your chosen profession, whatever that may be. Let us look at the 38th chapter of Genesis and the story of Judah and Tamar. Judah means praise, and Tamar means a desired state, a palm tree oasis. As Tamar, you thirst for your desire. Give it to yourself by going into your desired state and making it real by becoming one with it. Feel the sense of satisfaction that your prayer has been answered and you are the woman called Tamar and the man named Judah. You will find another account of twins in the 48th chapter of Genesis. This is the story of Manasseh, which means to forgive, and his brother Ephraim, which means to affirm. Manasseh, forgive, Ephraim, to affirm. One is negation and the other affirmation. When you take your attention away from your problem by affirming its solution, just your attention from your problem. Just doing that is affirming its solution. Just by take your attention off of it and go and look at anything else. Don't look at the problem. The problem is momentarily forgotten when you take your attention away from it. We're stimulus response creatures we are. In our senses, in our ethos, we are stimulus response creatures. I don't have my keys here, but I would just jingle keys and it was like, oh, it's like Pavlov's dog, right? The bell rang and you're like, oh, I have to do this routine. I hear the trash truck, so I must march out there like an automaton, responsible that I am. The trash cans just remind me of time. I know time doesn't exist, but it's like, I just put this thing out, didn't I? Didn't I just put this out? What happened to the... It is trash day today, and in fact, I put it out a little while ago. When you take your attention away from your problem by affirming its solution, the problem is momentarily forgotten. Persist in your affirmation, not in repetitious form, but in feeling. As you feel the solution, the problem dies from lack of attention. Just by feeling the solution to your problem, remove your concern from your problem, remove your concern from the world, don't look at the world, remove your concern from the outer senses, and feel that solution. Just feel the solution. If you have $1 in your bank account, $1 million is the solution, for sure. What does it feel like to have $1 million? Well, how does it feel? I go to my computer, I start pressing the keys, all of a sudden, I transfer everything to the mortgage, or I pay a year's rent, or I pay a year's utilities in advance. It's just the same thing you would do on the computer if you pay another utility. Why can't it mean the same thing here? It feels the same when you pay off your complete mortgage, when you pay off your complete electric bill, you pay off your complete water bill. It's the same feeling, each one of them. So how do those feel? You got $1 million. How does that feel? Well, it feels this easy. It feels so easy. Now I'm going to go just pay these things off. Bang, bang, bang. All your computer strokes are done. Your keys are pressed. The enter button is done. Everything's paid off. That's how it feels. It feels as natural as it would paying off anything else. That's how it feels. Turn away from the problem. Look towards the solution with feeling. Feel yourself at the computer. As you feel the solution, the problem dies from lack of attention. This teaching is not for the complacent, but for the human spirit who hungers and thirsts after right thinking. This is right thinking. What we're talking about is right thinking. As we are told in the 5th chapter of Matthew, blessed are those who hunger and thirst after righteousness, for they shall be satisfied. Boom. If that's not an explosion in your ears, I don't know what is. 5th chapter of Matthew, blessed are those who hunger. If you're finding these videos, and they're definitely turning you on, or my voice, or the enthusiasm, or the desire for you to know this, or you to know this, Okay? That's hunger. If you're waking up realizing that Neville and everything he's teaching is valuable to you, that's hunger. You have been very hungry and very thirsty for a while. If this is resounding, because it resounded in me when I discovered it, and nothing can stop me from getting more. So I just rode my bike, like I said, and I just listened to those lectures over, and I read the books, listened to the lectures. I couldn't get enough. I still can't get enough. My favorite thing. I've been in this kind of focus for 33 years. I've just had to know more. In my original beginning with my teacher, I would look at her, we would go over in a class and she'd use the chalkboard. She had a chalkboard. She'd use the chalkboard and I would look at her from behind, and I'm 25 years old and I'm looking at her going, how does she know all this stuff? And I asked her in my first consultation with her, I said, how do you know this? Because it blew my socks off. She just said to me, I learned it. And I also give classes. And that was my first consultation, getting some information about me. Then when she said she taught it, I said, sign me up. I gotta know. If you're coming here with that same kind of thirst and that hunger, blessed are those who hunger and thirst after righteousness. Righteousness is this. Righteousness is knowing this process. For they shall be satisfied. Awaken the Jacob in you by observing your thoughts uncritically. Think of yourself as two beings. One who sees with the organs of sense, your conscious, and the other who sees through the mind of imagination, your subjective. The man of sense is a creature of habit. I must take the trash bins to the curb. That is not just a habit. That's actually a duty, a responsibility, etc. It would start to stink around here. The man of sense is a creature of habit. As I was saying, where we are stimulus response beings, I think we have this power of habit that's incredible. The man of sense is a creature of habit. He is dynamic and active, yet through the daily practice of self-observation, listening to your reactions, through the daily practice of self-observation, he can be brought into a passive state and his power transferred to the man of imagination. Esau got into the hammock, got into the easy chair and sat back while Jacob came to the table as well. He can be brought over. He can be brought into a passive state and his power transferred to the man of imagination. Jacob, Esau. Esau can be brought over. To me, that's what the symbol means, the yin and yang symbol. I just haven't, I've always had the idea of the white side of that, it represents the day, and the black side represents the night, conscious and subconscious. And this is also then Esau and Jacob. There are always two decided outlooks on the same world. For example, the one you see with your outer organs and the one you know only mentally. Your desire is mental without shape or form. It is your second son who will supplant your present world when your power of awareness is turned within. Do you have a longing? A consuming desire that you want fulfilled now? Allow that desire to clothe your mind. Knowing that its fulfillment is based upon feeling, ask yourself what the feeling would be like if your desire were now realized. Ask yourself the question, what would it feel like right now if my desire were, if I was fulfilled and my desire were realized? Right now, how would I feel? Whatever your problem is, its solution is, whatever your problem is in this objective reality, your solution is within you. Remember, the desire comes in to within you with its own solution baked in. The desire to be here to solve your issues, your problems, your challenges, your limitations, they're all self-conceived. They're all self-believed. They're not real. They're only real because of the limitations of what you adopt when you adopt this self-concept, the one you adopted. So this is the one you adopted. You can adopt this one. You can adopt this one. This one's available. They're all states. They're all temporary placements for you to inhabit, but you can change from one to any of them. Each one of them has its own illusion of limitations. Whatever your problem is, its solution is within you. Turn your attention to your desires' fulfillment and clothe it in the skins of objective reality. This is the technique of reversal and should never be taken lightly. Because the moment you feel yourself into a state, you instantly take upon yourself the fruit of that state. I hope you now know how to clothe your subjective longing. Think of your desire as Jacob, then clothe it in the skins and hair of Esau. Feel what it feels like, your desire to be real. You're only going to do that with and at your present self-concept. This is the location. Any of that's going to happen. When you feel something real, it's only here that it happens, at this self-concept. It doesn't happen over here. This is a different location. You're here, meeting with Jacob, feeling it to be real, bringing it over here, clothing the feeling. You're clothing the feeling. Think of your desire as Jacob, then clothe it in the skins and hair of Esau. The time it takes for your longing to materialize is proportionate to your feeling of its naturalness. There is Neville saying right there, how long does it take to manifest something? Why is it taking so long to manifest my SP? Why is my SP not calling me back? Why is he or she not texting me back? Etc., etc., etc. The time it takes for your longing to materialize is proportionate to your feeling of its naturalness. How soon can you feel it real? That's how soon you're going to be in a relationship. And the many times that Neville told these women, it can't be that man. What if he's a murderer the next day? What if he's found guilty of robbery and murder and he's going to be in prison forever? It can't be that man. And they'd say, yes, I want that man. And then he'd imagine lovingly for them, and they'd always typically be marrying somebody else. He'd be at their wedding, and they'd be walking down the aisle looking at him, and he'd be looking at them going, I told you, as they're walking to do their vows. The kingdom of heaven is within you. Humanity cannot enter this kingdom, but your imagination can when you detach yourself from that which you are now attached. There must be a separation. For only the human spirit is called, and only the human spirit can pass singly through this eye. Capital I in quotes. Now, that which requires a state of consciousness to produce its effect cannot be effected without such a state. Once you have entered a state, don't be concerned about how it will be externalized, for everything comes into being through consciousness. You never create a state. All states were created before the world was. In my Father's house are many mansions. I go and I prepare a place for you. That is a state. I go and prepare a place. Feel it real. If it were not true, I would have came and told you. But since you made it real by feeling it, you're going to that mansion whether you like it or not. You will be arriving. You never create a state. All states were created before the world was. Rather, you enter a state and it simply displays itself. Enter the state of poverty by saying, I am poor. And you will see its evidence displayed on your screen of space. You do not generate health, wealth, and happiness. You do not generate health, wealth, and happiness like this group out here would love you to believe. Here, you're driving stakes for the railroad all the live long day. You can now start laughing at that because that is not the truth. You do not generate health. You do not generate wealth. You do not generate happiness. The states are already there, completely furnished and ready for your immediate occupancy. Isn't it great when you go into a hotel and you upgrade? You just upgrade, and you're like, it's like a whole new land. You're like, wow, oh, look over here, oh, look over there. You just do the upgrade because you deserve it. And you're like pretty amazed at the space and the quality of things. That's you discovering how the law works. Once you feel it real and you start to experience your upgrades, whatever they are, your upgrade could be simply becoming something. It doesn't be, have, do. What do you want to be? What do you want to have? What do you want to do? Who do you want to be? Who do you want to have? Who do you want to do? It doesn't matter. He, what, how, what, what are the 5 W's? Whatever. What do you want to be, have, or do? All of these are possible when you start to feel it real. Those are your upgrades. You're always trying to ascend. It's okay. Permission's been granted. The states are already there, completely furnished and ready for your immediate occupancy. My words are true, but truth by itself can do nothing. It must be applied. Unapplied truth is like a lamp without oil, but applied truth is a lamp whose oil never runs low. Remember, there are no accidents, no cause. Well, applied truth is a lamp whose oil never runs low. When you start applying this and becoming these things, you realize there is no lack of oil anymore for your life. Your abundance, it locks in because you've been the creator the whole time. But in the previous sentence, if you enter the state of poverty by saying, I am poor, and you will see its evidence displayed on your screen of space. Do you ever ask yourself what got you to think that? Was it something out here? Was it something? Was it something on that little wonderful box that was probably the greatest invention ever made? Has a little dial right there. A little box that displays imagery. Did that get you to think that? The I am poor concept? No. Maybe a friend. Maybe a teacher. Somebody you respect. Somebody that was teaching you something at one time had that certain attitude of mind that they had or whatever. And you glean that because you think to learn from this person, I must adopt all these beliefs. Well, as you were just told, unapplied truth is like a lamp without oil, but applied truth is a lamp whose oil never runs low. Once you apply this truth, your lamp will never run low. There are no accidents. Remember, there are no accidents, no cause other than an imaginal one. If an accident is fatal, it is an involuntary suicide. Are we not told, no one takes my life, I lay it down myself? I have the power to lay it down and the power to take it up again. An accident is not a force external to the individual's consciousness. No one knows a man but the spirit of the man who dwells in him. And man is simply the sum total of his reactions to life. No one comes into your world save you call him. I could expound on this right here for at least another hour to 15. Just that one paragraph or that last couple sentences. But I want to keep moving. We have more chapters, but there's a lot right here. I would say this is immediately my favorite part because it's highly responsible and it's probably the most controversial parts of learning that you create your own reality, or imagination creates reality, imagination which you have. It's one of the hardest blocks to accepting that as a truth is there are no accidents. I'm going to repeat the whole thing because it's very important. I promise you, this is one of those pills. This is the red pill here. It's not easy to swallow this one. There are no accidents. No cause other than an imaginal one. If an accident is fatal, it's an involuntary suicide. Are we not told, quote, no one takes my life, I lay it down myself. I have the power to lay it down and the power to take it up again, end quote. An accident is not a force external to the individual's consciousness. An accident is not a force external to the individual's consciousness. No one knows a man but the spirit of the man who dwells in him. And man is simply the sum total of his reactions to life. No one comes into your world save you call him. Man, my immediate favorite part of that entire chapter. What a great one. Wow. He's picking up pace. I notice in his books, he just picks up this grand pace. It's a crescendo happening. Chapter 12, The Power of Unlimited Imagination. This is chapter 12, The Human Spirit. We'll see you in the next chapter. Neville Goddard, The Power of Unlimited Imagination. Chapter 13, The Feeling of I. Your journey into this world of decay and death began with your feeling of I. For wherever you place that feeling, there you live. You can place your feeling of I in the mud of negation or on the lovely ground of positive assumption. Your feeling of I is always with you. It is your slave and your savior for wherever you go, there I am also. The 9th chapter of Numbers begins with Moses being given instructions by the Lord about how to erect a tabernacle or tent of testimony and move it across the desert. He was told, during the day, a cloud will cover the tabernacle, and at night it'll have the appearance of a pillar of fire. Whenever the cloud rises, the children of Israel must journey to the place where the cloud settles down. There the people must remain. It may rise once a week, once a month, or longer, but when it ascends, the children of Israel must journey. Now, a tabernacle is an elongated place of worship that is movable and covered with skin. You are that tabernacle. You are that temple, in parentheses, tabernacle. And the Spirit of God dwells within you as your I, capital I in quotes. A cloud is a garment of water or psychological truth that covers the I, capital I in quotes, and that to which it testifies. The cloud does not move in time, but is lifted up by the I it covers. According to my senses, I am now in the Palace Hotel. Let me lift the cloud from my testament by withdrawing the feeling of I from the evidence of my senses and move by placing my I in a predetermined state, and my whole world moves with me. Clothing myself in feeling, the cloud covers me as I testify to the state I have just entered. Closing myself in feeling of what it is your desire after it's made manifest. What does it feel like to occupy it? Clothing myself in feeling of your desired end, the cloud covers me as I testify to the state I have just entered. At this moment, you may have placed your feeling of I in an unlovely state, and unless you lift that cloud that covers you, you are anchored there and are incapable of changing the circumstances of your life. Now, this lifting of the cloud and placing your feeling of I in a more desirable state involves a death. For when the cloud rises, it breaks or kills, in parentheses, the cycle of recurrence you have been on. This is very much exactly what it is to change your state, to change your level of self-concept. I am all that is God right here. All self-concepts come out, go forth. They're all states. They're all temporary occupancies. We go from one to another all the time. Sometimes we just stay on one and just repeat the cycle over and over and over and over and over. Let me lift the cloud from my testament by withdrawing the feeling of I from the evidence of my senses and move by placing my I in the predetermined state, and my whole world moves with me. His I is currently here. The place he wants to get to is here, predetermined state. Let's say it's this one. Here's his current place. Let me lift the cloud from my testament by withdrawing the feeling of I from the evidence of my senses, that's right here, his objective self, and move my I to a predetermined state, and my whole world moves with me. That predetermined state is within. That's the feeling That's the imagining of yourself in that experience. That's the feeling of it. That's happening within. The objectification is not to be concerned about. That's the how business. That's going to happen. You create the wave here. The wave hits the beach there. You create the wave here. You surf the wave there. Clothing myself in feeling, the cloud covers me as I testify to the state I have just entered. The cloud covers when you're in feeling. At this moment, you may have placed your feeling of I in an unlovely state. Let's say you don't like that self-concept. You don't like it there. Unless you lift that cloud that covers you, you are anchored there and are incapable of changing the circumstances of your life. Now, this lifting of the cloud and placing your feeling of I in a more desirable state involves a death. For when the cloud rises, it breaks or kills the cycle of recurrence you have been on. It breaks or kills the cycle of recurrence you've been on because you've been repeating this cycle. It breaks that cycle and it objectifies your new reality. This lifting of the cloud and placing your feeling of I in a more desirable state, you're placing it here in that more desirable state. It involves a death. For when the cloud rises, it's just rising here, it breaks or kills the cycle of recurrence. It breaks or kills this recurrence going on back and forth that you've been on. Motion can be detected only as a change of position with respect to another body. And all motion spoken of in Scripture is psychological. Every state exists in this psychological land from which your I journeys. Every state exists in this psychological land from which your I journeys. All you need to do is extract your I from where it is now and place it in your predetermined state. How does that feel in that state? It's like, remember, riding the horse for the first time. You don't know what's going to happen. You're just going with the flow. You have to step in to this predetermined state with your feeling. And what does it feel like the first time you try that? I don't know what it would like to be driving that Maserati, but I can sure imagine for a second. Let me look at a picture. Okay, I see a picture. Now I can sense myself in there, first person. I see my arms. You put yourself in the picture from first person, never from the outside, if in fact that's a car that you want. Never looking at yourself from the outside of the car, because that's third person. You want to be first person, seeing your arms holding the wheel, if in fact you want a car. Or you're at the teller at the bank, throwing down your stacks of $10,000 each because you're making a massive deposit right here. And you don't care that they need to call Uncle Sam and tell him you're making all this money. But you have all this cash you want to deposit. So what? All you need to do is extract your I from where it is now and place it in your predetermined state. But how will you know you have moved? By using a frame of reference. While sitting quietly in your chair, you can lift your cloud by the feeling of by the feeling of if in an entirely different psychological state. Let me clean that sentence. While sitting quietly in your chair, you're just hanging out, got your eyes closed, you're doing some fishing, you're inside, hanging out with Jacob. While sitting quietly in your chair, you can lift your cloud by placing the feeling of if in an entirely different psychological state. What if you can place it into any state? Any of these states are available, all of them. If you want wealth, this is a thousandaire, a millionaire, a billionaire, a trillionaire, or whatever in there. If you want health, this is your first step, second step, third step. All these states are available. You can have any of them. Do you want love? Here I am dating. Here I am getting engaged. Here I am married. All these states are available to you. Here I am with my husband in our house. This is us with children. This is us on vacation with children. This is us moving into our retirement years. We go on nothing but vacations all the time. All these states exist and they're ready for your occupation. So if you're thinking, which one should I enter? They're all available. It is a psychological trip first before it is a physical trip second. The physical trip is the shadow to the psychological. Fourth dimension is your psychological self creating the actual experience, the reality literally happens here first, then it outpictures. While sitting quietly in your chair, you can lift your cloud by placing the feeling of if in an entirely different psychological state, any state. No one can see this motion, for yours is a spiritual journey. While in the state, look for confirmation of your move on the faces of people there. Look for confirmation of your move on the faces of people there. Are they happy to see you? Are they surprised to see you? Are they happy for you? Are they congratulating you? Are you hearing your friend walking up to you, actually high-fiving you, shaking your hand? Congratulations, I'm so excited for you. Are they a little jealous? Look until you see the expressions on their faces. Now, I have done this in the beginning of 2023, started Neville in 2022, and I started doing this in the beginning of 2023, and it all came. We're gonna get into that stuff later, but this part of your friend celebrating you is very profound and works wonders. Your friend, because your friend doesn't judge you. Your friend is your friend because they're your friend. They don't judge you. So that's why they're happy to see you. And when you put them in that place, celebrating your arrival to that level or that psychological dimension, and you put them there celebrating you, you were there. You're actually moved in. If there is a change in your feeling of I, you will find an automatic alteration in your usual expression of life. This is called detachment. So you are slowly detaching from here and you're occupying here. If there's a change in your feeling of I, you will find an automatic alteration in your usual expression of life. That's an expression. That's an expression. You're going to find an automatic alteration. During the day, you wear your garment of truth, the cloud. But the moment you begin to meditate, the brain grows luminous. This is the pillar of fire by night. Remember, I am the truth. And wherever you place your feeling of I, there you must abide. In the 31st chapter of Deuteronomy, we are told that Moses went up from the plains of Moab to Nebo and there to Pisgah, which is opposite Jericho, where he was shown all the land that was his. The word Moses means to draw out. He is not a man, but your creative power that can draw out of you any state you have placed your eye, struck the rock and produced the water. The word Moab means mother, father, which is your I amness. In your present state, your Moab may be saying, I am beaten, I am sick, I am impoverished. But Nebo means to prophesy your longing by the feeling of I. Pisgah means to contemplate. When you enter your desired state, observe your Jericho, for it will have a fragrant odor, as that is what the word Jericho means. Having risen in consciousness, remain in your chosen state until you have a reaction that satisfies you. A violent reaction produces a horrible odor, while a lovely reaction indicates Jericho and a lovely odor. You see, Jericho is not a place in the Near East, but a state that produces the thrill of accomplishment within you. In the 14th chapter of the book of John, Jesus speaks to Peter saying, let not your heart be troubled. You believe in God, believe also in me. In my Father's house are many rooms. If it were not so, would I have told you that I go to prepare a place for you? And when I go and prepare a place for you, I will come again and take you myself, and take you myself, that where I am, you may be also. This is not a man speaking to another, but self speaking to self. You are Jesus, which is imagination, telling yourself there are unnumbered states of awareness for you to enter. And you are inviting self to choose the state you wish to inhabit. After selecting the state, imagination will go and prepare it for you so that you may come again, as you must, in parentheses. For wherever you abide in imagination, there you shall reside also in the flesh. If you believe what I have told you, determine to change your feeling of I. There is no power that can keep you from realizing your dream, but you. There is no power. There's no power out here. There's no power in here that can keep you from realizing your dream except you. And no man can compel you to enter any state. You have the power. You have the power to select your state and enter it, thereby making it alive, or leave a state, thereby killing it. The decision and its consequences is yours and yours alone. The day you can become an observing eye, watching your reactions and seeing the observer and the thing observed as two distinct beings, you will know that you can enter any state and it will outpicture itself. You're entering the state here. It outpictures here. You're doing that when you feel it, when you feel the reality of it, and you feel and sense it, and you just have that feeling like, yeah, that feels natural. The feeling you're going to most of the time feel is, this is natural. This feels like right now. You must persist. You must persist. How many times? I don't even know. I'll probably get a PDF of this book, and I'm sure persist is in here 1,000 times. You must persist until you get that feeling that it feels natural. Once it feels natural, you're going to get this like, whoa, what really? That's what it feels like? That's what natural feels like. You must keep pushing against that objective self towards the subjective impression you're trying to feel as real. You're not just trying to make the impression, you're trying to just feel it. You're just trying to feel something. Once you have the feeling of it feeling natural, that thing your desire is aiming you towards, once it feels natural, you're like, oh, I see. That's what you're after. Now you can just copy and paste over and over and over. You will know you can enter any state and it will outpicture itself. You will know that all the mansions of your Father's house are yours. Now again, what are we doing here? We're learning the law. And why are we learning the law? We're learning the law to know what the path of righteousness is. What does this mean, the law? What is the path of righteousness? The Count of Monte Cristo. Oh boy. I'm going to break that movie down. We're going to cover that movie together. It's going to be a reaction type video, and we're going to go through it and break it down as if Abdullah and Neville were in the movie theater with us. It is a great, great movie, but the main character was told, here's the main character, and through awful experiences, he had desire, and I'm not spoiling it, but he had desire to avenge those who wronged him. And whilst in prison, he met his father, the father. In the story, he's called the Abbey. This father imparted wisdom into the main character. The main character then, through feeling, released himself from prison. Wonderful, wonderful movie. And for 1934, just wow. For Neville and Abdullah to go see it at the theater, that's just mind-blowing, incredible. You will know that all the mansions of your Father's house are yours. When the main character in the story discovered what was shared with him by the Abbey, which were an inexhaustible amount of riches, that was him realizing how to use, what the law was from the Abbey, and how to use the law. That's the inexhaustible riches. That's the treasure spoken about in how many countless stories, countless movies. There's always after a treasure, a hidden treasure, a sunken treasure, a treasure buried in a cave, a treasure buried in the ground. I'm here to tell you, this is the treasure. This makes wealth. This makes life. This makes death. This makes health. This makes love. This makes the experience of love. If you don't call that actual treasure, I don't know what you call it. I am, consciousness in parentheses, I am contains the whole of creation. That's I am. And out of I amness comes imagination. Where there is no consciousness, there's no imagination. Where there's no consciousness, there's no imagination. I am contains all consciousness, and out of consciousness is imagination. Without consciousness, there's no imagination. When you enter a state, your I am is having a psychological experience. When you think about a state, you have a subject and its object. But when you experience a state, you have unification. Wow, wow, wow. Postscript. Wow, what a wonderful little chapter. The teaching of truth deals with the feeling of I, for only through feeling can change come about. If you continue to have the same reactions, you have not changed your feelings. Remember, you're trying to pay attention to your reactions. Is the line long? Is the line short? Is it short at the register? Is it short at the gas pump? Is it long at the gas pump? Is it long at the register? Look at your reactions. My coworker said that again. Oh boy, they don't know how. What are your reactions? Catalog them. See what your reactions are to the things that are happening and what thoughts are flying in and out of your head. And how are you reacting to those thoughts? Or what others say. Everyone's you pushed out. Excuse me. Note to self, eating before filming a video could be when it's nap time. Filming a video while nap time is not a good time. Take siesta first. Note over. Your world forever conforms to your inner assumption. Your world forever conforms to your inner assumption. Out of I amness, that's I amness, comes imagination. Oh my goodness, what a wonderful, wonderful chapter. Chapter 13, the feeling of I. And we're going to see you in the next chapter. Time to siesta. Neville Goddard, the power of unlimited imagination. Chapter 14, the wine of eternity. The human imagination and divine imagination are one and the same. They are not two. I mean, right off the bat, we really do need to show what that looks like. I am all that is God right here. Here's our self-concepts. The human imagination and divine imagination are one and the same because I and my Father are one. My Father is greater than I. The human imagination, your objective reality, your self-concept imagination, and the divine imagination are one and the same. They are not two. Your human imagination has the power to turn your water of life into the wine of eternity. Oh, it sounds so poetic and it's so true. Because all you have to do to turn that water into wine is make a subconscious impression by the feeling of it. Just by feeling what it feels like for it to be natural to you to be walking in that house. What it feels like to you to be walking in that house with your new spouse. Does that feel natural to you? That's turning water into wine. This you will do when you release your imagination from its bonds of limitation. For when imagination is truly free, it can accomplish miracles. You're releasing it from its bonds because here, subjectively, this is an objective reality, but it's your subjective experience. I know the words kind of overlap each other. This is an objectified reality. When you're here and you're trying to make the impression into your sleeping state, and you're imagining here, you're looking there and you're trying to capture the feeling and then bring it to where you are. Even though you're ignoring these senses, you're still here going to sleep. But as you fall to sleep, it doesn't change the fact. It's a fact because you're making it real. It doesn't change the fact that you can imagine sleeping there. I slept in a different house last night. And then this morning I was talking with a work associate, a business associate, and we were talking about another place that's ideal. And I says, I'm going to go ahead and start sleeping there tonight. And he is too. And that means when you go fall asleep, you're in a new locale, like Neville says over and over. But then you see the other place your body is so many miles north, south, or east or west. If you're Neville and you're sleeping in Barbados, like Abdullah told you, you've gone to Barbados, then Neville went to sleep in Barbados with imagining that New York was 3,000 miles to the north. Getting that feeling and feeling it as natural. The Bible calls imagination man's savior and identifies this wonderful benefactor as Christ. Such a relief. Just to come into the knowledge of this material. Just the knowledge of it is enough to you just have a good day now. Every day's a good day now. You know this exists. You know other people are using it to their benefit. You know that, and you can smell that, and you can taste it, and you're still at the precipice yourself. You've got to persist. Don't forget, how long did it take you? Don't worry, I'm in the same camp. How long did it take you to get there? It isn't like I learned it overnight or instantly did it, but again, I've been at this for quite a few decades. And it's not sometimes for people like me, I can only talk about myself, not easy. The beginning part was the difficult part. So I've had to turn around my ship to get it to go to a different port. We must laugh at the comedy of our trials and tribulations. If we don't, the opposite's no fun. It took you some time to get here. You have some habits. You have some blocks. All those are all weaved in and out of your psychology in a now. And in that now, you've got to turn that ship around. But realize that you're here because you got there at least. So now it's just a matter of a psychological adjustment, taking that objectified reality you want to experience and going to sleep with it on your mind and in your feelings here, the impression's made. The rest is history. And it's like you found the treasure, the treasure that had an inexhaustible supply to it. Inexhaustible. Love, health, wealth. When Christ is awakened and born in you, your human imagination becomes divine vision. Called Christ, your individual imagination is the mediator between the Father of all life and the external world called man. Having imagined wealth, it is the human imagination who walks on the water of life and denies the evidence of his senses by claiming, I am wealthy. His persistence mediates God to man. The mediation was from God to man. There's God and there's you, man. You're now the mediator. You say, I am wealthy. You're mediating God to man. Every character in Scripture lives in the mind. Your mind. Don't be confused about that one bit. It's all you pushed out. That story is a story of the inside. Here, that story is not a story of the outside, what we consider the world right here. What state, every character in Scripture lives in the mind. When you read the Bible, turn to self and ask, what state would I be in if I were doing this? When reading the story of Moses, claim that you are he. Assume the state of faith when you read of Abraham. You are Joseph the dreamer and Thomas the doubter. And you are destined to be, wait for it, Jesus Christ, the awakened, risen imagination. All that's rising is within you, called imagination, also called Jesus Christ. You're going to wake up and remember that you are him, and that is the Son, the hope of glory, Jesus Christ, awakening with you. You're the vehicle. The second coming is you. That's a lot to celebrate right there. That's just the mental knowledge of that. Just the knowledge, not even the emotional feeling of it, not even the visceral impact of it, not even the warm, oh my gosh, I'm in love with everything now feeling. It's the knowledge alone is enough to just, it really is reason to celebrate, because what that means is you can now, the slate is clean. Remember Cowboys and Aliens, the movie, where the preacher said to the cowboy known as James Bond, I forget, Daniel Craig's character, the preacher man, I forget his name, great actor. He's saying to the Daniel Craig character, remember, God doesn't care who you were, he only cares who you are. Let that sink in. Then what was just said, let it sink in that the hope of glory, the awakening of him within you, he only cares where you are. It doesn't matter where you've been or what you've been. That stuff is over. It's quite a feeling. Skin is the most external thing a man can wear. When you read of one who wears camel's hair or leather, you are reading of one whose mind is tied to the outside. His philosophy of life is external and dependent entirely on others. In the 5th chapter of Mark, the story is told of an innocent man who, being unclothed, lived among the dead and cut himself on the stones. When awakened imagination passed by, the innocent one cried out, "Do not cast me out." And when asked his name, he answered, "My name is Legion, for we are many." A being not yet individualized in a spiritual sense is innocent, for he knows not what he is doing. Oh, is that the truth? Not yet individualized in a spiritual sense. If you are awakening and realizing that I am him, you are you are individualized in a spiritual sense. You are there. So, you do know what you're doing. This changes the game entirely. You will magnetize to the golden rule like no other. You will realize the power of what that means. You will realize that that is the only rule that you must abide. Period. He is Legion because he has innumerable is in him. For example, I am ill. I am poor. I am tired. I am weak. And I am mistreated, to name a few. Living among the dead and sleeping the sleep of death, his literal understanding of life and its cause are stones that cut and bruise. But the spiritual man, the man who understands this, has a personal self-determined history, a predetermined self. In the realm of the spirit, he becomes what he wills. When consciousness turns within, The Spirit awakens to his true identity. Then, casting out all belief in an external cause, he is clothed in his right mind and sits at the foot of the one who casts them out. A miracle is only the name given by those who have no faith in the works of faith. The story is told of a man named Jairus, whose daughter was believed to be dead. But awakened imagination ignored the thought and said, "Do not fear, only believe." Arriving at the house, he questioned, "Why do you weep? The child is not dead, but sleeping." Then he touched the child and said, "I say to you, rise." Immediately she got up and walked. Then Jesus turned to the parents and said, "Give her something to eat." Every state, every desire, every idea is your child. Looking at the desire, it appears to be dead to you, the natural man. But your spiritual eye knows the desire is not dead, but sleeping, waiting to be touched for its resurrection. With your desire, your child, with your desire made alive within you through the power of touch, it must be fed in order to bring about its birth. Give him something to eat. Fall asleep in the feeling. This is done by turning your attention to it. Putting your attention on your objective. Putting your attention, putting your feeling, falling asleep to it. Putting those blinders on, cutting out all that noise. Let us turn to the 5th chapter of the book of John, in which he speaks of the pool of Bethesda and its 5 porches. The story is told of a sick man who waits for the moving of the water by an angel, believing that whoever steps into the pool first after the movement will be healed. After asking him if he wanted to be healed, awakened imagination said, "Rise, take up your pallet and walk." All at once, the man was healed, and taking up his pallet, he walked away. The word Bethesda means house of mercy, and the pool spoken of here is consciousness, which must be stirred by an angel, in parentheses, a messenger of God. Any idea you entertain is that angel, disturbing your consciousness. Any idea you entertain is that angel disturbing your consciousness, which is your still pool. The pool is entered by a mere assumption and stirred as you bathe in it. I am is always first person, present tense. No one can put you in the pool by affirmation. No one can put you in the pool by affirmation. Although seemingly impotent, you rest on the 5 porches or senses when you accept their evidence and refuse to change your consciousness. No one needs help you. Who could be first in the pool other than self, which is your I? Knowing what you want, rise in the assumption that your desire is already satisfied, and it will be satisfied, in parentheses, healed. Knowing what you want, rise in the assumption that your desire is already satisfied, and it will be. In his 7th chapter, John rejoices, saying, "I have finished the work thou gavest me to do. Father, glorify thou me in thine own self with the glory which I had with thee before the world was. I have kept them in thy name which thou hast given me, and none is lost but the son of perdition. For their sake I consecrate myself, that they also may be consecrated in the truth. For I dwell in them, and they dwell in me, and we are one." Oh my goodness. The work you gave yourself to do is to awaken from this dream of life. This is the dream. Your self-concept is the dream. When you start to wake up in your dreams, and I promise you, you can easily do it. I don't doubt it for a second. And you can start remembering, because you're doing it already. You already dream every night. Anybody who claims that they'd never dream, they're not just lying, they just don't choose to remember. Because you do dream every night. I still am fascinated by each and every one of us human beings, and almost every mammal. Even sharks sleep. They don't breathe oxygen. How many creatures in the world, in our reality, actually sleep? And what's going on when you sleep? I'm always fascinated with that question, because everybody dreams, and I learned that very well from Seth. There is no not dreaming. We all dream, period. The work you gave yourself to do is awaken from this dream of life. This is your waking dream. When you're in your dream tonight, this will appear to be the dream you were in while you are awake there, while you are awake there. You'll frolic and you'll create and you'll do and you'll experience, and all these wonderful, crazy, wonderful things will happen from the perspective of this dream. Everything there will seem insane, but while you're there, this seems completely crazy. But when you wake up here from that dream tonight, you're going to be like, whoa, that was a crazy dream. Because there seems like the dream now that your consciousness is focused here. It's all about where you're focusing your consciousness. You are in a dream. Row, row, row your boat merrily, merrily. I forget. Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, 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 merrily. Life is but a dream. Yes, we've met under dreaming circumstances here. Having assumed the limitations of the flesh, you will awaken to your true identity and become your own glory when the outer you is made passive and the inner you dynamic. That's when the dynamics of that inner you, your subconscious self, will start to blossom, and you'll get this consciously. Then you'll start to see these things just start to go off like fireworks. They'll just pop off. You'll just imagine that parking space, and it pops off. You'll imagine that meal coming that they accidentally serve you at the restaurant when you forgot to order what you wanted to order, but you ordered something else, but you actually wanted this, and they accidentally bring you that. It just pops off. That's when you awaken to your true identity and become your own glory. When the outer you is made passive and the inner you dynamic. That's when you see your creations come alive consciously. You see them, you think them, you see them. You consciously think them, feel them, you see them. While driving, while walking, while talking. You will get this down. You will consciously co-create with the rest of those who are already doing it. Consciously. Don't get me wrong. Everybody's doing it. Number one, there's a large percentage doing it unconsciously. Like he just said, forgive them for they know not what they do. They are innocent. They literally are innocent. Number one, everybody's doing it, creating their own reality. Number two, a large percentage are unconsciously creating their own reality, but they're doing it. They're the innocents. Number three, those of us like Neo who choose to wake up. I'm not going to hold up my middle finger. that choose to wake up from the illusion as assigned. Wake up from the dream as assigned and realize we are him. And then consciously co-create with all of our other co-creative wonders. Now, the son of perdition is the belief in loss. Knowing that all things exist in the human imagination, nothing can be lost. When you realize this truth, you will no longer believe in loss, thereby fulfilling Scripture. The most difficult thing to grasp is that there is no one outside of self. I promise you that's very wonderful. It's just he's really shifting gears, and I love it because this gets into the place I love to dwell. It is the most difficult thing to grasp because everything as you pushed out is back to the fingers, right? You're pointing one finger and three are pointing back at you, and that's the reminder. You have it physically attached to your body. You can't deny that. There's no denying where you're pointing is literally where it's pointing at you, the creator of that, which you point at. The most difficult thing to grasp is that there is no one outside of self. Believing others needed to change, I worked on them, thinking that the world would be so much better if they would be different. Then I awoke and sanctified myself. And in so doing, they were sanctified. For I dwell in them, and they dwell in me, and we are one. There is no one to change but self. What do you think Job was doing? As you control your thoughts and allow only those that conform to your ideal to flow from you, if you control your thoughts and allow those thoughts that conform to your ideal, remember golden rule, imagining living of others, you and your world will reshape itself in harmony with them. Let me repeat the sentence. As you control your thoughts and allow only those that conform to your ideal to flow from you, your world will reshape itself in harmony with them. Remember, you cannot be aware of a fault or greatness in another were that fault or greatness not present in you. It makes so much sense to only imagine lovingly. If you have nieces and nephews and they're putting on a school play and you're watching and you're just seeing how amazing this all is and how every single child is doing such an amazing job, and to some other person there could be a fault happening in that play, but to you it's glory. It's really the height of glory, this play that's happening. To the innocents who are criticizing from the peanut gallery, they might see fault, but you don't see fault. You see correct action. You cannot be aware of fault or greatness in another were that fault or greatness not present in you. So we want to put the greatness and be appreciative of the greatness. Remove the fault from your own eye. Place the greatness there and watch your world change as it reflects your change in consciousness. Now, those two sentences sounds like he's talking about this eye. And the way, as I just described it as well, the idea is, yes, you won't see it anymore. But that's the eye that you remove fault from. And you only see greatness here, but it's also applying here. How fascinating. I'm going to the eye doctor right after this video. Oh, the irony of it all. In the 16th chapter of Matthew, the disciples were questioned, what do men say the son, who do men say the Son of Man is? They said, some say John the Baptist, others Elijah, and others Jeremiah, or one of the prophets. Then he asked, but who do you say I am? Simon Peter replied, you are the Christ, the Son of the living God. At the present time, you may be concerned about what others think of you, but when you have awakened to your true identity, you've come awake, you understand the law, you're applying it, you're objectifying. When you have awakened to your true identity, it will not matter to you what others think. You will know from experience that you are the Christ, the Son of the living God. Flesh and blood will not reveal this to you, but your Father who is in heaven reveals it. Through this knowledge, you will have been given the keys to the kingdom. And whatever you bind on earth will be bound in heaven, and whatever you loose on earth will be loosed in heaven. Having found the answer to the everlasting question, who am I? No man can ever take this knowledge from you. This wisdom comes from within. And wow. You realize we're taking a couple steps beyond just manifesting something. or manifesting love, or manifesting wealth, or manifesting health. In this chapter, we've shifted the gears. We've put the top down, we're on the Autobahn, and we are testing out the speed and aerodynamic quality of what we've been studying so far. We have put the pedal down, so to say, in this chapter called The Wine of Eternity. If you can't hear it, it's definitely, we are going much faster than usual. This last sentence, having found the answer to the everlasting question, who am I? You found the answer. No man can ever take this knowledge from you. This wisdom comes from within. You realize that anything you've been working on, all these wonderful objectifications and manifestations and these X's and new relationships and the money and the health, you now know what causes those things. You now know what the creator of those things is and who is responsible. This work is not for the squeamish. This is not for the faint of heart. It is a high order of responsibility. And if you're listening to this and if you've gone all the way through this and you're still here, then you're willing to take that responsibility. Whether or not you can even write the word responsibility, it is something you must be present with now. It's being response-able. You're response-able to make this work for yourself. You can do this. You can get this down. You can get whatever you want. It's hard to separate the quality of what you're able to do in the first place as a human. We're kind of unpacking that. But then it's also another level to then be aware that you can do it anytime for anything of any subject. If it wasn't for people in social media doing it and telling you about it, you wouldn't think it's possible, and you and everyone else would have left this a long time ago. I would just be like Neville when he talked about the promise, stating, I'll say it to the walls if I need to. If you didn't sense that it was true that you could do it and you're going to do it because your future self is telling you that you're going to do it, you wouldn't be hanging around this long. And the reason you are is because you know the validity of it. The validity is there, I promise you, 100%. You don't have to worry about it because you will master this. You will. And when I say master, I mean do it on the fly. Do it consciously at will. Manifest whatever you want. You want parking, you want free meals, you want whatever. You want to be in love, you want to be in a happy marriage, you want to be with kids in a new house, and you want to ride in your motorhome or fly on jets, or you want to go taste exotic foods, you want to go to the beach in Nice in the summer. It doesn't make a difference because all of those things are thoughts. All of them are just thoughts. Before they become an objectified reality, they're just thoughts. What do you want to drive? That's just a thought. The wisdom comes from within. Completely abandon yourself to a psychological experience. Just completely abandon yourself. It's like you're on a floaty in your pool. Just get on that floaty and just, okay, I'm just going to go for it. It's going to go out there and close my eyes. Completely abandon yourself to a psychological experience. If you become one with a state in your imagination, you will rise to encompass it in the flesh. This being true, yours is a journey from innocence to imagination to experience. Innocence, not aware, to imagination, what we're talking about, to experience what we just described as far as mastering this new skill that you're becoming aware of. You're going to go from innocence, you're going to go to imagination, then you're going to go to experience. You are already the person you want to be. Claim it, and tomorrow you will display it by being it. Claim it. I am that. I am a master manifester. Anything I set my mind to, I can manifest. Anything I set my mind to, I manifest. Not can, excuse me for that. Scratch that, rewind, play it back. I am a master manifester. I manifest anything I put my mind on. Period. By your fruits you shall be known. If today your life is not what you want it to be, stop blaming anyone. Very important point. Oh my gosh, I can't put a pin in this high enough. This is where we meet the blocks. If you are doing that, we're talking about the blocks. We talked about them recently in this book. If you didn't get that and you've arrived after the party of that conversation, you can go back and find those. They're in the beginning videos. The blocks we have to get rid of. If today your life is not what you want it to be, stop blaming anybody. Remember, the finger's pointing. Just keep working on changing your feeling of I and abide in your desired state. Persist, persist, persist. It's right there. Persist, persist, persist. This is Neville repeating the most important word in this work. And I think if you sum it up, that probably is the most important word here. Persist, 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 for at the moment of non-reaction, circumstances change. We rise by an energy others call effort. For it takes energy to act and react. All through the day, remember your aim by constantly identifying yourself with it. Let your reactions flow into your aim. Ask for deeper and deeper understanding of that which you think you now understand. I trust everyone has an aim to be greater. Everyone, all of us, innocence or not, awake or not, aware or not, innocent or not, all of us want ascension. Do you want a pay raise? Do you want your pay doubled? Do you want to work half as hard? You want a different career? You want a different job? You want a different spouse? You want a different life? You want your health to be better? Do not limit yourself to any textbook. Stop believing that any one man can write a book that is final regarding truth. Oh my gosh. Amen, brother. Stop believing that any one man can write a book that is final regarding truth. Start to dig. No one can grow without outgrowing. A different attitude is the solution to every problem. A different attitude is the solution to every problem. By your new direction, attitude, in parentheses, by your new direction, you escape that which has been wrapped around you. You just change your attitude, and that which you think is your reality, the wrappings, the bindings fly off of you. Now then, you have like this ripe area to just feel, what is it? Wait, let me move. I can move. By your new direction, you escape that which has been wrapped around you. There is no one to change but self. So start changing yourself today! Exclamation point. Luke was speaking of you when he made this statement. When their eyes were opened, they recognized him, and he vanished from their sight. When their eyes were opened, they recognized him, and he vanished from their sight. When your eye is awakened, letter I, you will find that which you have been searching for, and the belief in a power outside of self will disappear. I must repeat that sentence because you need to hear it again. When your eye, which what we've been talking about this entire chapter, when your eye is awakened, you will find that which you have been searching for. And the belief in a power outside of self will disappear. In Francis Thompson's poem, The Hound of Heaven, he tells of how I fled him down the nights and down the days. I fled him down the arches of the years. I fled him down the labyrinthian way. I fled him down the labyrinthine ways. You can pronounce it labyrinthian, I guess. Of my own mind, I will repeat. Excuse me. I fled him down the nights and down the days. I fled him down the arches of the years. I fled him down the labyrinthian ways of my own mind. I can vouch for that poem. That's from Francis Thompson's poem, The Hound of Heaven. I used to have on my wall, in my room of meditation, which was my bedroom, I used to lay there and we had acoustic tiles in the ceiling, so I used to look at the dots and they would disappear in my sight, etc. But on the walls I had posters that were available back then in the poster shops. We had stores that had just sold posters. Can you imagine? You walk in and there was just posters for sale? But I bought all the M.C. Escher posters, and if you haven't seen those, they're wonderful. M.C. Escher, E-S-C-H-E-R. His art is amazing. Very labyrinthian images in his artwork. That artwork is what came to mind while reading this poem. But it also came to mind that what time I have spent, supposedly, because there's no such thing as time. But the poem spoke to me because of the fled down the nights and down the days, flee down the arches of the years, fled down the labyrinthian ways of my own mind. I say to you years of experience, but it's only now. I'm only talking to you from now. I'm only sharing the wisdom of us looking at this together in our now. I only happen to be a guide, but you are also my guide. If it wasn't for you right there, then who would I be? Because you're me pushed out. I'm you pushed out. Get your mind wrapped around that one. I fled him down the nights and down the days. I fled him down the arches of the years. I fled him down the labyrinthian ways of my own mind, only to discover at the end that he was my very self. Man's eyes are blind, though hounded constantly by the hound of heaven. He cannot believe in the non-historicity of the Bible, but continues to hold on to his little beliefs, even though he does not know what to do with them. Those little beliefs, those limiting beliefs. People do not seek truth. They seek only People do not seek truth. They seek only supports for their opinions of it. But I say to you, do not think that I have come to bring peace on earth. I have come not to bring peace, but a sword. I have come to set a man against his father and daughter. I have come to set a man against his father, and a daughter against her mother, and a daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. For a man's foes are those of his own household. Couldn't be more true. And this is not a literal statement. When truth comes, it sets a man at war with himself, for he will discover that he can no longer consent to what he formerly believed in. Oh my goodness. What a chapter. Are you still with me? That was a wonderful, wild chapter. If you're still with me, hang in there. There's a postscript. Start now and listen to the words you want to hear. That's knowing what you want. It's also revision, because you can revise to hear only what you want to hear. You're just Simon and Peter. You're only hearing what you want to hear. No one can grow without outgrowing. Kill the old man. This is the old man. This is the new man. By a new direction internally, you can change the course of your life and free yourself from the prisons of your mind. The human imagination and divine imagination are one and the same. Oh my goodness. What was your favorite part of this chapter? To me, it's the whole chapter. Oh my gosh, there's so many good things in here. I don't even know where to begin if I was to pick anything except for that poem of Francis Thompson. Let's repeat that. The Hound of Heaven. I fled him down the nights and down the days. I fled him down the arches of the years. I fled him down the labyrinthian ways of my own mind, only to discover at the end that he was my very self. Yes, indeed. All right. I got to say this. That reminds me of, like, I recently brought that up in two movies where the character in the movie woke up at the end of the movie basically and realized that it was about them. One was Angel Heart, 1987, I believe, with Mickey Rourke, and the other one's Fight Club, of all movies, Edward Norton's character. Those qualities in the movie have impact for a reason. The reason you're captivated by that kind of character or that kind of story is because of this kind of thing, where you realize it's you. You realize that story is about you. This story is about you. A lot to digest right there. So let's kick back. Let's close our eyes. Let's do our I am. Let us go into the silence. Some breathing. Let's just digest that whole chapter. Let's I am. All right. I love you. Thank you. Tell both your friends. See you in the next chapter. Neville Goddard, The Power of Unlimited Imagination. Chapter 15, Awake, O Sleeper. Last chapter. In the book of Ephesians, we are told to awake, O sleeper, and arise from the dead, and Christ shall give you light. This awakening and rising comes about through an inner development, for the Bible is your autobiography. It was you who inspired the prophets to record their visions. And it is you who will fulfill their prophecies in a first-person, present-tense experience. First-person, present-tense experience. As you read the Bible, get your mental teeth into it. Study its message, and your understanding will go deeper and deeper as you travel through life. The Bible teaches self-help. Do not look to any leader on the outside. Only look to self by turning within. If anyone offers to do for you what you can do for yourself, reject their offer and turn to Christ. God's creative power in you, who is your life, your light of the world. By changing your thinking, Christ will change your world. The earth spoken of in Scripture is the mind of man. It is in this psychological earth that the idea of the kingdom of heaven was implanted. It is in this psychological earth that the idea of the kingdom of heaven was planted. While in the state of sleep, false doctrines have crept in. Called tares, they grow with the wheat and will be harvested. Therefore, you must become selective and clear the weeds by killing every belief in a power outside the mind. The man who is rich is complacent. Satisfied with his social and financial positions, he is not hungry to grow. If you are complacent, your life will not change, for you will not be hungry or thirst for a higher level of awareness. You and you alone know whether the hunger has come upon you or not. But you have not begun the work you gave yourself to do until you begin to uncritically observe your thoughts. You and you alone, repeating the sentence, know whether the hunger has come upon you or not. Yes, indeed, you and you alone will know this. And when you do, you will discover that you are not as truthful, honest, or courageous as you thought you were. That's when you begin to uncritically observe your thoughts. Tonight, select a future upon which you want to work, and tomorrow be watchful. Just select the future. Just select a future. Doesn't matter. Remember, God, I am all that is right here. Your self-concept, my self-concept, an old self-concept, a coming, a new one, this one, that one, the other one, all flavors of the entire rainbow are here. This is your present self-concept. Tonight, think on one. Just think on one. Select the future which you want to work. You want this to work. And tomorrow, just be watchful. Just pay attention to what you're looking at. Just even what you are looking at. Question yourself by saying, am I keeping the tense? Do I want this? The tense, T-E-N-S-E, tense. I am it. Not I will or I can, I hope, I don't know what's going to happen, hopefully this happens. Those are not the right tense. The tense is I am. Am I keeping the tense? Do I want this? Is that the way my friend wants to see him? Am I limiting myself? Is that the way my friend wants me to see him? Or does he have his aspiration that I can lift by seeing him the way he wants to be seen? Then act in your imagination, for imagination is passive while asleep and allows that which is false to take the throne. Remember, on the outside, all these wonderful distractions getting your attention, hogging up all that wonderful space in your subconscious. When you sleep, your imagination is passive. This is your conscious and this is your subconscious. When you sleep, your imagination is passive. That's why the doorway of impression is while you're falling to sleep. That's the doorway. While you sleep, it's passive. Then act in your imagination, for imagination is passive while asleep and allows that which is false to take the throne. Watch your thoughts. Reclaim your throne and consciously allow your human imagination to rule your world! Exclamation point. Your human imagination, once activated, will awaken as a little babe. Born in violence, in a manger where the wild beasts eat, it will grow in wisdom and power, as the outer you will become passive and powerless. But you must be watchful and vigilant of your thoughts in order to bring the outer you into passivity. Only then will you know what it's like to be in the world but not of it. If I had a nickel for each time my teacher said that one phrase, be in the world but not of it. She said that, I'm going to guesstimate, at least thousands and thousands of times. And I mean to tell you, that phrase went through these ears, because I have two, double the thousands and thousands of times. It kind of redefines the manger, doesn't it? That rebirth that's being described right here really shouldn't be in December, but it is. It is what it is. It redefines the whole scene you see on the Christmas lawn. The purpose of this teaching is to awaken the Christ who is asleep in man, dreaming different states into being, and bring him to the conscious circle of humanity where man is self-aware. Once you are aware of your true self, you will no longer condemn sleeping man. Very true. Very true. Forgive them for what they know not what they do. That's the innocent. You will know they are machines, automatons, who do not know what they are doing. Your desires are not subjective, intangible things, but solidly real. Begin to awaken the Christ in you by clothing your subjective desires in objective reality. Your subjective desires in objective reality. I promise you, the day you do this, they will become facts in your world. They'll become facts in your world because you'll be objectified. You will be occupying this objectification. You'll be there. You will be in it. It'll be of you. It'll be around you. It'll be one of the upgrades in your environment. Have an aim that you will not lie to yourself anymore. Have an aim. This is your goal. Have an aim that you will not lie to yourself anymore. You're looking in the mirror and you're asking yourself, what do I desire? With your eyes open, with your eyes closed, what do I desire? What is my desire? What is my aim? Number one, not to lie to myself anymore. That helps me clear up and accept what the desire is inside of me so I don't have to see it as a lie or feel it as an untruth. What is it that I desire? What is my objective? What am I about? What do I feel would make me happy? Not what could I do to make my father happy? Not what could I do to make my mother happy? Not what could I do to make my spouse happy? Not what could I do to make my children happy? Not what could I do to make the milkman happy? Not what could I do to make the postman happy? Not what could I do to make the dog happy? The list it gets even longer than that. What could I do to make myself happy? What is my desire that needs fruition? It's my aim not to lie to myself anymore and to accept the truth of my desire. And let me ride that beast. Let me ride that beast from the manger. Work on this feature within yourself. Have an aim that you will not lie to yourself anymore. Work on this feature within yourself. Become extremely observant and honest with yourself and watch the energy that formerly moved in negative into negative states flow into your greater aim. All you're doing is closing off one path and opening the other. You're closing off one direction where you would send that and taking it to the direction that you want. The other one was a path of habit. Now it's a path of direction. You're in charge. Perhaps your aim is to become a great teacher. Not because you want to impose your will upon others, but because you want to awaken in others what you have awakened in yourself. The awakening begins when you feel a separation, a division of the natural and the spiritual imaginative you to which all things are possible. It is this spiritual you that clothes your subjective state in reality. By changing the feeling of I, you can direct your life internally and escape the prison of your present state, regardless of what it may be. By thinking from the point of view that the problem is solved, you move from the problem to its solution. Oh my gosh, what a liberating sentence of all sentences, just that one. Listen to that one sentence. By thinking from the point of view of the, by thinking it's so amazing, I'm just so befuddled on how simple, how graceful, and how amazing this one sentence is. It is so simply the solution. By thinking from the point of view that the problem is solved, you move from the problem to its solution. And it's that simple. This change of attitude is called the be-attitudes. In other words, you are being what you want to be by assuming that you already are it. When you know what you want, consciously clothe yourself in a new concept of self by extracting your I from the evidence of the senses and placing it in the place you want to be. Taking the I from the evidence of the senses and placing it where you want to be. By this assumption, or be-attitude, you have journeyed from one state to another. And if I be lifted up, I draw all men to me. You will know the meaning of that phrase right there once you see it work. Again, I know I've said it in a previous video, but I'll repeat it here. My wife had some deadlines with her work, and they were totally impossible to her mind. She told me what she was leaving to go do that day, and these deadlines that were very important and almost completely impossible to her mind. Right when she closed the door, her father-in-law was in the next room, and I'm in the office room, which is a room over. He was in the dining room, and I'm in the office past the hallway. And I imagine her. I close my eyes. I'm doing and imagining her walking back in with a smile, glad that all these deadlines were met, and I'm high-fiving her. Oh, congratulations. I give her a hug. I go, that's amazing. That's incredible. Congratulations. Wow, it's amazing. I can't believe it. Congratulations. That was all happening in my mind. Well, she came home and did exactly that, verbatim, but what had happened was what had happened was all the automatons, meaning all the worker bees, and that's not a devaluing statement. What I mean is all these people wanted to work these massive amounts of overtime. It benefited them. My wife's company she was working for, they wanted to have the project done on time, so they directed and requested overtime of the employee of the workforce, for lack of a better phrase, and they were like, sure, yes, and they all came in 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, and made it happen. These were totally impossible deadlines, improbable deadlines. One imagining lovingly from one other person who's not even on the job. It was like Dr. Hugh Lin doing that for the patients at the hospital. Why I'm saying this is I'm trying to share with you that each thought, that each direction of your thoughts means something. Now I could have went, oh man, she's going to be hating life if all that stuff doesn't work out today. Oh boy, she's really going to be exhausted when she gets home because it's probably not going to happen. No, none of that. Just shut that off. Go the other direction because you've been paying attention to your reactions. And so now you're directing your reaction and you're going into the positive. You're taking it from where the old habit was and you turned your ship around and now you're taking it to that positive result. And then you really literally watch the automatons. And I'm not saying anybody's devalued as a human, but they wanted to work overtime. Those people wanted that for their reasons. They probably had a bill or a toy for their child they needed to purchase, etc. All these different reasons just come up out of nowhere. You don't realize when you're imagining lovingly that if I be lifted up, I draw all men to me. That's exactly the phrase. If I be lifted up, I lift up in here, and I imagine lovingly, I lift all men to me. It's to them, they just feel like it was their idea. They completely, totally, if you interviewed them, they all would imagine that, yeah, I needed to, pay down this credit card or pay off this toy or whatever it is. Everybody's got their own reason. It's what do we call it? A miracle? A coincidence? What do you call it? I call it imagine lovingly. That's what Neville calls it. I say calls because I like to think of Neville in the active present tense. Once you have lifted yourself up into the new states, abide there. Do not come back to the testimonies of your senses, but remain in your desire until a different world is established. Every change in the feeling of I automatically produces changes in the external world. Therefore, you must learn to die daily in regard to your old beliefs. You must, remember, he's saying must a lot in this book. So every time he does, pay special attention. You must learn to die daily in regard to your old beliefs. Your old beliefs are of this old self-concept. These are where the old beliefs reside. You must learn to let these die off because your trip is from your subconscious. Your new occupation is right here. And your new son is born. You breathe life into the idea here. The conception happened. The new son was born here. Old beliefs must go by the wayside. You must learn to die daily in regard to your old beliefs. This can be tricky. This can be tricky. What do you believe? How long do you think you believed it? Do you claim right now that your father believed it, so you're supposed to believe it? Do you claim it was a belief of your grandpa's that taught your father? You claim that your great-great-grandpa taught your great-grandpa? I'm the family genealogist, excuse me. Do you claim that you deserve to have those beliefs because you had them all along? You must learn to die daily in regard to your old beliefs. The statement, those who lose their life for my sake will find it, means letting go of all that you now consent to. Remember, you're consenting to thoughts. If you lose it, you will find your I reclothing itself on a higher level of being, thereby causing a new expression in your world. That new expression being your new reality. When you go in a new direction, the journey is made in the mind. A physical journey may follow, but the journey must be made on the inside first. Where you are is what you psychologically are at that moment. An enlightened being lives on the mountaintop, and the human imagination, when completely controlled, is personified as a being called Jesus Christ. It's fascinating. One sentence, man. Just one sentence right there. I got to repeat it because it's too good. It's too juicy. It's too much like the tasty venison right there. An enlightened being lives on the mountaintop, and the human imagination, when completely controlled, is personified as a being called Jesus Christ. As long as you are violent, you are asleep. What is violence? Violence is any thought that you know is violent. We don't even have to break them down. You know a thought is violent when you think it. You know it. You don't have to be in shame about a violent thought. Trespassing on your neighbor trespassing on you. You don't have to be in shame about it or guilty about it. None of that. You just need to change from the direction of that. You say, that's not what I want to do. I'm going this way. My desire's right here. My desire and my desire only is this direction. That thought might come in, but it's not going to have a home here. It's not going to find fertile ground here. I'm not involved with that anymore, period. And you must do this over and over and over. How long does it take? How long does it take? How many times must I do it? Persist, 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 persist. How long must I do it? As long as it takes. Whatever it takes you, because you are unique. You're not me. You don't want to be me. You don't want to get in line behind me. You're in your own line over here on your own, and you're an independent, spontaneous, loving creature doing this at your own pace. Your own desire sets the pace. You need to follow in that, but persist. Those thoughts come in, out, out, out. Stay true to your desire, to your objective. Violence doesn't fit. You know what a violent thought is when you think it, so just push it out. As long as you are violent, you are asleep. Awaken the spiritual you by watching your actions and reactions to life, and you will lose your impulse to retaliate. What happens to you here is not important, but how you react to what happens is. Your reactions define you. They tell you where you are, for you attract life in its most minute detail. The Bible does not teach reincarnation. Its central teaching is the rebirth of consciousness into ever higher and higher levels. You must be born by water and spirit, not water only. Except for the man born of spirit, he cannot enter the higher level of being called the kingdom of heaven. Now listen closely. You must be born by water and spirit, not water only. What is it you're born into? What breaks in the mother when you're coming into the world? Except for the man born of spirit, he cannot enter the higher level of being called the kingdom of heaven. In this series of lectures, you have received psychological instruction about how to go about working on yourself. Your mind has been washed of certain errors, baptized and born of water. But unless the truth is applied, you will not be born of the Spirit. The word Mary means water. Christ, the I in you, is born of water and of the Holy Spirit. The outer you cannot receive instructions. He is literal and takes things literally, thereby receiving nothing but stone. The righteous man, however, is conscious of being the man he wants to be, while the foolish man steals from himself by not claiming his desire. Every time you see a man less than what he wants to be, you have robbed him of the state necessary to externalize it. Very important sentence. Let me repeat. The outer you cannot receive instructions. And if you're watching this video and you've made it all through these videos to now, the outer you doesn't know why the heck you're watching these videos. Your mother, sister, brother, aunt, uncle, wife, husband, children, neighbor, they can't understand why you're watching these videos. But the inner you, born of spirit, does know why you're watching these videos. There's a very, very important reason that you're getting through the outer you. The outer you is a big shield. It's a big shell. It's a big to-do of whateverness. But the inner you, who wants to wake up, will put up with the outer you taking all the business from other people who don't understand what this is. What's Neville? What is this guy talking about? The outer you cannot receive instructions. Every time you see a man, this sentence is profound, okay, and it's very real because it gives us the responsibility of what we choose to see when we see others. Are we going to take the responsibility and imagine lovingly? If we do, and we are, not only do we become the shepherd, the good shepherd, but we just simply imagine lovingly. That's what we do. We are imagining lovingly when we see our brother the way he wants to be seen. If we see him the way he doesn't want to be seen, let me read the sentence. Every time you see a man less than what he wants to be, you have robbed him of the state necessary to externalize it because you've stood in judgment. Be not as the heathen who by vain repetition hopes he can get the ear of God. Rather, when you pray, go within and close the door. Okay? And your Father who hears in secret will reward you openly. You have but to change the feeling of I. Close the door to the outer world and fill yourself into the state your friend desires. With a planned program, see him and talk to him from the promise that he is that person already. Congratulations, man. It's amazing. I'm so happy to hear about your new opportunity. You hear his voice saying, yes, it's great. It's wonderful. I can't believe it. It's just all happened so fast. Yeah, that's awesome. Hug, hug, high five, happy, happy. Keep the door of reason and logic closed. And walk in faith that what you have heard and seen in secret will be rewarded openly, and it will. I promise you, I'm sitting right here telling you, it works. Just do it. In the famous words, I was in the military and I just I was brand new and we were in this special school in Tennessee and it's like you go to boot camp and then you go to school and then you're going to teach you the further education. And we had spare time on our hands and we're going and we're with all this first time doing some kind of work. It was a work detail. And this guy says to me, he's in charge of all of us. He says, you guys he says to me and I think one other guy, get that paint right there and then brushes and just go paint that fence over there. And I'm like, I'm 18, fresh out of high school. I don't think I've painted anything yet. I says, how do we, what do we do first? He says, looks at me solemnly and just says this, just do it. I mean, he was a big dude and we were much smaller than him and we were like, okay. At the time, hazing had been stopped in the military, but it still seemed there was a potential left in this man. So we weren't going to push anything back at him past him telling us that once or twice to just do it. All right. And it wasn't with the smile I'm showing you now. It's funny because it's hindsight. Keep the door of reason and logic closed. Walk in faith that what you have heard and seen in secret will be rewarded openly, and it will. The Bible was written by the conscious circle of humanity. You entered this circle at the moment of wakefulness. Not composed by men, the Bible is divine instruction with limitless interpretations. Obviously. It is a test in the development of your understanding, and as you grow, its understanding deepens and deepens. Although man wraps himself in conditions, which are states, these are all states, conditions, self-concepts, his true being is, I am. Anything man will consent to, he will manifest in his world. Can you accept as fact what your reason and senses deny? Can you accept as fact what your reason and senses deny? Yes. Okay, I see myself in the hallway of that new house. It's as natural as the hallway of my current house. I just did it. You just did it. You just did it yourself right then. Can you see yourself in that relationship? Like the couple in that car. I mean, I must admit, when I was single, that was something I noticed. I would see a couple in a car and I would notice, how are they relating to each other? That was something that, I mean, I didn't go around seeing how do people count rolls of coins. That wasn't important to me. I went around seeing how do people relate to each other. That was an observable idea that meant and was important to me. It paid off for me later because the relationship became that important to me that all those little observations mattered. They all added up. They all came from within. Can you accept as fact what your reason and senses deny? Or you must always bow to reason's dictates. The same consciousness that produces health produces sickness, wealth, and poverty. Whatever you agree to be conscious of, whatever you affirm as true, you will manifest. Think about this one sentence. While you're sitting, listening to your thoughts, listening to me, part of you is listening to me, part of you is not, part of you is listening to your thoughts, part of you is listening to me. Here's the sentence. Whatever you agree to be conscious of, whatever you affirm as true, you will manifest. You're giving consent when you're conscious of a thing. It doesn't matter who the label is that gives you that news. All knees must bow to imagination. Behold, we are transformed into the same image. Can you behold a given situation and make it so natural that you are transformed into its image? Listen to the sentence again. Can you behold a given situation and make it so natural that you are transformed into its image? You can, when you, all imagination, feel the naturalness of the image you behold. Divinity is not divided. Divinity is not divided. Although it appears so because we have all these self-concepts. We could not be able to, we would not, could not, it would be impossible for us to change this self-concept to this self-concept if we were divided. We can't be divided. To be able to do that by simply impressing your subconscious and watch it objectify without any effort, we couldn't do that if we were divided. Divinity is not divided. Divine imagination and human imagination is not divided. Divinity is not divided, therefore everyone is but a projection of the one. You are told to love your neighbors as yourself, for there is no other. Sanctify self, not another. Working on others will not change them. Only by changing yourself will others change. That follows true with imagining lovingly for your friend about their new job, their new relationship, their new bank account, whatever, their new health. Your imagining lovingly isn't changing them, it's changing you. Remember, if you're here and you believe your friend is sick and you imagine lovingly for him to be well, and he all of a sudden becomes well, you sacrifice this self. Here's you, the new self that believes he's well. He's over here, the sick self, and he becomes the new well self. But you have to sacrifice this self, whichever one I pointed at here. Whichever one you are that you believed he was sick, you sacrifice by imagining lovingly that he's well. So you make the sacrifice about you. You change yourself. He has a choice to go from the sick to the well. That's the sacrifice he makes on his initiative, his volition, his wanting and having a desire to be well. Will meet up with your sacrifice, your imagining. These will come together because in that subconscious network where everything combines, that will be picked up. What Seth called a psychic bridge will be formed. Seek confirmation of your ideas and you are not growing. All textbooks are man-made and uninspired from on high. Stick to them and you will remain on their level. Believe in self. Trust your human imagination and you will grow in wisdom and in stature. And as you grow, you will outgrow your former beliefs. Tasty venison. Chapter 15, Awake, O Sleeper, the power of unlimited imagination. Postscript. We are God's children, destined to be God himself. And God creates everything he individualized as you consents to. Resolve only to hear what is good concerning yourself and another. So everything that enters your mind will contribute to a life of joy, feasting on higher states. Divinity is not divided. Therefore, everyone is but a projection of the one. When you know the spiritual being within you, you will assert the supremacy of imagination. What a wonderful chapter and what a close to most amazing book. The Power of Unlimited Imagination, also known as the creative use of imagination. This had 2 extra chapters. The playlist will be in the proper order of how I came to them first here, and then I just continue the chapters in this book. Wonderful, wonderful book. I hope you enjoyed it. We'll see you in the next chapter.